Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1 for statement on the significant matter of Women's Health Week.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. Today marks the start of Women's Health Week, a week in which we shine a light on women's health. We know that women use healthcare services more than men, but too often this means they also pay more, face higher out-of-pocket costs and sometimes miss out on affordable, accessible care, simply because women's health has not been a focus in the health system. Sex and gender bias in the health system is real. Women experience delayed diagnosis, over-prescribing and inadequate investigation of symptoms. Many women tell me that they have to keep going back and forth, repeating their story just to be taken seriously. So it's no wonder we see women accessing the healthcare system more than men. Women spend more on out-of-pocket costs and yet are less likely to receive the appropriate care, management and support that they need. For women, girls, intersex, transgender and gender-diverse people, their pain is often ignored or dismissed altogether. Women's Health Week is an important reminder of the work we need to do to improve the health system to better support the health and well-being of all women and girls in Australia. It's also an opportunity to celebrate what we've achieved and to ensure the pace of change continues. This year's Women's Health Week theme is Say Yes to You. It's about encouraging women to make their health and well-being a priority. Too often, women put their own health and well-being last. Women's health is a priority for this government and for me. And as Assistant Minister for Women, Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care and Assistant Minister for Indigenous Health, I feel genuinely privileged to be given responsibilities for these portfolios, to continue the work of Assistant Minister Jed Carney and Minister Butler in improving health outcomes for women in Australia, to now work with Minister Gallagher, Minister Plibersek and Assistant Minister Carney to continue turning around the gender equality issues that are present in our society. In the time I've been in this role, I've been overwhelmed by the number of women I've met who've shared stories about their health and their experiences with the healthcare system with me. Stories of frustration, of resilience and hope. Their voices are guiding the work that we do. Mr. Speaker, I want to share one of those stories with you today. Melissa was only 42 when perimenopause turned her life upside down. The Melbourne mum of 4 was working full-time when suddenly facing a wave of symptoms she never expected to hit so hard, including hot flushes, weight gain, joint pain, hair loss, brain fog, and even acne. At first, Melissa resisted the idea of medication like menopause hormone therapy. She said, "I didn't listen to the conversation around menopausal hormone therapy. I felt this self-imposed pressure to manage it all, naturally, but eventually I went on MHT and I only wish that I'd done it sooner." She described the change as life-altering, and as she put it, MHT has had a significantly positive impact on my life. It improved my night sweats, hot flushes, sleep, and helped with the psychological impacts like anxiety, and even supported my bone health. It's helped improve my quality of life. Melissa has been on MHT for years, and she says the recent inclusion of many MHT products on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme is one of the most positive changes she's seen for women in midlife. She said, and I quote again, "For me personally, it's made treatment more affordable and easier to access. Thanks to these changes, I now have longer scripts and discounts. It's just made everything simpler. I was so encouraged to see action from the Senate inquiry so quickly, and it's already making a real difference. Having access to MHT will help make it easier for midlife women to thrive in their careers and their life. Stories like Melissa's tell me that the Albanese government is making a difference by strengthening Medicare and filling in the gaps in women's healthcare delivery. Our government has engaged with women, with people who have lived experience, and delivered reforms that are significant improvements for women in Australia already. I recently chaired my first National Women's Health Advisory Council, a mix of peak stakeholder groups, consumer groups, academics and professional bodies. The council members contribute a wealth of knowledge, expertise and lived experience to inform all aspects of women's health. I was pleased to provide the council with an update on the work the Albanese government are delivering as part of the $792.9 million women's health package that they've advocated for and supported throughout its development. This is one of the largest investments in women's health by any government. When they asked us to take women's health care seriously, we listened. We're delivering informed policy and unprecedented funding to provide more choices, lower costs and better health care for all women at all stages of their life. These changes are saving women and their families thousands of dollars across their lifetime, whether that's by making medicines and appointments cheaper or making services more accessible. More than 365,000 patients have accessed more than 715,000 medicines, prescriptions for oral contraceptions, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments since the listing of new medicines on the PBS on the 1st of May. Before the listings of Yaz, Yasmin and Celinda on the PBS, women were paying around $380 per year for their contraception. Now they're paying less than half, about $126.40 or just $38.80 a year if they're a concession card holder. Before the listing of estradiol, Prometrium and Estradiol Pro on the PBS, women might have paid up to $670 a year. Now they're only paying $31.60 a script or $7.70 if they're a concession card holder. And thanks to the cheaper medicines bill passing, they'll just be $25 from the 1st of January next year. More than 20,000 women have now taken up new perimenopause and menopause health assessments since they became subsidised on the MBS on the 1st of July this year. The Women's Health Package is providing training to more doctors and nurses to deliver better health care for women, expanding access to services and making medicines cheaper. These changes sit alongside our government's work to strengthen Medicare, deliver more bulk billing, more doctors and nurses in local communities and more urgent care clinics and cheaper medicines. These reforms are already making a real difference, especially for women in Australia as the highest users of health services, and there is more being done. This week, Jean Hales for Women's Health launched Her Health Check. It's a fast digital tool that helps women understand which health checks and screenings they may need. We know that 42% of Australians don't know what health checks they need and 1/3 are overdue, and that's why this tool is so valuable. Through your smartphone or laptop, the Her Health Check provides information on essential health assessments including heart, bowel, breast, cervical, skin, kidney, menopause and lung cancer screening. Based on current medical guidelines and reviewed by clinical experts, it's designed to cut through confusion and support early detection. Importantly, it includes tailored advice for First Nations women and will expand to cover different languages and provide follow-up reminders. Her Health Check is a powerful way for women to stay on top of their health. So today I encourage every woman, take a few minutes for yourself, try Her Health Check and consider sharing with your friends and family that they need to make their health a priority. By doing this one simple thing, you can say yes to you in a practical way. We're also launching a national training project which will increase access to long-acting birth control like IUDs and Implanon. Delivered by Sexual and Reproductive Health Australia and the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, this Albanese government-funded project will see more general practitioners, nurse practitioners, registered nurses and endorsed midwives trained in providing long-acting reversible contraception services. More than 1,230 participants are expected to be trained in IUD and Implanon placement and removal over the next 2 years. In addition, from the 1st of November 2025, new Medicare items and changes for long-acting reversible contraception will take effect. These changes will directly support access and affordability of these vital services, delivering significant cost reductions and supporting an increased uptake in bulk billing practices amongst health professionals. By the end of this year, 11 new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics will be commissioned, bringing the total to 33 across the country. The remit of all 33 clinics will expand to also provide specialist support for menopause and perimenopause. And women will have improved awareness and knowledge of perimenopause and menopause through a national public health campaign. As a government, we are committed to addressing sex and gender bias in healthcare. Supporting, protecting and promoting the health and well-being of all women and girls and gender-diverse people is a key priority. Australians are rightly proud of institutions like Medicare, the PBS, aged care and the NDIS. We want to ensure that all girls and women can get the healthcare and support that they need, when they need it and where they need it through our country's great universal healthcare system. I commend the many organisations, clinicians, academics and most importantly women's and girls in Australia for their tireless advocacy and for sharing their stories. We will continue to listen to them, work with them and design with them solutions that mean we can improve women's healthcare in our country. There is so much to celebrate this Women's Health Week while we get on with the job of delivering for women in Australia. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for Moncrieff to speak in response to the member for Lindsay in response to the Minister's statement.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As we acknowledge Women's Health Week, we do more than raise awareness. We honour a legacy of resilience, advocacy and hard work over generations that have shaped the health and well-being of women, like Vivienne Bullwinkle, a war hero and a leading advocate for nursing. She was rejected by the Royal Australian Air Force, but was able to enlist in the Australian Army Nursing Service. Vivienne was the sole survivor of the 1942 Banquet Island massacre. She continued to serve her country as a nurse until retiring from the Army in 1947 to become Director of Nursing at Melbourne's Infectious Diseases Hospital. This is where she continued her incredible work, particularly with orphans from the Vietnam War in the 1970s. She passed away in 2000. Vivienne is just one of the many incredible Australian women's health practitioner stories, from our first female doctors to women leading the way in medical technology. In the way that women have worked here in this place, I would like to acknowledge that as well, like the former member for Forrest, Nola Marino, and the work she did on endometriosis. Over the last few decades, women have come so far in advocacy for our healthcare. A large part of these changes are due to so many more female doctors, midwives, nurses who are practitioners and women in Parliament who are pushing the way. Academics and advocates who share their lived experience, and we see that here in Parliament every single week, people coming into this place to advocate for important work they do in the health space. Work to benefit women's health, no matter the issue, whether it be maternal health, mental ill health or geriatric health. Girls are now given the confidence to talk about periods at school or community sport and to be heard when talking about what they face. The pain women go through during menopause is shared in public spaces and widely discussed to ensure women do not go through these changing times alone. And we even discuss it now here in Parliament. And Mr Speaker, it would be helpful, in addition to water, that some fans were placed in the chamber. There's so many women in this place that are going through menopause. And I'm actually proud that on all sides of Parliament we can speak more openly about these challenges now. Let's not forget it wasn't too long ago when men were seen to be in charge of women's health decisions. Women's Health Week is an important opportunity to recognise the significant challenges that continue to impact women's health outcomes in Australia and the work that still needs to be done to address them. It is a time to shine a light on the unique health challenges women face across all stages of life. And this year's theme is Say Yes to You. This year, we're encouraging women to speak up, to check in and to prioritise their physical, mental and emotional well-being. And I want to take this opportunity to encourage women of all ages to prioritise themselves and their health. And this is not an easy thing to do in busy lives, and particularly, I know, not easy for mums to do. You get a tendency to feel a bit of guilt, but you're not selfish, you're not letting anyone down, you matter, and looking after yourself first is a priority. Make that doctor's appointment, have that blood test, get that mammogram or cervical screening check, and they are getting a little more comfortable, and do anything to do with your health that you've been putting off. It could quite literally save your life. Unfortunately, women can still experience disparities in access to care, diagnosis and treatment. And acknowledging these challenges is a first step towards creating a more equitable health system. I'd like to acknowledge the important progress that has been made so far, including the bipartisan commitment made during the last election to invest an additional $573.3 million into vitally important women's health initiatives for Australian women. The Coalition would like the Albanese Labor government to keep progressing these bipartisan commitments as quickly as possible, including measures to enhance menopause care for women through a new Medicare rebate, expand health professional training, develop national clinical guidelines and increase funding for endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. This package builds on the important work started under the former Coalition government, including launching the National Women's Health Strategy and announcing a historic investment into Australia's first endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic. These initiatives must be delivered without delay. For women experiencing menopause or living with conditions like endo, access to affordable GPs and specialist care is critical. Here is where I'm going to give a bit of helpful critiquing of the government, because right now too many women are still missing out. We do remain deeply concerned that under the Albanese Labor government it is difficult and it is expensive for women to access critical primary care. GP bulk billing rates have collapsed by 11% over the last 3 years. Patients are now paying the highest out-of-pocket costs on record to see a GP, a combined $2 billion in the past year alone, which forced more than 1.5 million Australians to avoid accessing primary care in 23-24. Timely and affordable access to healthcare is essential, particularly for women managing menopause and debilitating conditions like endometriosis. The Australian government must do more to ensure women can access the health advice and checkups they need without cost being a barrier. Women must be front and centre in any conversation about primary healthcare in Australia. Enabling and empowering women to be part of this conversation and to be empowered and supported in their health journey is vital. The Coalition also urges the Albanese government to urgently deliver on its broken promise now to protect Australians from genetic discrimination in life insurance. This government committed to addressing this issue in the last term of Parliament, but in a devastating backdown, they have failed to even release the draft legislation. It is a broken promise, and it has denied hope to Australians at risk of hereditary conditions and discourages many from seeking genetic testing that could lead to life-saving information and treatment. The government gave Australian women and families hope, but now they've walked away. It's time you do the right thing and introduce this legislation immediately. This week is an opportunity to reaffirm a strong commitment to ensuring that women and girls right across this great country can access timely and affordable healthcare. This must be care which responds to and understands their unique experiences, needs and challenges. Whether it's supporting women with chronic health conditions such as endo, helping women manage menopause, assisting families on their fertility journey, or reducing barriers to testing and support, the Coalition is focused on getting the policy settings right. And in closing, I would like to give a local shout out to Pink Up Penrith, which supports the McGrath Foundation, and the extraordinary work that locals across my community have done has ensured that we now have a number of breast care nurses in Nepean Hospital, and it is wonderful that communities come together as well to support women's health and to raise awareness. It is tremendous work, and thank you to Gay Hawthorne and the whole Pink Up committee for the work you do locally. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
The call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that further statements of Women's Health Week be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, for a statement on a significant matter of national symbols.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. September is arguably Australia's most patriotic month. Today is Australian National Flag Day. 2 days ago, the start of spring, it was National Wattle Day. And 17 September is Australian Citizenship Day. And while rugby league-loving colleagues may disagree, September ends with our biggest sporting occasion, the AFL Grand Final. And I'm delighted to have the opportunity here in the People's House to celebrate National Flag Day, a chance to reflect on our identity, our future and our many stories. Flag Day was first formally observed in 1996, but it has its origins in events 125 years ago. In 1900, a delegation of Australians travelled to London, one person each from Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Tasmania, New South Wales and Western Australia. Students of history will know that, just like today, our state representatives did not see eye to eye on every issue. But on this occasion, we were aligned with a single goal: to have an Australian Parliament make laws for Australians. The group presented the Commonwealth of Australia Constitution Bill to the British Parliament, and on the 1st of January 1901, the Commonwealth of Australia came into being. Australians had the right to establish their own parliament. Now we just needed a flag. Did we leave it to those newly minted parliamentarians to choose the design? Definitely not. In true Australian fashion, we had a nationwide competition. More than 32,000 designs were submitted. The results were good, bad, but mostly quirky. Our fauna inspired many designers, with submissions including a kangaroo with 6 tails for the 6 states, a kangaroo with just 1 tail leaping through the Southern Cross, and native animals in a game of cricket. Tough choices had to be made. And while some Australians would salute a wombat hitting a winged ball for 6, the judges instead chose the design that flies above this house today. It is, in its simplest form, stars and crosses. The crosses represent our recent history. The 7-pointed stars represent our states and territories. And then there is the iconic constellation of the Southern Cross, under which Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have lived for more than 65,000 years. Just as the push for Australian nationhood was a collaborative affair, so too was the final design for Australia's flag. The 5 designers were declared the joint winners: Annie Dorrington, an artist from Perth; Ivor Evans, a school kid from Melbourne; Leslie Hawkins, an apprentice optician from Sydney; Egbert Nuttall, a Melbourne architect; and William Stevens of the Union Steamship Company of New Zealand. People of different ages, different talents, different backgrounds, all with a shared vision for Australia. And on the 3rd of September 1901, 124 years ago today, their Australian flag, our Australian flag, was formally flown for the first time at Melbourne's Exhibition Building. More than 500,000 Australians have served under the Australian national flag. In wartime, as well as in peacetime, our flag is an inspiration, a reminder of who we are and what we are capable of. During World War II, Sergeant Darcy Smith, a tailor from East Gympie, and other Allied prisoners made a handmade version. They were in a prisoner of war camp in Singapore. They used blue sheet material liberated from the stores, Red Cross handkerchiefs for the stars, and thread from unravelled socks. And when that news came that the war was over, the flag was brought into the light and proudly flown. Our flag is an inspiration, a reminder that as Australians, we can seek to do the best of things at the worst of times. Our flag is also a symbol of aspiration. So many of us have first acts that begin elsewhere. Nearly 1/3 of Australians are born overseas, and almost half of us have parents born overseas. Our diversity is our strength as a nation. In the global contest of ideas, we want the best talent to call Australia home. Every year at citizenship ceremonies around the country, we welcome the newest Australians under our flag. The Australian flag is a beacon, a symbol of our values: fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all. A country where we are free to dissent and disagree, where we can come together, like we do in Parliament, and debate ideas. Our recent election showed the world where a democracy has citizens at the centre who are empowered to have their say, whether that's at the polling booth or standing for election, and that even in the most fractious times when the stakes are highest, our representatives can conduct themselves with civility and respect. We are a country where there is no single pathway to representing Australia. Nowhere is this better exemplified than the speeches delivered by our newest members of Parliament. The member for Lyons spoke of her journey from the family farm to becoming the first woman elected to represent her seat in the federal parliament. The member for Bradfield spoke of her parents immigrating from the Netherlands and the challenges of finding their sense of belonging. And the member for Colwell spoke of his father's quiet sacrifice and of the dignity offered by a healthcare system that treats you as one of its own. Their stories are a reminder that, like our flag, our nation finds its meaning in both where we have come from and where we can go together. The Albanese government has made clear our commitments to fair wages and conditions, to a Medicare system that provides care for all, and to a world-leading superannuation system that provides dignity in retirement. These are things that set Australia apart from the world, the things that, as our national anthem says, let us rejoice. That anthem was officially adopted by the Hawke government in my birth year, 1984, and in the 4 decades since, only one line has changed, in 2021, from young and free to one and free. It's a small edit with a big meaning. It recognises that our national journey did not begin in 1788 or 1901. It began more than 65,000 years ago. The fact that Australia's story is 65,000 years old is rightfully a source of national pride. It's why we honour the 2 official flags that represent the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The Aboriginal flag, designed by Harold Thomas, features the black, the red and the yellow. The top half of the flag is black to symbolise the Aboriginal people. The red in the lower half stands for the earth and the colour of ochre used in Aboriginal ceremonies. And the circle of yellow represents the sun. Proud symbols of identity, survival and connection to country. In 2022, the flag's copyright was transferred to the Commonwealth, ensuring it remains freely available for all Australians. I thank former Minister Ken Wyatt and his government for their leadership on this. The Torres Strait Islander flag, designed by Bernard Nammock and adopted in 1992, features green for land, blue for sea and black for the people. The white Dari headdress and star represent culture, navigation and peace across the island groups. It stands proudly for the strength, seafaring heritage and unity of Torres Strait Islander peoples. It is these flags, along with the Australian flag, that our Prime Minister stands with when he speaks to the nation. Together, united, history and future as one. Above this building, your building, Mr Speaker, the home of Australia's democracy, flies the Australian flag. It is supported by a mast of Newcastle steel, one of the largest stainless steel structures in the world. And if you've ever done the wonderful Parliament House tours, you will learn the flag is 12.8 metres long by 6.4 metres high. Or, if you prefer a more parliamentary measurement, 6 members for Hunter by 3 members for Leichhardt. It takes a team of 3 specially trained people from the Department of Parliamentary Services to raise and lower this flag. And Australians want to learn about flying their own Australian flag. All they need is an email address. I encourage Australians to join the more than 7,000 people who've signed up for the Commonwealth Flag Network. The network's regular email alerts give advice, such as when to fly the flag, to honour departed prominent Australians, or to commemorate special occasions as we are today. Raising the flag comes with the responsibility to follow flag protocol. We raise it briskly, lower it with ceremony. We do not fly the flag at night unless it is illuminated. The flag can be used to cover the coffin at a funeral, and this is a right given to any Australian, not just those who've lost their lives in battle. We treat the flag with respect, not out of habit, but out of self-respect. This flag is our flag, and it represents us all. Love of your country can be demonstrative. It can be noisy at times, passionate, but it can also exist in quiet moments, such as our appreciation and care for our flora and fauna. Australia is in our experiences, our understanding of the land we call home. It's in our very earth, like our national gemstone, the opal. Known to some First Nations peoples as the fire of the desert, 95% of the world's opal supply comes from Australian soil. The opal is uniquely Australian, like the symbols on our official shield. Australia's shield is held up by the native Australian animals of the kangaroo and the emu. They were chosen to symbolise a nation moving forward based on the fact that neither animal can easily move backwards. Then there is the national symbol we recognised 2 days ago, the wattle, something that perfectly captures Australia. For many thousands of years, Aboriginal peoples used it for food, tools and medicines. It is also plentiful. You will find it in every state and territory. It's diverse, more than 1,200 species, and it thrives in our tough conditions of drought, flood and bushfire. We also see it in the green and gold of our sporting teams, our Socceroos, our Matildas, the Wallabies, our Olympians, all our sports people on the global stage. And it's there every time we pull out the Medicare card to visit the doctor too. Our symbols are special because we live our lives with them. I want to finish, Deputy Speaker, with a call to action. One of the best ways to celebrate Australia's values is to celebrate the people who embody them. The Australian of the Year Awards and the Order of Australia celebrate the ordinary Australians doing extraordinary things. Australians who make a profound impact on lives, community, society and the world. The Order of Australia is 50 years strong, started on Valentine's Day by Queen Elizabeth II on recommendation of Prime Minister Gough Whitlam. The Australian of the Year Awards started as a Victorian initiative, and like the VFL became the AFL, these awards became awards for all of Australia. The awards are about the recipients, but it's also about how they inspire the nation. Any Australian can nominate someone, any Australian can be nominated. And last week we welcomed into this place Neil Danaher AO. Neil exemplifies our national spirit. Brave, determined, compassionate, hardworking, all with a tremendous sense of humour. That is the best of the Australian spirit. In conclusion, Speaker, whether it's a love of the flag, our other national symbols, or a love of the Australian people who inspire us, patriotism is a love of one's country. Patriotism has never demanded blind adoration. It calls on all of us as Australians to take responsibility for the future of our shared country. When you look at our flag, you see a map of stars. Stars give us direction, but the path we take is up to each of us. Australia is the best country on earth, and I believe it will remain that way only if we are always striving for improvement for all Australians, for those who have grown up here, for those who have come to make a life here, for those who have always been here. We are all Australian. Happy National Flag Day.
And to speak in response to the Assistant Minister's statement, I'll give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I want to associate the coalition with the fine speech of the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister on our national flags and symbols. Today, on the 3rd of September, we mark the 124th birthday of the Australian national flag. For me, this day is more than just a line in the diary. It's personal. Only recently I put up a flagpole at my home in Malula, and now week in and week out when I'm home, I see our flag flying proudly. It grounds me. It reminds me of who we are as Australians and of the values we share. Pride, resilience, fairness and unity. Our national flag and all of our national symbols are not just objects. They are expressions of us. They capture our story, where we've come from, what we stand for and where we hope to go. The story of our flag begins in 1901, the year of Federation. To mark the birth of a new nation, the Commonwealth Government announced a public competition to design our flag. More than 32,000 entries were submitted from across the country, from professional designers, school children and everyday Australians. On the 3rd of September 1901, the winning design was flown for the very first time at the exhibition building in Melbourne. It was, of course, our temporary Commonwealth Parliament House. The Prime Minister at the time, Edmund Barton, stood alongside Governor-General Lord Hopetoun as the flag was raised. And just like that, our new nation had its most enduring symbol. It is fitting that today we still mark that day, the 3rd of September, as Australian National Flag Day. A day to remember not only the fabric itself, but the values and aspirations that are stitched into it. Our flag tells its story through three great symbols: The Union Jack in the top corner is an acknowledgement of our British heritage and the constitutional foundations of our democracy. The bold Commonwealth star with 7 points represents the 6 states, territories and the altogether united under one Commonwealth. And finally, we have the Southern Cross. That celestial signature has guided navigators and inspired poets for centuries. Some tourists may think it is just a fancy asterisk, but to Australians it is unmistakable. A symbol that says, "You're in the Southern Hemisphere now, mate. Time to slap on a shirt, slip on a hat and slap on some sunscreen." For generations, Australians have looked to the flag in times of triumph and in times of tragedy. It's flown over Olympic gold medal ceremonies and it has been lowered in grief after national disasters. It's been stitched onto the shoulders of our defence personnel and raised above bases in far distant lands. It flew over forward operating bases in Uruzgan province in Afghanistan. It draped the coffins of our fallen servicemen and women who gave their lives in defence of this great nation. It was worn on the left sleeve of our peacekeepers in Somalia and Rwanda, just as it is today on Australians serving both abroad and in this country. More than 103,000 Australians have paid the ultimate sacrifice for this country, and we must, it is our duty to remember them. Not just on Anzac Day, not just on the 11th of November, but on every day. At home, our flag flies over RSLs and bowls clubs, over schools, homes and institutions right across this great country. When we honour and respect the flag, we honour those who came before us and the sacrifices that they have made. Of course, the flag is not alone. Australia is rich in national symbols, each one carrying its own story. The coat of arms, with the kangaroo and emu, chosen because neither can walk backwards. It symbolises a nation that always strives to move ahead. The Southern Cross also features proudly on the crest of the Australian Army and on the crests of our national cricket team and other institutions. A reminder that wherever it appears, it represents us gathered under one banner as Australians. The golden wattle, our national floral emblem, hardy, vibrant and uniquely Australian. It bursts into bloom every September, just in time for Flag Day. And it was Andrew Fisher, my electorate's namesake, who in 1912 placed the wattle on the national coat of arms, declaring it emblematic of Australia. Wattle Day was officially proclaimed in 1992, though Australians had been celebrating it since 1910. The golden wattle is a perfect metaphor for our nation, resilient, radiant and capable of renewal after hardship. And here's a fun fact. Australia is home to 1,076 different species of native wattle. Wow. Our national colours, green and gold, worn by our athletes on the world stage. I wish I could say I was an athlete. Worn by school children in assemblies and by everyday Australians when they cheer on the baggy green or our wallabies. Our national anthem, Advance Australia Fair, may not always be sung in perfect tune, but its words carry our aspirations for courage, for fairness and for freedom. Another enduring symbol is the crown. It remains an important source of strength and legitimacy for our frontline services. The Australian Defence Force, the Australian Federal Police, the Australian Border Force and many others. It was wonderful to see the crowns recently updated across our Defence Force insignia to acknowledge His Majesty King Charles III. And our honours and awards system, from the Order of Australia to the medals that are worn on Anzac Day, remind us of service, sacrifice and achievement. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, not all of our symbols are official or formal. Many are cultural, everyday and uniquely Australian. A hot meat pie at the footy, an Akubra hat in the paddock, a pair of R.M. Williams boots that can last a lifetime, Blundstones that have been worn on farms, on work sites and on dance floors, a Sharon football being kicked in the backyard and at the MCG, a Lamington with coconut flakes that stick to your fingers and in your teeth, thongs that slap against the pavement in summer or bust and get repaired with a bread clip. Can't say I've ever done that. A pavlova that sparks arguments with our Kiwi cousins, or the Southern Cross windmill standing tall in the outback. And on the coast, on the best coast and the second best coast, nothing is more symbolic than the red and yellow life-saving flags, flown by our surf lifesavers on beaches and worn on their heads in Fisher and right across our great country. Those flags are not just markers of safety, they are markers of service, community and trust. And when you look at the motto of Surf Lifesaving Australia, it is vigilance and service. Together, the official and the unofficial symbols capture who we are as Australians. Serious when we need to be, relaxed when we can be, but always proud of the story that we share. One of the greatest privileges I have as a Member of Parliament is presenting our national symbols to others. Whether it's a flag to a school, a certificate to a community organisation or an award to a local volunteer, I do not just hand them over. I share the story behind them with pride. Often I will even challenge teachers and students on their knowledge of the flag's history, sparking conversations and sometimes a little bit of friendly banter. But it always reminds people that these symbols are not abstract. They are lived, they are loved, and they mean something. I want to acknowledge the outstanding work by the Speaker of this House, who through his National Flag Roadshow program has taken our national symbol out into communities across this country. It is a program that complements what so many of us do locally, bringing the flag and the stories behind it directly to the people, deserving real credit for those initiatives. I've seen children's faces light up as they receive their first flag for their school. I've watched surf clubs and veterans groups hold their flags with pride. I've seen volunteers move to tears when they receive an award carrying the symbols of our nation. That is the power of symbols in action. They unite us, they inspire us, and they remind us of the privilege of being Australian. Now, I know that sometimes symbols stir debate. Australians are not afraid of a good argument, especially if it comes with a sausage sizzle. There have been conversations about our flag, about our anthem, about what best represents our modern nation. But those debates are not signs of weakness. They are signs of strength. They show that we care deeply about our identity, that we are willing to wrestle with it in the open. That is the beauty of our democracy. Yet for all the arguments, one thing remains true. Our symbols, and especially our flag, belong to all of us. Not to one party, not to one region, not to one generation. They are shared. Whether you were born here, arrived here, or decided to stay after a gap year, the flag is yours. Today is more than a commemoration. It is about unity and hope. Unity in remembering that we are one people, bound by a common story, a story that began with First Nations peoples more than 65,000 years ago. It stretches through federations and continues in the rich multicultural society that we share today. What unites us as Australians will always be stronger than what divides us. Hope in believing that each time we raise the flag, we raise our expectations of ourselves, to live with fairness, to uphold freedom, to extend opportunity, to stand firm against adversity and to look to the future with confidence. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, today on National Flag Day, let's not mark 124 years of history alone. Let us celebrate the meaning of our symbols now. Let us fly the flag with pride. Let us teach our children not only what it is, but why it matters so much. Let's cherish the wattle, the coat of arms, the green and gold, our anthem and our awards and our Indigenous history. Let us celebrate the meat pies, the akubras, the boots, the footies, the lamingtons, the thongs, the pavlovas, the windmills, the life-saving flags, because together they tell the story of who we are. Flags may flutter in the wind, but the values they represent, freedom, mateship, resilience, fairness and a good sense of humour, stand firm. On behalf of the Coalition, I'm proud today to say that our symbols matter. They always will. They remind us not only of where we've been, but of the brighter future that we build together. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and to the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister for this opportunity today.
Thank the member for Fisher, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that further statements on national symbols be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
The question is that the debate be removed to the Federation Chamber. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the Attorney-General. Oh, sorry, call the Clerk.
Government Business, Notice Number 3, Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025.
I call the Attorney-General.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to access to information and for related purposes.
I call the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. An effective freedom of information system is critical in fostering public trust in government decision-making through transparency and access to information. It enables citizens to understand more about why and how government decisions are made, and with that knowledge, participate more effectively in Australia's civic and democratic processes. The Freedom of Information Framework also importantly provides for individuals to seek access to their personal information held by government. The Freedom of Information Act 1982 was established over 40 years ago, before the common use of electronic documents, digital communications and records in the workplace. The rate and volume of electronic records generated today by public sector agencies would have been unimaginable when the Freedom of Information Act was first introduced. For example, the Department of Home Affairs record holdings are approaching 1 billion records in its primary record-keeping system alone. $86.2 million was spent processing Freedom of Information requests in 2023-24, a 23% increase on the year prior. The administrative impost of processing large and complex requests or treating vexatious and frivolous requests with the same procedural rigour can divert resources and risks inhibiting agencies from providing important and essential government services and delivering on reform priorities that would benefit all Australians. The diversion of resources also means more genuine freedom of information requests and requests for access to personal information cannot be as readily prioritised. In 2023-24 alone, public servants spent more than 1 million hours processing Freedom of Information requests. This is in part due to technology enabling large volumes of vexatious, abusive and frivolous requests, tying up resources, costing taxpayers money and delaying genuine requests. There is no reason to believe that this problem will not grow worse over time, particularly given the advancing capabilities of artificial intelligence. The ability for Freedom of Information requests to be lodged anonymously also risks undermining the integrity of the framework, and in combination with new technology, creates risk vectors that could be exploited by offshore actors seeking government-held information for potentially nefarious purposes. There are also a range of complex procedural and technical rules in the Freedom of Information Act that are undermining the efficiency of the system without any corresponding benefit to freedom of information applicants, the Australian people or Australia's democracy. This bill aims to strengthen the Freedom of Information framework to address identified shortcomings in its operation, while ensuring government continues to provide access to information consistent with the original policy intent of the Act. The purpose of this bill is to ensure the system is fit for purpose in 2025 and beyond, by upholding and promoting the core democratic principles that underpin freedom of information laws, while at the same time addressing the issues that, in practice, undermine a more effective and balanced FOI framework. This bill amends the Freedom of Information Act 1982 to reflect the modern environment. It will improve the Freedom of Information framework through reducing system inefficiencies, providing clarity of the law, and addressing abusive processes that impact on people's right to access information. The bill implements a number of recommendations of the 2013 Review of the Freedom of Information Act 1982 and the Australian Information Commissioner Act 2010, also known as the 2013 Hawke Review, which concerned, among other things, how to make the system more effective. The bill also makes consequential amendments to the Australian Information Commissioner Act 2010 and the Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013 to support the changes to the Freedom of Information Act. Schedule 1 of the bill makes foundational and definitional changes to ensure the Freedom of Information Act promotes both accountable and effective government, and to clarify the scope of requests for documents of an agency, including through minor amendments to the objects provision and ensuring that information on agency systems that concerns purely personal and non-work related matters of staff are not captured in the definition of a document of an agency. Schedule 2 of the bill makes amendments to streamline processes relating to access requests and to address abuse of the Freedom of Information system by vexatious and anonymous applicants. Amendments in this schedule include provisions that modernise the requirements for Freedom of Information requests, applications for amendment or annotation of records, Information Commissioner review applications, and other requests lodged with the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. This will assist in the more efficient receipt of applications and early assessment of matters, whereby relevant information can be more effectively collected. Ensure that employee identifying information of officers or employees of an agency or minister is not required to be disclosed in notices or in documents released under the Freedom of Information Act, except in certain circumstances. Address and clarify an existing ambiguity in the Freedom of Information Act relating to the operation of valid reasons and the practical refusal provisions. Provide agencies with the ability to decline to handle vexatious or frivolous requests, requests that are harassing or intimidating, or requests that are an abusive process, a decision that will be reviewable by the Information Commissioner. Provide that a Freedom of Information request cannot be made anonymously or under a pseudonym, and that a person must declare when making a Freedom of Information request on behalf of a third party, and that third party must be identified. The Act currently enables an agency or minister to refuse a request if a practical refusal reason exists, such as where a request does not sufficiently identify the requested documents or would cause a substantial and unreasonable diversion of resources. Schedule 3 of the bill makes amendments relating to the practical refusal mechanisms. The provisions clarify the status of Information Commissioner reviews involving practical refusal decisions and implement a recommendation of the Hawke Review by introducing a discretionary 40-hour processing cap for Freedom of Information requests. This reflects that there needs to be an appropriate balance between an applicant's access rights and taxpayers' resources in providing such access. Schedule 4 of the bill makes amendments to streamline agency and Information Commissioner review and extension of time processes and clarify the outcome of a Freedom of Information request decision made out of time. The amendments will streamline the review of Freedom of Information decisions by preventing concurrent internal agency and Information Commissioner review, streamline extension of time arrangements, provide an ongoing obligation to continue assessing and making decisions on requests once the statutory timeframe has elapsed, change the timeframes for processing Freedom of Information requests or applications so that instead of calendar days, processing times are measured by working days. Schedule 5 of the bill makes amendments relating to Information Commissioner reviews and complaints, to create administrative efficiencies for the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. The amendments create a new power for the Information Commissioner to remit review applications with directions to decision makers for further consideration, provide for the resolution of Information Commissioner review applications by agreement without requiring a formal written Information Commissioner review decision, streamline the Information Commissioner review process by providing that only the applicant and respondent, not third parties, are automatically a party to an Information Commissioner review, support more efficient handling of freedom of information complaints by the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. The government has carefully considered options on how to deter frivolous and vexatious requests while maximising accessibility of the system for genuine applicants. All other Australian jurisdictions, apart from the Australian Capital Territory, have initial application fees for freedom of information requests. This measure will aid in deterring frivolous requests and ensure agency resources are not unduly diverted from processing genuine requests, particularly requests for personal information, which account for the vast majority of overall requests. Schedule 6 of the bill will enable a fee to be specified in the regulations for freedom of information requests, internal reviews and Information Commissioner reviews. The government recognises the primacy of Australians having access to their personal information held by government. For this reason, an application fee would not apply to requests by an applicant for access to their own personal information or an individual acting on behalf and with the authority of another individual for access to their personal information. FOI requests for personal information comprised 72% of overall FOI requests in 2023-24. On these figures, up to 3 in 4 freedom of information requests would be exempt from any application fee. There will be an ability to waive fees in certain circumstances, including in cases of financial hardship. On introducing the Freedom of Information Act in 1981 under the Fraser government, Senator Durack told the Parliament that the general right of access to information must of course be limited for the protection of essential public interests. Schedule 7 of the bill clarifies the operation of important exemptions in the Act, consistent with the original policy intent to promote efficient handling of requests, including by amending the Cabinet exemption to ensure it operates to appropriately protect information central to the Cabinet process and ensure the principle of collective ministerial responsibility is not undermined, and amending the public interest test as it relates to the deliberative processes exemption to provide greater clarity around public interest considerations. To address a concern raised in the 2023 Royal Commission into the Robo-Debt Scheme report, the amendments would also make it absolutely clear merely labelling something a Cabinet document is not enough to make it a Cabinet document. There has been a long-standing convention that new ministers should not make decisions on access to information relating to former ministers. Schedule 8 of the bill responds to a recent federal court decision by creating a practical, workable process for outgoing ministers to facilitate access to information, while ensuring that, consistent with convention, new incoming governments should not have access to policy and similar advice of the previous outgoing government. The amendments make provision for the treatment of freedom of information requests and review proceedings in circumstances where a minister ceases to hold office or moves to a new portfolio. This bill provides important updates to the Commonwealth's Freedom of Information framework with a focus on modernisation, reducing system inefficiencies and addressing abusive processes that impact on people's right to access information. It recognises the importance of a well-functioning system of information access balanced with an efficient and effective government. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Attorney-General. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 4, Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025.
I call the Attorney-General.
I present the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
I call the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Administrative Review Tribunal, the ART, commenced operation on the 14th of October 2024, replacing the former Administrative Appeals Tribunal as Australia's federal merits review body. The ART provides an independent mechanism of review of government decisions made under more than 400 Commonwealth Acts, a function that is critical to Australia's system of government and maintaining public confidence in our institutions. This government created the ART to replace its dysfunctional predecessor based on the fundamental belief in the importance of merits review. And in that spirit, this government is therefore committed to ensuring the ART has the tools it needs to deliver efficient and high-quality review of government decisions. One of the Tribunal's objectives under the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024, the ART Act, is to ensure that applications to the Tribunal are resolved as quickly and with as little formality and expense as a proper consideration of the matters before the Tribunal permits. This objective recognises that not every review is the same and that the Tribunal should provide a meaningful opportunity for review in a way that is appropriate to the circumstances of the matter. That is, merits review processes should be proportionate. The time and resources expended to determine a matter should reflect the complexity of the issues and the importance of what is at stake. To be clear, this does not mean that efficiency should come at the expense of quality decision-making. Rather, it requires that a balance be struck. Proportionate and efficient review procedures ensure that the Tribunal can make decisions efficiently and without delay. Efficient and timely decision-making is particularly important in the context of the Tribunal's reviews of migration decisions, such as reviews of decisions to refuse visas. Onshore applicants seeking review of a decision to refuse the grant of certain visas are entitled to stay in Australia on a bridging visa for the duration of the merits review process. In this context, efficient review procedures are important to reduce delays in decision-making, provide genuine applicants with the benefit of a timely and effective remedy, and strengthen the integrity of the migration system. Backlogs and extended wait times at the Tribunal stage create incentives for non-genuine applicants to apply for review in order to extend their stay in Australia. For genuine applicants, this creates an access to justice issue, as the large volume of applications that must be dealt with, including from non-genuine applicants, means that they can wait months or years for a decision. This point was emphasised in the rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system delivered by Ms Christine Nixon AO-APM in March 2023. Since early 2024, the Tribunal has experienced a significant surge in applications for review of decisions to refuse student visas. This has further highlighted the importance of ensuring the Tribunal is equipped with the tools it needs to provide quick and efficient merits review. The Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill enhances the Tribunal's powers and procedures to ensure the Tribunal can achieve this objective. In particular, the bill expands on the Tribunal's ability to make decisions based on written materials without holding an oral hearing. Currently, the Tribunal is required to conduct an oral hearing in all proceedings before it, unless narrow exceptions apply. Oral hearings are time and resource intensive. A one-size-fits-all approach that requires that oral hearings be conducted in all matters is unnecessarily rigid. The bill would give the Tribunal additional flexibility and ensure that review procedures are proportionate to the circumstances of the case. The bill would amend the Migration Act 1958 to require the Tribunal to make decisions without conducting an oral hearing in reviews of certain migration decisions. This will specifically include decisions to refuse to grant a student visa and could be expanded by regulation to include decisions in relation to other kinds of temporary visas. Critically, permanent and protection visas are excluded from this regime, in recognition that the matters in contention can be more complex and, in the case of protection matters, generally involves a more vulnerable cohort of applicant. Informed by the Nixon Review, which noted that the merits review process should be proportionate, the government believes it is appropriate that reviews of student visas be determined on the papers, having regard to the nature of the issues under review, the short-term nature of these visa times, and the low volume and complexity of relevant written materials. These amendments would establish an efficient and proportionate method of review, while ensuring that applicants are given a meaningful opportunity to present their case to the tribunal in writing. Applications which would be required to be reviewed on the papers would be subject to a new review procedure set out in the Migration Act. The review would be conducted entirely on the basis of written materials without the tribunal holding an oral hearing. There would be no limit to the information applicants would be able to present to the tribunal in support of their case, and nothing to constrain an applicant from making their full and forthright case in writing. Key features of the review procedure include a requirement for the tribunal to invite an applicant to give the tribunal written submissions and evidence on certain matters relating to the issue under review, a requirement for the tribunal to give certain information to an applicant and allow the applicant to comment on it, enabling an applicant to request the department to provide access to material given to the tribunal for the purposes of the review, retaining the tribunal's ability to request or obtain additional documents or materials by other means, and requiring the tribunal to make its decision after considering any submissions, evidence and comments given by the applicant and any other material given to the tribunal without holding an oral hearing. To be clear, the bill is not a reaction to the current migration caseload facing the tribunal. That caseload is a symptom of the inflexibility of the current framework, a policy issue that this bill seeks to cure. The bill would also empower the Governor-General to prescribe other temporary visa types that should be considered on the papers. As an important safeguard, the Parliament would of course retain its ability to disallow regulations if it judged it appropriate to do so. This bill would also amend the ART Act to give the Tribunal additional flexibility about how it makes decisions in relation to other kinds of cases. The bill expands the circumstances in which the Tribunal can choose to make a decision based on written materials and without holding an oral hearing. The Tribunal would be able to do so if it appears to the Tribunal that the issues can be adequately determined in the absence of the parties, and it would be reasonable in the circumstances to make a decision without holding a hearing. This recognises that procedural fairness does not require that an oral hearing is required in every case. What is required to conduct a fair review will hinge on the facts of each matter. In light of this, it is appropriate that members have discretion to adapt tribunal procedure to achieve fair and just review in a manner that is efficient and proportionate to the complexity of the matter before them across the tribunal's varied jurisdiction. This new discretion will ensure that simple matters with straightforward issues can be determined as efficiently as possible, enabling a proportionate allocation of tribunal resources. An important safeguard is that before deciding to dispense with an oral hearing, the tribunal must consult the parties about this and take the parties' submissions into account. The Administrative Review Tribunal has a crucial role in enabling members of the community to seek fair, quick and inexpensive review of government decisions. This bill will support the tailoring of the tribunal's procedures in a way that is proportionate to the matters and issues before the ART. This government is committed to merits review and maintaining public trust in the ART. This bill further strengthens the tribunal by empowering it with the tools necessary to make decisions in an efficient and timely manner while ensuring applicants have a meaningful opportunity to present their case to the tribunal. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Attorney-General. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye, opposed say no. The ayes have it. Okay. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5, Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025.
I call the Minister for Health, Aged Care and Disability.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish the Australian Centre for Disease Control and for related purposes.
I call the Minister for Health.
Thanks again, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill delivers on the government's promise to establish an Australian Centre for Disease Control as a statutory agency in my portfolio to commence on the 1st of January 2026. Establishing a transparent, trusted and independent CDC will strengthen Australia's public health capability, improve pandemic preparedness and safeguard the health and wellbeing of all Australians. The independent COVID-19 response inquiry supported the establishment of the Australian CDC to address capability gaps identified in the national response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As the COVID-19 inquiry report highlighted, Australia went into the COVID pandemic with no playbook for the pandemic, limited readiness of the national medical stockpile and badly stretched aged and healthcare systems. The inquiry report showed gaps in data and data sharing between the Commonwealth Government and states and territories, as well as fragmented and outdated planning and preparation for health emergencies. The COVID-19 Response Inquiry Panel, Robin Kruk, Professor Catherine Bennett and Dr Angela Jackson, warned that we must not let pandemic planning and our public health capability degrade through complacency. There will be another pandemic. The only question is when. And there continue to be infectious disease outbreaks. Establishing a permanent Australian CDC through this bill will deliver on our commitment to create an independent agency that will help protect Australia from diseases and public health threats. It will bring us into line with countries like Canada, the UK, Singapore and most European countries, which already have well-established national public health institutes. We've committed $251.7 million to establish and operate the Australian CDC, as well as ongoing funding of $73.3 million from 28-29. The Australian people deserve public health data, insights and advice that is high quality, nationally coordinated and responsive, not just in a crisis, but every day. The COVID-19 pandemic was a once-in-a-century event, but it will not be the last public health threat that we face. Climate change, antimicrobial resistance or AMR, zoonotic spillovers and changing geopolitical tensions impacting on Australia's health security all demand a permanent national public health authority right now. The bill enshrines the Australian CDC in law as an independent Commonwealth agency, separate from the Health Department and with transparent functions, obligations and powers. It will draw on the best technical and scientific expertise across the nation through its national convening role. This will include epidemiologists, data scientists, public health researchers and population health experts. It will play a national leadership role and become an authoritative source of expertise and evidence in public health, assisting state and territory governments to fulfil their critical roles in times of normality and crisis. The CDC's advice will help set the national direction on public health priorities, spanning from research through to workforce capability gaps. It will support agencies in the Australian government and the jurisdictions to plan and prepare for future health threats and emergencies. And over time, Mr Deputy Speaker, its role will expand to include advice on how to prevent other health threats, including non-communicable diseases. The Australian CDC will provide advice to federal, state and territory ministers on public health matters. It will also provide evidence-based public health information to Commonwealth entities, state and territory government bodies, international agencies and non-government organisations. The CDC will build awareness among Australians on public health threats and what we can do as individuals and the community members to minimise risk of sickness and death. It will be an authoritative source of public health advice and information for the Australian public and for health professionals across the country. There will be a phased approach to establishment of the Australian CDC. The standalone CDC will build on all of the achievements of the interim CDC, and this bill is the next step in that journey. The Australian CDC's initial priorities will focus on communicable diseases, pandemic preparedness and existing capabilities in environmental health and occupational respiratory diseases. To ensure a comprehensive approach to pandemic preparedness and response, progressive expansion into areas such as chronic conditions will be considered following an independent review of the CDC's funding and operations in 2028. The review will assess the Australian CDC's effectiveness in delivering on its initial priorities and help inform a staged widening of its remit over time. The Australian CDC's advice won't exist in a vacuum. A core responsibility of the CDC will be to consult widely with experts across public health, relevant clinical groups and academic experts. And this will mean the CDC's advice is grounded in the knowledge of the impacts on people and their livelihoods, linking this with expertise in diseases and the recommended measures to control them. The social, cultural and economic factors that support health equity will be well understood to ensure that no Australian is left behind. The CDC will not duplicate what the Australian Government and states and territories already do. Instead, it will enrich our national capacity through high-quality, independent advice using enhanced data and evidence so that we can respond faster and smarter to emerging risks. National collaboration will be a cornerstone for the Australian CDC. The CDC will work together with states and territories, respecting jurisdictional autonomy, fostering relationships based on mutual respect and trust, and tailoring engagement to meet specific needs and priorities and unique local circumstances. The Australian CDC has clear lines of accountability. The bill establishes a Director-General who will lead the Australian CDC and report directly to the Minister for Health. He or she will be an expert in public health and ultimately accountable to the Parliament through annual reporting requirements, scrutiny by parliamentary committees and budgetary oversight. The Director-General will be supported by an advisory council who will provide crucial advice on public health matters and on the strategic direction and priorities of the agency. The Advisory Council will ensure that CDC advice is informed by a wide range of perspectives, insights and expertise so that the Australian CDC operates in the public interest. The Advisory Council will be chaired by the Director-General. Advisory Council members will be appointed by the Minister for their expertise in public health, clinical practice, economics, human rights, data and statistics, emergency management and communications. To support progress towards closing the gap, at least one member of the Advisory Council must be an Aboriginal person or a Torres Strait Islander and must have expertise in the health needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The CDC will also have partnerships and relationships with many in the public health community. One of the most powerful messages of the COVID-19 pandemic was that Australians deserve transparency in public health decision-making. Transparency is key to building and maintaining the trust of the community. The Australian CDC will be required to publish the advice it provides to governments and decision-makers to ensure the visibility of its advice in the decision-making process. This is a strong step towards rebuilding trust with the Australian people on decisions made on public health policies and the evidence behind these decisions. Sometimes evidence is strong, sometimes evidence is ambiguous and only gets clearer with time, but the public deserve the honesty of having this acknowledged and the data explained. It's something the independent COVID-19 response inquiry recommended and something our government believes is critical. Our government recognises that public health recommendations and decisions have real impacts on the lives and the well-being of individual Australians. The publication requirement will help improve confidence, counter misinformation and disinformation, and give communities and businesses the information they need to act effectively during future crises. At the heart of the Australian CDC is a commitment to using and enhancing the value of data and information. In a crisis, decision makers need the best available evidence at jurisdictional and national level to make decisions quickly. The COVID-19 response inquiry laid bare some significant shortcomings in our pandemic response. Some key decisions were made without sufficient evidence about risks, benefits, or the wider social and economic impacts. This lack of data undermined the ability of our leaders to respond proportionally at times. Critically, it was not, and is still not, possible to bring together essential information such as vaccination status, health service utilisation, mortality and key population characteristics with data about who was infected by COVID-19. This bill will close this gap, so future decisions are driven by comprehensive, connected data to protect every Australian. The Australian CDC will deliver a modern approach to national public health data to enable more accurate and faster detection of risks, more consistent responses across borders, and a stronger foundation for national public health planning. But the CDC won't act alone. Australians expect all levels of government to work together when public health is on the line. That's why this bill streamlines data sharing and authorises linkage across the Commonwealth and with state and territory governments who choose to do so, to support public health activities. The bill includes strong safeguards to ensure that any data sharing serves the public interest without compromising privacy. Data functions have been developed using a privacy by design approach, which means that privacy and transparency have been considered at every stage of the legislative development process and the operational rollout of the CDC. The Australian CDC established by this bill is the culmination of more than 3 years of policy development and public consultation. It delivers a CDC to respond to global health threats and those already in our backyard. It's a CDC that strengthens Australia and helps us prepare for the future. In September 2023, the government asked the COVID-19 Response Inquiry Panel to look at Australia's responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. The independent panel of experts was asked to consider opportunities for systems to more effectively anticipate, adapt and respond to pandemics. In doing so, they analysed evidence from Australian and international research. They undertook extensive consultation with officials from all levels of government, community groups, industry and business, unions and experts across a range of fields. They sought public submissions and conducted hearings to learn from the diversity of Australians' experiences during that pandemic. The inquiry panel was clear in its findings. Australia must never again enter into a public health crisis without a national public health authority or robust data. The report laid bare the costs of fragmented governance, a lack of national leadership and weak surveillance systems. These shortcomings undermined both public trust and the effectiveness of our national response. And this bill will close those gaps permanently. The Australian CDC presented in this bill today reflects this extensive consultation process and builds an institution that will have real impact. The government understands the importance of growing the CDC in a sustainable way and monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness as its functions continue to grow. In addition to the independent review of the Australian CDC's funding and operations in 2028, the government is also committed to ensuring the legislation remains fit for purpose into the future. A legislative review every 5 years will provide an opportunity to ensure the Act is working as intended to support the CDC's operations, particularly in improving the availability and the use of data for public health benefit. This bill puts in place an enduring institution to ensure that Australia is better prepared, more united and more accountable in the face of future public health threats. This is a pivotal reform that is long overdue, a permanent capability built on evidence and grounded in the hard-won lessons of recent years. We know there will be another pandemic, and the Australian CDC will make sure we are better prepared. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
I thank and congratulate the Minister for Health, and I'm proud to be here at this time, so thank you. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 6. Australian Centre for Disease Control, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
I call the Minister for Health, Aged Care and Disability.
Thank you again, Deputy Speaker. I present the Australian Centre for Disease Control, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential amendments and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Australian Centre for Disease Control Act 2025 and to make other amendments of related legislation.
Call the Minister for Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Australian Centre for Disease Control, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025 supports the establishment of the new Australian Centre for Disease Control. It amends 3 existing acts in order to transfer certain public health responsibilities to the Australian CDC. These responsibilities will be discharged by the new CDC with the benefit of its independence, scientific and technical expertise and access to advanced data analysis to better detect public health risks. These are important reforms to position the Australian CDC as the key advisor on public health actions taken by our government to protect the health of Australians. There will be another pandemic. The only question is when, and there continue today to be infectious disease outbreaks. This bill will establish a role for the Director-General of the CDC under the Biosecurity Act 2015. The Director-General will have the ability to determine listed human diseases, a key decision which determines which human diseases are monitored at Australia's borders and where efforts are focused to prevent their spread domestically and abroad. This will ensure the Australian CDC protects Australians from the human diseases it determines as having the greatest threat to our nation. The Australian CDC will be required under the Biosecurity Act to provide advice on human health risks if needed to support the analysis of the biosecurity risk of imported goods for the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. The role of the Chief Medical Officer will change with the establishment of the Australian CDC and its status as a new national public health agency in my portfolio. This bill confers the role of the Director of Human Biosecurity under the Biosecurity Act 2015 to the Health Secretary instead of the Chief Medical Officer to reflect this. This bill also amends the National Health Security Act 2007. The Australian CDC will take on responsibility for coordinating surveillance data from states and territory for diseases on the National Notifiable Diseases list. It will be responsible for ensuring that, together with the Minister for Health, the list is contemporary and includes relevant diseases that present risks to public health. The National Focal Point, or NFP, will also be transferred from the Health Secretary to the Director-General of the CDC. This ensures that the Director-General is the central point of contact for significant public health events affecting Australia, in and beyond our borders, meeting Australia's requirements as a party to the international health regulations. Administrations of the Security Sensitive Biological Agents, or SSBA scheme, will also transfer to the CDC. A core capability and focus of the Australian CDC will be the enhanced use of public health data, including data on non-communicable diseases and issues at the interface between human health and environmental health. This bill transfers responsibility for the National Occupational Respiratory Diseases Registry to the CDC. This will ensure the Australian CDC directly manages the registry to help reduce and improve our understanding of preventable occupational respiratory diseases. The bill also repeals the old Australian National Preventative Health Agency Act 2010. The Australian National Preventative Health Agency, or ANFA, was established by a former Labor government to support the prevention of chronic disease. Following a decision by the following administration, ANFA ceased operations on the 30th of June 2014 and its functions transferred to the Department of Health. While not its initial focus, the Australian CDC is expected to take on expanded functions related to non-communicable diseases, including in areas like chronic disease over time. The Australian CDC will be enabled to do so through the Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025. The Australian CDC's expanded functions will be considered following an independent review of the CDC's operations and funding in 2028. Repeal of the ANFA Act 2010 is consistent with and reflected in the new remit of the Australian CDC as a contemporary public health authority. This repeal provision provides a clear path for the Australian CDC's future focus on non-communicable diseases. This bill also amends Schedule 3 of the Freedom of Information Act 1982. The Australian CDC will be bound by strong safeguards designed to protect certain information, including personal information from inappropriate disclosure. The amendment to the FOI Act reinforces this protection by making clear that certain information held by the Australian CDC will not be subject to release under Freedom of Information requests or under the Director-General's duty to publish public health advice. This strikes a careful balance between the public right to information and the need to safeguard sensitive information that should not be published. The Consequential and Transition Bill facilitates a smooth transition from existing acts to the new Australian CDC. It provides clarity to ensure old arrangements under those relevant acts it amends continue seamlessly under the new Australian CDC's administration and its Director-General. The Consequential and Transitional Bill makes necessary amendments to ensure the Australian CDC strengthens our national public health system by assuming some existing powers and by adding more expertise and advanced capabilities to exercise those powers. This will lay the foundation for a more resilient, accountable and responsive system, protecting the health and well-being of all Australians. And I commend this bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk. Okay, I call the member for Bendigo.
Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the committee's report 227, Nauru Australia Treaty, Radio Regulations WRC 23, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Deputy Speaker, leave is granted.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to make a short statement on the Joint Standing Committee Treaties report into Nauru Australia Treaty, the partial revision of the 2019 radio regulations as incorporated into the final acts of the World Radio Communications Conference 2023, and a minor treaty action, the renewal and modification of new arrangements to borrow. The Nauru Australia Treaty establishes a partnership between Australia and Nauru for the first time that focuses on the economic security and governance cooperation between our two nations. Nauru is one of our closest neighbours, and historically we have entered into several agreements to address bilateral domestic and transnational security challenges. We have also shared a strong people-to-people ties supported through a significant Nauru diaspora here in Australia and the Labour Mobility Scheme. This treaty was negotiated following a proposal from the Government of Nauru to reinforce bilateral partnership with Australia. The treaty will see Australia maintain its role as a key security and development partner to Nauru, In return, Australia commits to $140 million in support over 5 years to bolster Nauru's fiscal stability, policing and economic resilience. During the inquiry, the committee heard that there are a number of mechanisms in place to provide ongoing assurance for transparency and accountability in Nauru's fiscal and financial management systems. This will ensure that Australia's funds are being utilised effectively and efficiently in Nauru. The treaty underscores Australia's commitment to be a security and development partner of choice in the Pacific and sets a precedent for similar arrangements with other Pacific nations. Nauru has ratified the treaty, but Australia's ratification is pending. Until we complete our ratification, our relationship relies upon informal arrangements, limiting how effective we can work together. By finalising Australia's ratification, we provide both countries with a clear and structured framework which will strengthen cooperation and our relationship. The committee supports the Nauru-Australia Treaty and recommends binding treaty action be taken. Radio regulations are binding international treaty framework which manages the use of radio frequency spectrum essential to global communications infrastructure such as mobile phone networks, GPS and emergency distress systems. Created by the International Telecommunications Union, of which Australia has been a long-standing member, the regulations are often revised at the World Radio Communications Conference to reflect evolving technology and needs. Australia signed the final acts of 2023 conference and intends to ratify the changes of the regulations of the 2019 radio regulations to align with international standards. The radio regulations oblige Australia to assign and change frequencies to avoid interference with other member states' existing and future assignments. There is flexibility for Australia to make spectrum allocation and rules so long as they do not cause harmful interference. Australia has undertaken a 4-year consultation process led by the Department of Infrastructure with technical support from the Australian Communications and Media Advisory Authority, which involved hearing from a wide range of stakeholders, including government, industry and other specialists. This treaty imposes no obligations or costs on Australia. The committee recommends that the partial revise of the radio regulations and recommends binding treaty action be taken. The report also contains one minor treaty action, the renewal of the modification of new arrangements to borrow, a multilateral borrowing agreement between the International Monetary Fund and 40 members to support stability in the global economy. The committee has resolved that the minor treaty action to be endorsed without inquiry and recommends that binding treaty action be taken. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I recommend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Bendigo and I call the member for Flinders.
I seek leave to make a short statement in relation to the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I call the member for Flinders.
I rise to speak as the Deputy Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties regarding Report 227 Nauru-Australia Treaty and Radio Regulations WRC 23. Firstly, I'm very pleased to have been appointed Deputy Chair of this important committee which inquires into any treaty to which Australia has become a signatory. In this unstable global trade environment and challenging geopolitical context, our role as scrutineers on behalf of the Australian people has never been more important. And I thank the committee chair, the member for Bendigo, and the Secretariat for their able and quick work in assisting the committee, as well as the Department of Foreign Affairs officials, for their extensive appearance before the public hearing last week, and to all my fellow committee members for their consideration and collaboration on this report. This is the first inquiry of the Treaties Committee in the 48th Parliament, and our report makes 2 recommendations: to support both major treaty actions reviewed and to recommend that binding treaty actions be taken. However,
As members can read in the report, the committee members raised concerns in the context of the prospective Nauru-Australia Treaty, which go to this government's attentiveness to managing our relations with our South Pacific neighbours. Australia and Nauru entered this treaty in late 2024, establishing a comprehensive partnership encompassing economic support, banking services and security cooperation. This agreement elevated the long-standing close relationship between the two countries to a formal treaty level, with Australia committing significant financial assistance and Nauru offering strategic concessions in return. The treaty recognises Australia's strong interest in Nauru's future security and critical infrastructure arrangements with third parties under Article 5 of the agreement, a provision aimed at ensuring balance and ongoing stability in the South Pacific region. However, the effectiveness of the treaty is already being brought under question following Nauru's apparent decision to enter into a socio-economic development agreement with the hitherto unknown China Rural Revitalisation and Development Corporation, valued at $1 billion. The investment proposal, as the Department of Foreign Affairs chose to describe it in its testimony to our committee, was signed just weeks ago, on Monday the 11th of August 2025, and purports to span renewable energy, infrastructure, agriculture, transport, tourism, marine, fisheries and sea infrastructure, and cultural exchange programs. In hearings before our committee last week, we explored whether a preemptive triggering and potential breach of Article 5 of the treaty may have already occurred. The committee was reassured by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade that they have made inquiries as to the nature of the investment proposal. Nonetheless, it was made very clear to us that the department only became aware of the announcement of the so-called investment proposal when it was published on the Nauruan government's website. The level of involvement, if any, that the Foreign Minister, Trade Minister, Minister for Pacific Island Affairs or Assistant Minister for Pacific Island Affairs have had in relation to this matter remains entirely unclear. Unfortunately, unclear seems to be the key word for circumstances surrounding this important treaty action. We are no wiser as to the status of the investment proposal, nor indeed of the character described as the China Rural Revitalisation and Development Corporation. Nor do we know how this investment proposal will impact this treaty between Nauru and Australia, particularly Article 5. What are the relevant ministers doing in response? At this point, that is also equally unclear. And more concerningly is how has the government allowed a potential breach of this treaty to occur when the ink has not yet dried on it? It would appear the government has been caught unawares and they have not explained what significant actions, if any, they're taking to rectify it. Last week, the Minister for Home Affairs made a quick flight to Nauru to announce a $408 million immigration detention deal, seemingly without any coordination with this treaty's processes. This government's engagement with Nauru appears to lack crucial strategic clarity, and this uncertainty has opened the door to other Asia-Pacific players keen to test Australia's credibility as a reliable partner with Nauru. If Nauru was willing to enter a generous deal with the China Rural Revitalisation and Development Corporation so soon after signing their own agreement with Australia, and indeed while concurrently apparently negotiating a generous deal with the Minister for Home Affairs and his department, it does raise some questions. Has Australia's support fallen short of expectations? Was communication lacking? And what does this mean for other deals between Australia and our South Pacific neighbours? Does it mean that they are wise to hedge their bets? In closing, Australia has few friends as close as our neighbours in the South Pacific region in terms of both cultural and strategic interests than our friends in Nauru. And with this treaty, the government has promised Nauru that we've got your back, both economically and security-wise, in exchange for loyalty. Australia has been working to confirm its commitment to the region by signing numerous security and defence cooperation treaties, many with exclusivity clauses. The efficacy of that strategy is now being tested in Nauru.
I thank the member and I call Clark.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do welcome the opportunity to speak in relation to the Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025. And firstly, Deputy Speaker, I move the amendment as circulated in my name. Now, wherever possible, the Coalition will seek to find some common ground and a bipartisan position on veterans' issues, but sadly, not on this occasion. The opposition is moving amendments today in relation to the key reforms as outlined in the Minister's second reading speech because, quite frankly, Deputy Speaker, he has made no case for change to the operation of a tribunal which has operated effectively for the past 14 years and was actually created by the former Labor government. Quite simply, the legislation before the House is stripping rights from Australian Defence Force personnel, veterans and their families. Now, Deputy Speaker, from my direct experience as the former minister, this tribunal has acted diligently, professionally and with the utmost integrity. And I say at the outset, I have literally no idea why the Labor Party has blundered down this pathway without any consultation or any input from this side of the House or from the veterans community or from their families or from historians or any other interested parties. Even worse, Deputy Speaker, the Minister's second reading speech was deceptive and selective, even pretending the tribunal had called for these proposed changes. Now, the only organisation that would support this unwelcome intrusion into the independence of this statutory agency would be the Defence Department, because it has never accepted the principle that a tribunal should be allowed to review decisions of senior officers, particularly in relation to honours for gallantry. Now, Deputy Speaker, this legislation appears to me as an example of a government which has run out of puff in just 4 months. It is a solution looking for a problem. And as a former minister, I'm not aware of any stakeholders, again, apart from senior defence officers, who are critical of the current operations of the of the tribunal. In fact, quite the opposite, Deputy Speaker. In my experience, as I said earlier, the members of the tribunal have always acted with incredible diligence, professionalism and integrity. They have taken their job over the past 14 years very seriously. They have weighed up often very complex issues, carefully considered the consequences of their recommendations and then made recommendations which are both balanced and responsible. Deputy Speaker, it's not like this tribunal has been handing out medals without giving due consideration of these many complex issues that they have encountered over the years. Now, in his second reading speech, the Minister claims, and I quote, "It is necessary to ensure that the tribunal remains fit for purpose and to address a number of concerns that have been raised by the tribunal itself," and then proceeds to give absolutely no examples of any concerns raised by the tribunal itself, and in fact, quite the opposite. The tribunal actually gave evidence to the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Reference Committee inquiry into the Defence Honours and Awards system that it was strongly opposed to the key change proposed in this legislation before the chamber today. In relation to Defence's proposal to introduce a 20-year time limit for the tribunal reviews, the tribunal actually expressed its strong opposition to and significant concerns for that proposal. The tribunal went on to explain that it would render invalid 95% of applications decided by the tribunal between 2020 and 2023, and if implemented, and I quote from the tribunal's evidence, abolish and curtail current and significant rights of ADF members, veterans and families, and others to seek external and independent merits review of defence decisions refusing to recommend an ADF member or veteran for a defence honour or award. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is the crux of the Coalition's opposition to the bill before the House today. It actually seeks to curtail the rights of Australian Defence Force members, veterans and their families, simply because Defence doesn't like this tribunal. Defence gave evidence at the same Senate inquiry and recommended changes to the tribunal, and the minister has blindly followed that advice. Again, it is contrary to the evidence given at the inquiry, which stated the establishment of the tribunal to consider unsuccessful honours and awards nominations was a unique feature of the Australian system and provided an additional level of accountability. Evidence to the inquiry, the Senate inquiry, showed support for and confidence in the work of the tribunal, and again I quote, "Overwhelmingly, inquiry participants valued the independent nature of the tribunal, its impartiality and its considered approach when handling review applications." Deputy Speaker, despite the lack of evidence that the tribunal's current standing rules have been abused by the public, the Albanese government is acting to totally abolish the current rights of ADF members, veterans and their families through this bill. They are taking away the rights of Australians to register legitimate appeals against refusal of a defence honour. Now, what concerns me the most here, Deputy Speaker, is if the minister had a single ounce of decency, he would have undertaken a proper consultation process, and he would have realised in about a minute that he's been sold a pup by the Department of Defence. Defence has initiated this legislation. Defence wrote the legislation. Defence has finally found a minister compliant enough to bring it to the chamber, and here we are today debating a bill that should never have seen the light of day. Particularly, Deputy Speaker, particularly in the aftermath of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide, it is staggering that this government is taking action which actually disenfranchises serving men and women at this most sensitive of all times. They're actually disenfranchising serving men and women and our veterans community. This is worse, actually it is worse, Deputy Speaker, than a solution looking for a problem. This legislation will actually create problems. It will add to the existing distrust between some veterans and Defence, and it actually undermines the integrity of a statutory agency which, I repeat, the Labor Party established in 2011. Deputy Speaker, on that point, for those who are not familiar with this particular tribunal, it was formed by the Gillard Labor government in 2011 with the capacity to review decisions regarding honours and awards. It can also be directed by the Minister of the Day to undertake inquiries on his or her behalf. Now, as a statutory agency, it was intended to act independently of government, and that is the critical point, Deputy Speaker. It is meant to be independent of government and has the capacity to review decisions dating back to 1939, which obviously coincides with the start of World War II. Throughout this past 14 years, the Tribunal has undertaken 483 reviews, and on 283 occasions, it has upheld the decision made by Defence. But on 136 occasions, it has put forward recommendations to change the decision of Defence. Seems to me like the Tribunal is working, Deputy Speaker. Importantly, the Tribunal's recommendations are a matter for the Minister of the Day to then consider. Now, Deputy Speaker, I know you are someone who takes a great deal of interest in the recognition of our servicemen and women, and there have been several particularly high-profile cases which have warranted careful consideration by the Tribunal as reviewable decisions. Let's take the example of Teddy Sheehan, the first naval serviceman to receive a VC, and to quote from the citation regarding his actions in December 1942, "Ordinary seaman Sheehan's actions disrupted and distracted the enemy from strafing and killing his defenceless shipmates in the water. He sacrificed his life trying to save his shipmates, and despite his wounds, he continued firing the gun until the ship sank and took him to his death. His preeminent act of valour and most conspicuous gallantry saved Australian lives. His heroism became the standard to which the men and women of the Australian Defence Force aspire. Amazing. Amazing Australian. And then we have Private Richard Norden, whose gallant actions occurred in May 1968. And from his citation, I quote, "Private Norden killed one North Vietnamese Army soldier whilst moving forward and, having expended his ammunition, recovered that enemy's automatic weapon, which he used against further North Vietnamese Army soldiers. He then half-carried, half-dragged the severely wounded section commander back to the section. Private Norden, seriously wounded, again advanced to the forward scout. He pressed forward under enemy fire and reached the scout, killing the North Vietnamese Army soldier who had been using the scout as a shield. Having determined the scout was dead, Private Norden returned to the section to collect grenades and moved forward for a third time. He cleared the area to enable the body of the scout to be recovered. Private Norden showed a complete disregard for his own personal safety, and his courage and selfless acts resulted in the enemy position being secured and likely saved the lives of other members of the platoon." Again, another extraordinary Australian recognised for his actions. And then there's a celebrated outcome for Delta Company. After a long, when we're talking long, Deputy Speaker, we're talking decades, after a long battle for recognition by Company Commander Harry Smith, recognition that would not have been possible without the Tribunal's involvement. On August 18, 1966, members of D Company, who were outnumbered 20-1, fought against the odds to defeat the enemy at Long Tan. 18 Australians were killed and more were wounded. But for half a century, many of the men received no official recognition of their courage, despite sustained campaigning for that recognition. It wasn't until the Tribunal reviewed the action that these 13 Australian men were awarded for their bravery. The reason I raise those three cases as examples, Deputy Speaker, is under this legislation before the House today, they never would have received the bravery medals they were rightfully due, because this government wants to place an unrealistic and unfair time limit on the review of honours and awards. The cases would not have been able to be assessed by the Tribunal because they occurred outside the 20-year time limit that this government is seeking to impose on Australian Defence Force personnel, veterans and their families. In all of these cases, Deputy Speaker, Defence opposed any changes to the medallic recognition of the individuals involved. Now, under the changes, as I've just described, proposed by the Albanese government, none of these celebrated Australian service people would have achieved the justice they deserved. Again, their actions would fall outside the 20-year time limit imposed by this bill. Now, Deputy Speaker, there's a fair bit of hypocrisy in this place, and this bill is right up there with it. In opposition, Labor was very, very happy to play politics with the Sheehan case and publicly demanded a VC for his heroic actions after the Tribunal made its recommendations. Then opposition leader, now Prime Minister Albanese, led the charge. So it's quite hypocritical when you consider the impact of the changes that his cabinet has put before the House today. Again, under these changes, the Labor Party would never have delivered medallic recognition for Teddy Sheehan and his family because the Tribunal would have been prevented from reviewing the decision made by Defence in the first place. So we need to be very clear about this, Deputy Speaker. The changes proposed today have been drafted by Defence. They are being driven by Defence, and the interests of veterans and the Tribunal itself are secondary to this government, to this minister and this Prime Minister. Now, Deputy Speaker, if the House needs any proof that Defence never wants this Tribunal correcting its homework, the approach of the former Chief of Defence, Angus Campbell, in relation to the Sheehan VC case is compelling. Now, Campbell is publicly reported as writing to the Prime Minister advising against the VC despite the Tribunal recommending the recognition. Now, for the record, Deputy Speaker, the former Chief of Defence Force also advised me that he didn't support Sheehan receiving a VC, and I had an outstanding working relationship with the CDF and I respect him greatly. But we just had to agree to disagree on this point. In relation to the Tribunal, he briefed against Sheehan receiving the VC. I campaigned for it, and I supported the Tribunal's findings. Deputy Speaker, Defence just hates the fact that a tribunal exists to review its decision. It hates the fact that actions from previous conflicts can be reassessed, and it hates the fact that any person may apply for a review. But now it's found a minister willing to just roll over and do its bidding at the expense of transparency and accountability. Deputy Speaker, this deeply flawed legislation raises more questions than it answers. Without proper consultation, there are just so many unanswered questions in relation to this bill. Specifically, if I had the opportunity, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister or even the Minister that given the Defence Honours Awards and Appeals Tribunal told a Senate inquiry that introducing a 20-year time limit for tribunal review would, and I quote, abolish and curtail current and significant rights of ADF members, veterans and families and others to seek independent merits review of defence decisions, refusing to recommend an ADF member or veteran for a Defence Honour Award. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, why is the government ignoring the advice of an independent statutory agency and taking the rights of appeal away from veterans and their families? I'd also like to ask, can the Prime Minister confirm that ordinary seaman Teddy Sheehan would never have received a Victoria Cross under his government's legislation, which bans the tribunal from reviewing actions which occurred more than 20 years ago? Can the Prime Minister also confirm that Private Richard Norton would never have received a Victoria Cross under his government's legislation, which bans the tribunal from reviewing actions which occurred more than 20 years ago? And maybe the Prime Minister could also confirm that soldiers who fought in the Battle of Long Tan would never have received additional medallic recognition for their bravery under his government's legislation, which bans the tribunal from reviewing actions which occurred more than 20 years ago. And maybe the Minister or the Prime Minister could walk in here and answer this question. On whose advice did the government decide to ban the tribunal from reviewing actions which occurred more than 20 years ago? And why wasn't the position tested with a full consultation process involving the affected parties? And just, I guess, Deputy Speaker, in the interest of transparency, maybe prior to the election, why didn't the Prime Minister tell veterans and their families from World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam War and numerous other conflicts that he intended to remove their right to appeal defence decisions regarding honours and awards? Again, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister. On June 18, 2020, Prime Minister, you told the House, the point of having an independent Defence Honours and Appeals Tribunal is to ensure that the only considerations are the evidence and merit. Can the Prime Minister explain why this government is seeking to reduce the scope of this tribunal, this independent statutory body, and block veterans and their families from seeking a review of defence honours? And maybe finally to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, in relation to the plan to abolish the rights of veterans and families to seek an independent review of defence decisions, can the Minister confirm that he misled the chamber when he said, if the family themselves wish to have the matter reviewed, that should and will remain open to them? That's not true, Deputy Speaker. That's not true. If the Minister has misled the chamber, he needs to come here and correct the record. It's not true, Deputy Speaker. The families can't seek a review under this legislation. So, Minister, if you've misled the chamber, come back and correct the record. It could be an honest mistake. It could have been a drafting error in the speech. You could have misspoken. I don't know. But from my reading of legislation, it is abundantly clear that families have no right whatsoever to seek a review of an honour decision which has been denied by defence. Now, Deputy Speaker, I must confess, in many ways, I was pretty surprised, if not actually stunned, when the Minister rose to make his second reading speech on this issue last week. We had no warning. We had no idea he was heading down this pathway. There'd been no consultation with key agencies. So I say again, in summing up, this legislation is an example of a government which has run out of puff in just 4 months and is a solution looking for a problem. There's been no consultation with veterans groups, and the bill proposes to amend the Defence Act to such a degree that the tribunal's operations would be effectively muzzled. The most egregious amendment is to strip the tribunal of the capacity to review decisions dating back to World War II, which obviously includes Vietnam War, Korean War, Malayan emergency, and every other operation in that time period. Labor wants to limit the reviewable decision period to just 20 years and has provided no explanation whatsoever as to why that is a fair outcome. It also wants to strip ADF members, veterans and their families, and everyday Australians of their right to seek a review of a defence decision. Under these changes, make no mistake, Deputy Speaker, veterans advocates, historians, people with a specific interest in medallic recognition would have no right to seek a review of defence decisions. I fear the Minister has been somewhat hoodwinked by the Defence Department. The Minister has swallowed the story that defence is infallible and there's no need for the tribunal to have that capacity to review decisions dating back further than 20 years because it's all a bit too hard. Well, Deputy Speaker, I say it's too important. It's too important to have the capacity to consider past actions beyond 20 years, to simply roll over for defence because they don't like the tribunal, have never liked the tribunal, and sometimes hard to do the research and get the paperwork together. Now, Deputy Speaker, I'm going to give one final practical example, which was the review undertaken by the tribunal into Warrant Officer Kevin Wheatley's actions in the Vietnam War in 1965. 60 years ago. Wouldn't be allowable to have that review under this legislation, but let's look at this case. In the Wheatley case, it was claimed there had been a lack of recognition for two separate actions by Wheatley in May and August of 1965. Now, keep in mind, Wheatley had been awarded a VC for actions later in the same year, actions which occurred in November. Now, Defence tried to claim the VC was for cumulative actions in what was described as a uniquely imaginative approach to the issue. But after exhaustive analysis, the tribunal found that Wheatley should also be posthumously awarded a medal for gallantry for his two other actions in the same year. Now, Deputy Speaker, this was just a simple case of maladministration. There was no new evidence required, no additional witnesses were required, and under this legislation, this case would never have been reviewed by the tribunal. The tribunal found that the VC for Wheatley was a completely separate action and the other events in May and August of 65 warranted further recognition. Justice was done decades after the action occurred. Now, Deputy Speaker, I'm not surprised that the speaking this bill is a little bit light on from the other side. I'd be embarrassed to come in here as well if I was a member of the Labor Party to try and justify this ridiculous legislation. Because on this side of the House, Deputy Speaker, we understand the importance of the Australian Defence Force. We understand the need to ensure we can recruit some of the best and brightest young Australians to serve in our Navy, in our Army, in our Air Force. We want them to train well, to serve well, to transition well, and also, where appropriate, to be suitably acknowledged for their service to our nation. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports the rights of men and women who serve in uniform and the generations of personnel who have gone before them. Medallic recognition of service, and in particular, acts of gallantry, acts of bravery, it's an integral part of the Australian Defence Force. Military officers are not infallible, and errors of judgment can be made in relation to recommendations for medallic recognition. The very establishment of the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal in 2011 provided a statutory agency for an independent review of past actions and decisions. It has to remain independent, Deputy Speaker. The Labor Party is seeking to interfere with independence of the current system and limit the rights of our veterans, limit the rights of our Australian Defence Force personnel, limit the rights of their families and other interested parties to question, to have the temerity to question the merit of a past decision. This legislation should never have made it into the chamber, Deputy Speaker. It's just I'm assuming the leader of government business, ran out of legislation last week and contacted his colleagues and said, has anyone got anything we can put in the House? This should never have made it in the chamber, Deputy Speaker. It's an example of a government which has run out of puff in just 4 months, and it is a solution looking for a problem. No wonder there's only 8 sitting weeks scheduled since the election to the end of the year. I mean, we've got a part-time parliament which is debating a bill like this, which no one in the veterans community has even asked for. Deputy Speaker, on that final point about consultation, on the lack of consultation, not even the RSL was asked for a review before the Minister made his second reading speech last week. The largest ex-service organisation in the nation was completely blindsided when this bill was introduced last week. The hypocrisy of both the current Prime Minister and the Defence Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, who strongly expressed views during the debate over Teddy Sheehan that a posthumous VC should be awarded, has to be called out, because under these changes there would be no pathway to review past actions beyond 20 years, even if that compelling new evidence was produced. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs has not presented any evidence that the Tribunal has been overcome, deluged with referrals following the awarding of medals after an inquiry. It just simply hasn't happened. That is despite the critics within the defence establishment often claiming it would open the floodgates whenever a successful review of a gallantry medal is awarded. They constantly claim there's going to be a floodgate of applicants for medals. It hasn't happened. Defence has always been hostile to this tribunal and the retrospective nature of examining past actions, and openly opposed Sheehan receiving a VC which was cheered across the nation, cheered on that side of the House, cheered on this side of the House, cheered across the nation, and would have been impossible under the legislation before the House today because it would not have been a reviewable decision. Now, while Defence claims its opposition stems from the view that military acts are best assessed by the time, or at the time, by the relevant officers, there's also likely, in this whole debate, to be an element of some senior officers simply resenting the prospect of having their judgment reviewed by a tribunal at a later date. They don't want an independent tribunal checking their homework. So, Deputy Speaker, at its heart, these changes are an effort by the government to remove independence from a statutory body, which was, as I said, established in 2011 to consider all defence honours and awards matters. The government claims it is seeking to remedy issues, but there gives no detailed explanation in relation to the extent of the alleged issues and which organisation has actually raised any concerns with the government. The Minister has not made a coherent case for change, and he possibly misled Parliament when he claimed that families could still seek a review. I'd like him to come to the Parliament, come to the chamber if that's the case, and correct the record. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports openness and transparency and believes these proposed changes should be tested in a Senate inquiry, not just inside the vested interests of the Defence Department. Veterans and historians should have the opportunity to make submissions and flesh out all of the relevant issues regarding the reviewable time limit of 20 years, a limitation which would prevent significant actions in the future being assessed by the Tribunal. If the Minister won't withdraw this legislation, he should at least have the decency to consult with impacted stakeholders and understand the consequences of this flawed approach. I commend the amendments and I thank the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian Honours and Awards system recognises the outstanding service and contributions of Australians who have served in the Australian Defence Force. Recipients of awards are granted insignia as a visual expression of the honour conferred on them, and there are guidelines for the order in which awards are worn, noting that many defence personnel have been the recipient of multiple awards. Defence honours and awards recognise the exceptional service, sacrifice and achievements of members of the Australian Defence Force and of veterans,
and reflect the bravery, merit and dedication so many current and former service personnel have demonstrated. Gallantry, distinguished service, campaign participation and long service are all celebrated and acknowledged pursuant to Australia's Honours and Awards system. The Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal is an independent statutory body established under the Defence Act 1903 to consider matters relating to defence honours and awards. Following a decision of the Department of Defence regarding a person's eligibility for a defence honour, defence award or foreign award, a person is able to apply to the tribunal for an independent review of that decision. General award and honour eligibility issues can also be referred to the tribunal by the government for inquiry and recommendation. So in short, the tribunal has two important functions. Firstly, the review function, whereby individuals are able to apply to the tribunal for review of a decision regarding eligibility for an honour, defence award or foreign award. And secondly, the inquiry function, whereby the government can refer issues to the tribunal for inquiry and recommendation. With respect to the first function, the review function, the past 14 years has seen the tribunal review over 350 individual decisions relating to defence honours, defence awards and foreign awards. And with respect to the second function, the inquiry function, the tribunal has assisted the government to explore 30 unresolved complex issues through this process. There is no suggestion that in exercising these functions, the tribunal has acted with anything other than integrity, honesty and fairness. The review function involves the tribunal considering what is called a reviewable decision, as defined in the Defence Act. Decisions are reviewable if certain relevant conditions are satisfied, being that the decision is or was a refusal to recommend a person or a group of persons for different award categories in relation to eligible service. Eligible service is service in the Defence Force or service under the control or at the direction of the Defence Force or a member of the Defence Force, and the different award categories are Defence Honour, Defence Award or Foreign Award. The Tribunal has now been operating for well over a decade. That means it is important to review its operations to ensure that it does remain fit for purpose and to ensure that any issues or concerns about its operations are considered and addressed. This Defence Amendment, Defence and Honours Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025 would operate to amend the arrangements that affect the first function of the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal, being the review function, to address these concerns and to make the tribunal more fit for purpose. It is important to note that the Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025 makes no changes to the process that is used for the inquiry function. This process is detailed and considered, remains unchanged, and is underpinned by a broad approach to consultation. With respect to this function, if the government refers general eligibility issues relating to defence honours and awards to the tribunal for inquiry, terms of reference are established. They are published on the tribunal's website. Then the inquiry commences with a national call for submissions to address the terms of reference that have been established, which submissions might contain facts, opinions, arguments or recommendations. Public hearings are then convened, and some submitters, be they individuals or representatives from a group or an organisation, may be invited to give oral evidence to the tribunal to assist it in its deliberations. There are no time limits for inquiries. the time that is required is dependent on a range of specific factors relevant to the inquiry, including the breadth of the terms of reference, the number of submissions received in response to those terms, the number of people called upon to give oral evidence to the tribunal to assist it with its independent deliberations. So typically, a minimum of 12 months is required for an inquiry to be finalised. With respect to the review function, the scope of the current legislation is broad. It enables reviews of decisions for actions since 1939, 85 years ago, and does not limit who can apply for a review. Understandably, given the passage of time since 1939, both the Department of Defence and the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal have identified issues with sourcing appropriate evidence that is relevant to a decision to confer an award, when witnesses and many of the commanders and other participants of the day are no longer available to establish a definitive record of what took place. On the 3rd of July 2024, the Senate referred an inquiry into the Defence Honours and Awards system to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Reference Committee, which tabled its report in June 2025. It produced 6 recommendations in relation to a range of issues, including a review of Part 8C of the Defence Act of 1903 to improve the Tribunal's review functions, but in complement with its continued operational independence. To assist the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal in their review function, this bill amends the jurisdiction of the Tribunal as set out in the Defence Act in a number of productive ways. Firstly, the bill updates the time period for which the Tribunal can review awards and honours recognition by limiting who is able to seek a review of defence decisions regarding the conferral of awards and honours to those with a clear interest in such recognition. This update is achieved by focusing the functions of such a review on eligibility. The amendments also modernise the operations of the Tribunal, including in relation to the time allowed to seek a review of a defence decision, so that the operations are better aligned with other contemporary review bodies. At present, no time limits apply on when a review by the Tribunal can be sought after a refusal decision has been made by defence. This creates the uncertain situation where a review by the Tribunal could be sought now for a decision to refuse a defence honour or award that was made sometime last century. This bill creates a reasonable and practical 6-month time limit to seek such a review. The 6-month time frame is significantly longer than the usual period for seeking a review of a government decision by a tribunal, but that is appropriate in this case, as the time frame reflects the fact that there could be a range of reasons why a person might need more time to prepare for and seek such a review. The Tribunal will also be able to accept applications for a review beyond this time frame in exceptional circumstances, for example, if an applicant has a serious health condition. So that progress, certainty and closure are achieved, and to assure a more efficient and effective use of tribunal resources, the bill removes the ability for a tribunal to refer a decision regarding a defence award or foreign award back to the Department of Defence, although the tribunal retains the power to either affirm the original decision or set it aside and replace it with a new decision. The bill also clarifies that a decision regarding a previously cancelled defence honour, defence award or foreign award is not reviewable by the tribunal. A cancellation decision is already not reviewable under the Defence Act. However, under the current framework, a subsequent application relating to a previous cancellation decision is considered a reviewable decision. The intent of this amendment is to correct this situation by ensuring that a decision regarding a previously cancelled defence honour, award or foreign award is not a reviewable decision. A cancellation decision in the first instance is given high levels of scrutiny, often relates to serious misconduct and is made by the Crown or the Crown representative. Accordingly, it is not appropriate for such decisions to be reviewable. To formalise transparency, which underpins several of the 6 recommendations made by virtue of the referral by the Senate to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Reference Committee, this bill will also require the Tribunal to prepare an annual report for tabling in Parliament. The Tribunal already voluntarily prepares an annual report, so this measure formalises the current practice. A further significant amendment prescribed by this bill, and that is designed to focus the Tribunal's efforts on reviewing and validating contemporary evidence where living witnesses can contribute to the review process, is the provision that a refusal decision relating to a length of service award will be reviewable up until the member has or would have turned 100 years old. The effect of this is that refusal decisions relating to some conflicts, including World War II, the Korean War and the Vietnam War, and other more historic conflicts, will no longer be reviewable by the Tribunal. Recommendations made to government about a defence honour will be refocused on eligibility for the honour, rather than the current system of making broader recommendations regarding honours and awards, which is properly the scope of the Tribunal if conducting an inquiry, which process is unchanged by this bill. This bill will uphold the respect and integrity of the Defence Honours and Awards system by removing the risks associated with making decisions in circumstances where it is impossible, or at least incredibly difficult, to refer to proper documentation or speak with decision makers of the day. Evidence supporting eligibility is critical in promoting the integrity of the honours and awards system. Not only is contemporaneous evidence important in establishing a proper factual basis for making a decision, reliance on and recourse to contemporaneous evidence builds trust, helps avoid bias, avoids guesswork, and avoids conjecture. Verifiable and validated evidence backs up the theory, backs up and supports the case being examined. The Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal is unique to Australia. No other Commonwealth country has an independent review tribunal for their defence honours and awards decisions. Australia will continue to lead the way in ensuring this recognition is conducted in a transparent and fair manner which ensures public confidence in the system. Designed to promote the efficient and effective use of tribunal resources with a focus on reviewing decisions about contemporary actions, the amendments proposed by this bill are reasonable and appropriate.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Herbert.
The point of having an independent Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal is to ensure that the only considerations are the evidence and merit. The Tribunal unanimously supported Tasmanian hero Teddy Sheehan getting a VC. But the Prime Minister tells us we need a review on the merits. Teddy Sheehan is worthy of a Victoria Cross. There's a speech to Parliament on the 18th of June 2020 by now Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. So the Prime Minister supports, when in opposition, the Appeals Tribunal, supports Teddy Sheehan getting a VC, But under this proposal, it wouldn't have occurred. Now, I also think it's quite noticeable that none of the veterans from the Labor Party who sit in Parliament are in the chamber today or speaking on this, because they know that this is wrong. There's been no consultation, no reach out to veterans. The ESORT said they don't recall or have any recollection of a conversation by the minister. No one with medals of gallantry that I've spoken to have heard from the minister. This is not supported. This is a bad bill, and the Coalition will oppose it. Now, I listened with great interest on both the Member for Sturt and the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs' contributions. And I think one of the things that I want to highlight is senior officers in the ADF don't always get it right. Well, quite often they get it wrong. And former Chief of Defence Force Angus Campbell rejected and campaigned against Teddy Sheehan getting a Victoria Cross. He was wrong. He was out of step. He was incorrect. And the Tribunal also, the Awards Appeals Tribunal also agreed that he was wrong. And I've served in East Timor and in Afghanistan. I've never seen a senior officer on a two-way range. I've never seen them running and gunning before, but yet we look to them as the people of truth and the ones that are the only arbiter of what will be happening with the awards if this bill was to go through. Senior officers do not like to be told they're wrong. They get all upset, but more often than not, they have been wrong in the past when it comes to recommendations of honours that have been reviewed and deemed fit for award by the Appeals Tribunal. Now, the 20-year mark where an honour can now no longer be recommended. Now, we've heard a bit about World Wars and Vietnam, but in 4 years' time, Iraq, modern-day conflict, modern-day war, will also be outside of the time frame of when a review into someone's service, a recommendation for an honour will be outside that time frame. Now, whilst there will be some time if this bill was to get up for Afghanistan to reach that 20-year time frame, when I was, I think it was 19th of October 2009, I was blown up by an improvised explosive device. A bomb threw me back. I was laying on my back, dust and flames in the air. Most people know if there's one IED, there'll probably be a second one. And without thinking of their own safety, without thinking of what could happen to them, Tom Howe, the medic on my patrol, jumped through the blast site, jumped through the dust plume and flames to come and treat me, to look after me. There was no senior officers on patrol. There was a bunch of soldiers, a bunch of enlisted soldiers, out there fighting side by side the Afghan National Army. No regard to his safety, no regard to injuries that could be inflicted upon him. Now, I think Tom Howe should have been recommended and awarded an honour. I really do. And I'd hate that if, when these things get reviewed, when it's past the 20-year time frame, that he couldn't be considered. Like Teddy Sheehan, like others that have done fantastic, heroic brave things in service of this nation. I do think that military officers are not the beacon of truth for everything. And this Labor government is seeking to interfere with the independence of the current system. A solution looking for a problem. That's what this bill is. You've not been asked to do it. You've not been requested by veterans or their families. You haven't been lobbied apart from the Department of Defence, who just thinks this is too much work. You've not consulted the veteran community, but yet you want to find a problem through creating some sort of solution. And there is no evidence at all that the veteran community will accept, would like these proposed changes. And who knows better than the people that we're talking about, the veterans. Defence has always been hostile to the Tribunal and the retrospective nature of examining past actions, and openly opposed Teddy Sheehan receiving the Victoria Cross. So why on earth would we be taking their advice, apart from or not listening to the veterans, their families, on this bill? While Defence claims its opposition stems from the view that military acts are best assessed at the time by relevant officers, this is ridiculous, this bill, there's also likely to be an element of senior officers resenting the prospect of having their judgment reviewed by the Tribunal at a later date. Everything's always about the officer class when it comes to defence, and that has been evident from the former CDF all the way through to now. These changes are an effort by the government to remove independence from a statutory body which was established in 2011 to consider all defence honours and award matters, and it was set up by a Labor government. The Coalition supports openness and transparency and believes these proposed changes should be tested with the wider audience, not just inside the Department of Defence. This has not gone out to the veteran community. No one I've spoken to has heard or had this bill spoken to them or briefed upon them by any member of the government, let alone the minister in charge. If you look at the actions from D Company in the Vietnam War, they would not have been reviewable under this bill. On the 18th of August 1966, members of Delta Company were outnumbered 20-1, fought against the odds to defeat the Viet Cong. 245 Viet Cong were killed in the rubber plantation, and 18 Australians were killed and more wounded. But for half a century, many of the men received no official recognition of their courage, despite sustained campaigning for recognition. Company Commander Harry Smith long fought for recognition for Long Tan's frontline soldiers. He said a 30-year secrecy period and bureaucratic red tape stood in the way of the awards. It wasn't until the Tribunal reviewed the cases on behalf of Mr. Smith that these 13 Australian men were awarded for their bravery. Under this legislation, they never would have received the medals they were rightly due. I can't understand why this government is trying to find a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And it screams that there has been no thought process to those that have served on operations and what this would mean to them. I spoke to a friend of mine who's got a Medal of Gallantry. There's not that many that have a Medal of Gallantry, and I'm sure the minister or any member of the government could have picked up the phone and called. And I told him about this. He laughed down the phone and said, "Nice joke." I said, "I'm not joking. It's a serious bill before the Parliament." And he couldn't understand why why this would be occurring, why Department of Defence would be able to lead the charge in making such changes without going to the community that it represents, without going out to the people that have been awarded these medals, without going to the families, without speaking to those that live this every day. RSL doesn't know about it. No ex-service organisations know about it. ESORT has no idea about it. I don't think this is a good bill, and that is evident by only having one Labor Speaker and having none of their veterans in the Parliament today. And I do think that it's the hypocrisy from this Prime Minister to be in here when in opposition, standing at this dispatch box, saying that why there is a need for this, why we need to have the tribunal, and why Teddy Sheehan should be awarded the VC, to now turn around and implement a bill that would have seen him not be awarded the Victoria Cross for his bravery. It just shows that when in opposition, the Prime Minister will say anything. When in government, he will change his mind. Speaking out of both sides of his mouth, and we've seen that through his time as Prime Minister as well. I honestly believe this has been a complete misstep, and a rushed bill with no consultation demonstrates that. The Minister should be in here listening and answering questions that I'm sure that he'll be reading with great joy, with the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs asking away, that we haven't had any briefing on this. I haven't had any briefing on this. I do think that this should be widely consulted, not rushed through. And I just would like to finish up by saying, as a veteran, as someone that has been on operations, who's been wounded in combat, seen bravery, seen people who have done the most remarkable things that a human can do, and know that those who've come before us through the world wars into Vietnam, Somalia, who would still be lobbying today for honours and awards, to be reading this bill going, well, this is all just going to be put in the bin. Lobby groups who have been able to get Delta Company, or lobbying to be able to get Delta Company the recognition they deserve, wouldn't have happened with this bill. You're putting the bravery that is still before the tribunal, or still to be raised, you're putting a lid on it, and I think it's not appropriate. And in 4 years' time, Iraq, that will have a lid on it as well, and no one will be able to put forward any brave actions that have occurred. And when I think about what will happen when people start wanting to talk about the bravery they saw in Afghanistan, because it takes time. People think that once you've been in and you've seen heroic things, or you've been wounded, or you've been in a gunfight or anything like that, you close your eyes, click your heels together, and everyone just rocks up with medals. We go through a process. It took me several years to even talk about defence again. It took me several years to pull myself out of a dark hole, and we're saying now that we've got a time frame to rush people, to quickly get everyone around a table and go, these are the brave actions that happened, please award these people. It takes time, and I don't want to see people be left behind from a bad bill that hasn't been widely consulted, and I will be opposing this.
Thank the member for Herbert. The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, and firstly I would like to acknowledge the member for Herbert's service to this country, and the member for Canning, the member for Solomon. I'm probably forgetting others, but if you served in uniform for this country, then on Australia's National Flag Day, I salute you. The country thanks you for your service. More than 103,000 Australians. If you picture the size of the crowd in the MCG on an AFL Grand Final day. That and a little bit more is the number of Australians who've pulled on the uniform and who were killed in the ultimate sacrifice for the generations that followed. 103,000 Australians. That is a sacrifice that Australians can never repay. And it's a sacrifice that I often talk about to school children. And I note the school kids that have just sat down in the gallery upstairs just now. And we talk about how this place, this Parliament, was designed in such a way that if you opened up all the doors between the Cabinet room and each door that proceeds to the front door of Parliament House, and you look down the colonnade and you see the Australian War Memorial, it's decisions that are made in this House that send our men and women into conflict. And as we just heard from the member for Herbert, who served his country in Afghanistan, was wounded very severely. The pains and the scars of that conflict still remain with him and many of his colleagues. And we in this place, and we Australians who have never served, should always remember and thank them for their service. And so when it comes to bills like these, that I shake my head in disbelief. I shake my head in disbelief that this government would bring such a bill as this that will strip effectively the rights of our servicemen and women to be able to effectively review decisions of defence around honours and awards. It doesn't strip them entirely, I accept that, but what it does is it neuters the ability of the tribunal in timeframes that applications for reviews have to be made, those who can bring them. It is absolutely a solution in search of a problem. I had a retired colonel contact me on Sunday about this bill. Graham Mickelberg, who is a constituent of mine, who often rings me about Veterans Affairs matters, a very long and distinguished service career in the Australian Army, and he was very exercised by this bill. He, along with a number of other veterans that I have spoken to, cannot understand the rationale of this government in bringing forward this bill. The Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal was established in 2011, and it was supposed to be, and has been, an independent body. But some genius or geniuses in the Department of Defence have decided that they no longer like, they probably never liked, their decisions being reviewed by the tribunal, and so effectively want to gut the jurisdiction, the ability, the powers of this tribunal to be able to make decisions. Now, I get that many Australians might be thinking, oh, you know, this doesn't impact on me, why should I bother about this? Just remember those 103,000 Australians. Those 103,000 Australians that might have been your granddad or your uncle or your mum or your sister who've served in uniform. They either paid the ultimate sacrifice, or the hundreds of thousands of men and women who have served in the ADF that have been willing to make that ultimate sacrifice for us, for you. And as the member for Herbert pointed out, it is unbelievably telling that there is a dearth of members from the government who are willing to speak to this bill. Now, quite frankly, I am surprised. I am surprised at this government's willingness to continue to proceed with this bill, given that they know, they must have known the guttural response that this bill would have received by our veterans community. They must have known that veterans often get adverse decisions about these honours and awards from Defence, and they must have known that the ability to be able to seek an independent review, a review independent of government, from an independent tribunal, would be held sacrosanct by these veterans and their families. So why the government would be introducing this bill today leaves me flabbergasted. Military officers are not infallible. None of us are infallible. Errors of judgment are made, particularly on the battlefield, and errors of judgment are absolutely made by departmental officers. The Labor Party is seeking to interfere with the independence of the current system and limit the rights of veterans and other interested parties to question the merit of past decisions. It absolutely shows a complete lack of respect for our veterans and their rights for recognition. The Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal, as I said, is independent. It's been established since 2011 under the Defence Act. It's designed to consider defence honours and award matters. The tribunal has both a review and an inquiry function. In its review function, the tribunal can conduct a merits review of a decision of defence that is a refusal to recommend a person for a defence honour, such as a gallantry or distinguished service decoration, a defence award, such as a medal granted for service in a campaign or to recognise long service, or a foreign award. Through this review function, the tribunal allows Australian Defence Force members, veterans and their families to obtain timely, independent and thorough reviews of those decisions. In its inquiry function, at the direction of the Minister, the Tribunal can inquire into matters relating to defence honours and awards and provide a report and recommendations to Government. The legislation currently under debate shuts the door on any further review of actions in the Vietnam War. By 2029, it will shut the door on ADF members that served in Iraq. As an idea of the impact this bill would have on review possibilities, as the member for Herbert pointed out, D Company actions during the Vietnam War at Long Tan would not have been reviewable. On August 18, 1966, members of D Company were outnumbered 20-1, fought against the odds to defeat the Viet Cong. About 245 Viet Cong were killed in the rubber plantation and 18 Australians were killed and more were wounded. But for half a century, many of the men received no official recognition of their courage, despite sustained campaigning for recognition. Company Commander Harry Smith long fought for recognition for Long Tan's frontline soldiers. He said a 30-year secrecy period and bureaucratic red tape stood in the way of the awards. It wasn't until the Tribunal reviewed the cases on behalf of Harry Smith that these 13 Australian men were awarded for their bravery. Under this legislation, they would never have received their medals that they were rightly due. Under this legislation, Teddy Sheehan, that young sailor, would never have received his Victoria Cross. Now, I seem to recall the Prime Minister, when he was the leader of the opposition, standing up here and thumping the dispatch box about, particularly around Teddy Sheehan, and how he had been consistently knocked back for a Victoria Cross. And yet the legislation that his government wants to introduce would disempower the very awarding of a Victoria Cross to people like Teddy Sheehan. Defence and the ADF, senior members of the ADF, have consistently pushed back against retrospective awarding of these sorts of gallantry awards like the Victoria Cross. Consistently. I remember being part of a voice or voices which, when we were in government, led to the appointment of Brendan Nelson, the former director of the War Memorial, into conducting an inquiry in relation to another inquiry in relation to Teddy Sheehan. In short, this is just another step by the Albanese government to stifle dissenting opinions, to stop review and to stop transparency of their decisions. We saw this in relation to the introduction of the new FOI laws just yesterday. Families of veterans will not have a right to seek a review for an honour under this legislation. Let me say that again. Families of veterans will not have a right to seek a review for an honour under this legislation. Veterans, family members, advocates and historians should have the ability to seek review under the Tribunal, as we all know in this place that sometimes a veteran or their family are not able to take carriage of their matter through such a process. That's why we have an advocacy system through the Department of Veterans Affairs, but that shouldn't stop them from seeking the medallic recognition that they could be entitled to. This legislation was written by the department whose decisions the Tribunal was set up to review. The opposition was briefed by Defence with no Tribunal staff or members present to defend their position opposing these changes. Would anyone in this parliament think it's appropriate for Defence to decide how the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force operates? I urge the government to reconsider their position on the bill. At the very least, this bill must be reviewed and those impacted must be consulted.
I thank the member for Fisher. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this legislation, to me, raises a number of questions around the priorities of this government. When I think about the priorities of government that has just been returned to office, at a time when Australians are feeling the most incredible degree of financial stress, where households are struggling to pay their mortgages and their bills, or even be able to pay their electricity bills or pay for goods at the supermarket and to pay for a simple basket of food. I would hope that the priority of the Australian government would be how they can ease the cost of burden of pressure and alleviate whatever pressure there may be on households at this difficult time. I would hope that in an environment of global instability, that we have a government that is focused on reassuring and strengthening our nation so that it can lean into the challenges of the 21st century. When I think about what artificial intelligence could do to our employment market and to jobs creation and growth, I would hope that the focus of the government was on skills and economic developments to reassure Australians that we have a way forward to be able to meet the future with confidence. I would hope that at a time like this, we had leadership that was focused on building the strength of our nation. And more importantly, when we have a government that has been given a gift by the Australian people of a majority of 94 seats, that it would be focused on steering the good ship Australia towards a brighter future. But at the moment, we have a very different type of government embodied by this legislation, gifted with the enormous privilege it has been by the Australian people. Its priorities at the moment are how it strips accountability and scrutiny of its decision-making. Now, I think the term we should use for that, Deputy Speaker, is not just how they are stripping accountability of their decision-making, but how they are shutting a curtain of censorship over the departments, the decision-making of government to impose a culture of secrecy on Canberra. I can say with one thing, Deputy Speaker, nobody walked into the ballot box at the general election this year and voted for that. Nobody walked into the ballot box and said, I'm going to go and vote for a re-elected Albanese government because they are going to be the most secretive government in Australian political history. Nobody walked into the ballot box and said, I'm going to vote for the Albanese government because they are going to impose a veil of secrecy. Nobody walked into the ballot box, no Australian, and said because they're going to increase the costs and diminish access to information. Nobody walked into the ballot box and said, we are going to vote for the Albanese government because they are going to redact more information available to the Australian people. Nobody walked into the ballot box because they said, I'm going to vote for the Albanese government because they are going to limit my capacity to be able to scrutinise government decision-making. Nobody walked into the ballot box and said, I'm going to vote for the Albanese government because they're going to reduce the number of staff to the members of the opposition so that they can be less accountable in this parliament. And I am sure as this, but day follows night. Nobody walked into the ballot box, Deputy Speaker, and voted for the Albanese government and said, I am going to vote for the Albanese government so they can strip a pathway for review of decision-making around honouring our deceased war veterans. And when it comes down to the priorities of this government, to make this one of its first premier pieces of legislation, it says something brutal and frankly quite terrifying about their priorities as a government. Because while we have former state Labor premiers marching down the red carpets in Beijing right now and celebrating past military conflicts, we seem completely unwilling to fully honour and have pathways for review of honouring the legacy of our own. There is something deeply worrying about the priorities of the Albanese government, because the Coalition proudly supports all men and women who have served in uniform, and in some cases, tragically, have had to make the ultimate sacrifice in defence of our nation. And we ultimately believe that anybody who has been prepared to make a sacrifice to stand up and fight for our country should have their courage, their bravery acknowledged, respected through not just the history and the stories of our nation, but through medals, as is appropriate for their valiant service. And the Tribunal exists to make sure that there's proper and fair review of the decisions of the Defence Department to make sure that there is proper recognition. Because in the tragedy, in the fog of war, of course, decisions are sometimes made based on information that is incorrect. We simply believe that information should be able to come to light so decision-making is fair and fully respects what actually happened on the ground. And we know sometimes, through court cases, through other information provided, that what first appears can in fact be wrong. That's why we have reviews. That's why we have a pathway to make sure that new information can be provided. But this government wants to shut that process down. And I simply cannot fathom how this is its priority right now in comparison to the enormity of other problems not just the Australian people face, but frankly the bigger problems the Australian Defence Forces face around their capacity and their position to meet the challenges of the 21st century, which according to the Australian government's own white paper says is the most strategic operating environment since the Second World War. The establishment of the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal in 2011 provides a statutory agency for an independent review of the past actions and decisions. Now, we know that military officers are not infallible and errors of judgment can be made in relation to recommendations for medallic recognition. And by simply interfering in this process, we are removing a pathway for revision of the merits of past decisions. And it's a simple expectation that there be transparency and that if new information comes to light, that those decisions can be reviewed, because we know in the past they have been, and correctly so. The government is seeking a remedy but has given no justification or evidence of why this is the case or the basis for doing so beyond the department doesn't want to go through the laborious task of wanting to honour our former defence personnel and giving them full recognition. And frankly, I understand it's bureaucratically problematic for the department. But when we're talking about the legacy and honouring those who are prepared to sacrifice for our nation, I think you can put up with it at your desks. There is a simple expectation from all Australians, I would hope, to properly honour our servicemen and women, and that is what we expect on the opposition benches, but clearly they have found a compliant government that is prepared to trade off that full recognition in the process, because they are going to introduce a 20-year limit for the Tribunal to review decisions in the past, and it should justifiably be opposed. In discussing the impact of several of the Defence's proposals, the Tribunal said it would render invalid 95% of applications decided by the Tribunal between 2020 and 2023, and if implemented would abolish and curtail current and significant rights of ADF members, veterans and families and others to seek external independent merits of defence decisions, refusing to recommend an ADF member or veteran for a defence honour or award. How this can be the priority of this government at this time, I simply cannot understand. They have made their decision and they are introducing this bill to this Parliament. It is, of course, going through the House of Representatives right now, but it will, of course, go through its proper reviews in the Senate. The question in the end is how can members of this government come into this Parliament and stand by this legislation? I see the Minister at the desk. We, of course, don't see many of the members of the government standing up and supporting this legislation by speaking in favour of it. To be fair, I can understand why. I wouldn't want to be attached to it either if I was on the other side of this chamber. I think they would be held with a point of mocking and ridicule amongst their RSLs and many of their defence personnel for standing up and saying, this is my priority in the federal parliament right now. While I was sent to Canberra by the community because people had genuine concerns about their future and wanting security and confidence about their capacity to be able to live out their best lives. If your priority, and you're associated with the priority of seeking to diminish the full recognition of defence personnel, I suspect most people in their electorates will turn around and say, you have very strange priorities indeed. So, my pathway forward, Deputy Speaker, even though I've no doubt this will pass through the House of Representatives with the support of those on the other side of this chamber and their gargantuan majority and their distorted priorities, is to, of course, write to all of the local RSLs in the Goldstein electorate, including to their presidents, Thomas Knaig from Hampton RSL, James Steedman from Caulfield RSL, Geordie Burgess from Hyatt RSL, Simon Richards from Cheltenham Moorabbin RSL and Bentley RSL, and of course to Mark Scrofell, who is now the State President of the Victorian RSL, and of course seek their input and opinion and encourage them to write submissions to the review, any inquiry that comes out of the Senate process to make sure that their views are heard. And of course I encourage any member of our veterans community and of course the entire Australian community to write to the Senate inquiry and have their views heard and ask whether they think it's appropriate that the government is engaging in a pathway to limit the review of decision-making of defence personnel and the full recognition of their past service. I doubt there are going to be many Australians who turn around and say the best thing for those wearing our uniform is to diminish or delete the pathways for full recognition of their service. Maybe there are, but I doubt it. That just seems to be the priorities of the Albanese government. I suspect most Australians would, one, believe that it was better there was full recognition and, if necessary, a pathway of review. And in addition to that, to say to the government, don't you have slightly better priorities than this? The answer is clearly no. But in addition to that, I would encourage every member of the Australian community to look at this legislation and reflect not just about it in its isolation, about what it says about the Albanese government in the context of the ADF, but to look at it in terms of the priorities of the Albanese government in the context of their broader legislative government agenda. To look at the fact that they're shutting down the pathways for Australians to review the decisions of full recognition of our ADF personnel, then look at what they're doing around shutting down transparency of decision-making in Australian government decisions, around redacting documents and trying to keep secret information about government decision-making, around imposing a new truth tax to limit access to information to the Australian people, around denying staff to members of Parliament to diminish the capacity for scrutiny of government, the extent to which you have ministers and the Prime Minister who come into this chamber increasingly and simply won't answer questions or say, I refer to my previous answer, which included not answering questions, where we increasingly see decision-making made by members of this government which is only to the benefit of cartellish behaviour towards the benefit of those who donate to the Labor Party or to boost the benefits and the graft of the Labor Party. And you realise that the priorities of this government is not the Australian people. It is not to respect the Australian people. And it is not to recognise how we use this parliament to advance the Australian people, but it is simply to achieve its own ends. And I say that with absolute sadness, because if anything, we come into this parliament hopefully with an esprit de corps that the objective of being elected to the federal parliament is to advance Australia and to ultimately advance Australia fair for all. But when you see pieces of legislation like this, and of course the one that is being flagged by the Attorney-General to shut down scrutiny of government, and the behaviour of the government in the context of question time, and the decisions of the Prime Minister, we're now seeing a pattern of behaviour which says that the 94 seats that this government has got in the House of Representatives suggests that a hubris and an arrogance is now distorting not just their behaviour but their priorities, and it's unfortunately focused on themselves rather than the Australian people. And we need to call it out because the consequences and the onflow to the Australian people will be significant. Now is the time for good people to stand up and call it out. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Goldstein. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. if there is one piece of legislation which says everything about this Labor government, it is this. It is this one. And you can laugh all you like, Minister. You can mock this, but I am frankly galled by what we are debating today. And I've got respect for the Minister for Veterans Affairs, I do. The Minister and the Shadow Minister at the table and myself have all been Ministers for Veterans Affairs. It's a tough role. You have to have respect. You have to have a listening ear. You have to pay homage, you must, to the service and sacrifice of those who have proudly worn the uniform of Australia, the uniform of freedom. And no one knows this more than those who have bled for this country. Those people who have chosen to protect, to serve. Those brave men and women who have shown such pluck and courage, who have gone through the gates of the home of the soldier, Blamey Barracks, 1st Recruit Training Battalion, Kapooka, near Wagga Wagga, those who have served our Navy and potentially gone and served at Forest Hill, Wagga Wagga, all where air power starts, RAF Base Wagga, and I am very proud of each and every one of them. Now, the Minister at the table on the 11th of November, Remembrance Day, Armistice Day, last year said this: Private Norton personified the Anzac spirit, disregarding his own safety to put his mates first. I want to acknowledge and thank the veteran community for your advocacy for the appropriate recognition of Private Norton. I'm so glad that, especially today, we can acknowledge Private Norton's gallant actions with the Victoria Cross for Australia. What has changed, Minister? What is different now and wasn't the case back then? And the Minister, when he said those words, when he uttered those phrases, was absolutely correct. Private Norton from Gundagai absolutely deserved a Victoria Cross for Australia, just as Teddy Sheehan deserved a similar honour. And then we have Frank Alcorta, OAM, the late Barry Eugene Magnussen, Colonel Francis Adrian Roberts, OAM, Neil Raymond Beckstrom, the late Ronald Howard Brett, Ian Martin Campbell, Noel John Grimes, Jeffrey Michael Peters, William Alfred Roach, and the late Second Lieutenant Gordon Cameron Sharp. 10 Australian soldiers, heroes all, who were recognised for their bravery more than 50 years after they fought in the Vietnam War's Battle of Long Tan. Those 10 men, Teddy Sheehan VC and Richard Norton VC, would not have received the recognition, the medallic tribute, had it not been for an appeals process, a process nonetheless, put in place to look at decisions made or the fact that they were overlooked at the time of their gallantry, which in more recent times has given them their due honours. And no one was more proud of the fact that those brave dozen received their awards than their own families. Why are we debating whether or not future Victoria Cross for Australia recipients they'll be non-recipients now. Why are we debating this? Why are we meddling in meddling? It just does not make sense. And I would appeal to the Minister, to his good heart, and I know he has a good heart. I know he does. I think he should withdraw what the government is proposing. There would be no shame, Minister, in doing just that. There would be no criticism from the RSLs, from veterans, from families, from those who are still alive, who feel as though they have been let down by the system. They would say that the Minister went to the Parliament, had a piece of legislation, changed his mind. You can be wrong, you know. It's okay to change your mind for the good, in the national interest. It's all right to say, I got it wrong. It's not all right to push on regardless. I'm pleased the Minister is in the chamber. I note that we have the absence of Labor speakers on this particular bill. We had the member for Sturt, a new member, and I grant that she had the talking points from the government to push the point. I note we don't have any of the crossbench. We all know what they're like when it comes to whistleblowing and when it comes to veterans matters per se. The Teals dripping in pious pontification and sanctimony. And that's what they are. Where are they when it comes to sticking up for what's right? No doubt they're listening to what I'm saying. If you are and you're on your monitors, get down into the chamber and stick up for your RSLs. Get down to the chamber and stick up for your veterans. Just for once. Because this is important. This is. It might not seem that vital or that critical because we have a cost of living crisis. We've got lots of debates in this place which, granted, are probably considered far more important. But when you've got Teddy Sheehan and Richard Norton getting posthumously awarded Victoria Crosses because we had a process in place that went beyond 20 years, when you've got those other 10 who put their lives on the line at Long Tan, in the jungles, against overwhelming odds, outnumbered, they didn't think that they were doing what they were about to do because they might get a piece of tin on their chest to march down the street on Anzac Day on April 25. They didn't give that a moment's thought. But they did what they did for their mates. They did what they did for the loyalty and the service and the dedication and the application that they were taught when they put on that khaki. Because that's what our soldiers do. That's what those who proudly wear the white or the blue of the Navy and the RAF do. And we owe them the respect. We owe them the honour to make sure that if they go above and beyond, and every one of them does, but if they have that particular piece of valour, that gallantry, that moment where they go above and beyond and it's overlooked, it's forgotten, it's neglected by the process, or we have some military tribunal that doesn't see fit to award them at the time, that there should at least be a pathway down the track for recognition. We owe them that much. They placed their lives on the line so that we could have a fair and free democratic society. And it's no coincidence that if you go from the tomb of the unknown soldier and walk a direct line, you will go past the Menin Gate lines, through the front door at the Australian War Memorial, that shrine of remembrance, brought to us by Bean, that great Australian, and you walk a direct line straight through the front doors of this place, the House of Parliament, the Federal Parliament, through the Cabinet room, straight to the Prime Minister's front door of his office, or her office if it's a female Prime Minister at the time. It was done deliberately that way, so that we would never, ever forget that we owe the free and fair democratic society and the Parliament to that place, that shrine that Charles Bean put in place, that he thought up on the battlefields of World War I, so that we could remember. And what are we doing today in the House of Representatives? Well, we're spurning them. We're shunning them. We're telling them that if it wasn't within 20 years, well, we don't care. It's not right. And yes, I am upset. I am really upset. But the emotion I'm showing is going to be nothing to the emotion that our RSL clubs will be showing. I'm not a veteran, but those veterans who gave so much for our country, they deserve better. They truly do. I cannot even understand, I cannot even fathom or contemplate why the Minister thought this was a good thing. Minister, it is not too late. It is not too late. And I can't understand, if this went through a Cabinet process, why those important people around that important table thought that this was a good idea. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we tarnishing the memories of those veterans? Of those veterans who could potentially and deservedly receive recognition for their efforts. They didn't go out into the battlefields, the jungles, the deserts, the air, the sea, to achieve greatness for themselves. They did it for their mates. They did it for their comrades. They did it for their country. They did it for freedom. They did it for the flag, and today is National Flag Day. They fought under the flag. One flag, true. But they're being told that unless it's within the last 2 decades, then it's not worthy of consideration or reconsideration. And yes, there will be bureaucracy involved. And yes, Defence doesn't always like to be told that it might have got it wrong, that their decisions might have to be reviewed, that perhaps there was somebody who didn't get a medallic honour and some new evidence comes to light, and that's an important part of the process. But when you sit at one of those investitures, when you see the emotion in the eyes of the family who've lost a loved one, as in Richard Norden, as in Robin Freeman, the widow of that brave Victoria Cross for Australia recipient, and you know what it means to her. You know what it means to her sons. You know what it means to the community of Gundagai, to Ab McAllister, the mayor, to Helen Castles, the editor, the journalist at the Gundagai Independent, to Paul Vercoe, who has worked so hard to get a statue, and I do acknowledge the Minister and the Saluting Their Service program for the $150,000. But I tell you what, if this legislation passes, if the Minister doesn't have the good heart to say we won't worry about it, then I do wonder about whether we should have, to be honest, people who voted in favour of this then making the winding track to Gundagai, on the road to Gundagai next May when we unveil that statue, because it will have meant that they've voted for a piece of legislation that's going to stop the future Richard Nordens from getting recognised. And that's not right. That's not right. This is a folly. This piece of legislation is not right. It's not right for those who've received medallic honours in the past through a process. It's not right for those who should have in the future. It's just wrong, lest we forget.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this bill, which goes to something very fundamental to our nation, to our Defence Force, to defending our country, which is how we recognise the men and women who wear our uniform and how we correct the mistakes when recognition has been denied. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Coalition's starting point on this important issue is very simple. People are the foundation of national security. If we can't properly attract, retain, motivate and honour the men and women who serve our great country, we cannot defend our great country. Medallic recognition is not symbolism. It is a demonstration of how a grateful nation says, clearly and publicly, we saw what you did, it mattered, and we will never forget. Now, Deputy Speaker, we are seeing the most dangerous strategic environment that our part of the world, and perhaps the world more generally, has seen since the Second World War. It is a volatile world where authoritarian regimes around the globe are flexing their muscles, Deputy Speaker. Indeed, we see that on display on our TV sets right now as we speak. Cruise missiles that can reach Australia on our TVs. And indeed, we're seeing a celebration of the greatest military build-up by the Chinese Communist Party in history, unprecedented, Deputy Speaker. And can I say, it is beyond comprehension that two senior Labor figures, Bob Carr and Daniel Andrews, should participate in that celebration of that military build-up. And that's exactly what they are doing as we speak here today. And we see it on our TV sets, as I said. It is also beyond belief that the Prime Minister fails to discourage that kind of behaviour. These authoritarian regimes, whether it's in Russia or North Korea or the Chinese Communist Party or Iran, do not share our values. Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un are not our friends, Deputy Speaker. These are the autocratic leaders who are currently fighting an illegal war against the free people of the Ukraine, in Putin, of course. And, Deputy Speaker, we ask that the Prime Minister state clearly that this is unacceptable for our senior Labor figures to be part of that celebration. Now, Deputy Speaker, returning to the matter at hand, we do meet in the most dangerous strategic environment since the Second World War, and that's why the great people of our Defence Force need the recognition that they deserve. The Defence Honours and Awards Appeal Tribunal was created as an independent statutory safeguard. It's a practical mechanism to correct errors and recognise gallantry and service when the original process fell short. And it exists precisely because military officers, like all of us, are not infallible, and because the passage of time can always bring forward important new evidence. It's a backstop that protects integrity. And of course, this bill would substantially curtail that independence and close the door to many who seek review. It imposes a 20-year time limit on applications, and that would importantly abolish rights of review for service in the Second World War, Vietnam, Somalia, Rwanda, East Timor, Iraq and the earlier years of Afghanistan, Deputy Speaker. Exactly the cohorts for whom new materials often emerge, Deputy Speaker. And the Tribunal itself has warned that such a limit would invalidate the overwhelming majority of the reviews it's conducted in recent years. And in practice, this is not a tidy-up. It isn't a tidy-up, it's a shutdown. It's a shutdown. The bill also restricts who may apply, limiting certain honour applications to senior commanders or eyewitnesses. The bill has been driven by the department whose decisions are reviewed by the Tribunal. Well, it is true that departments often don't like being questioned. But it is the right thing to question a department or a decision that has been made when new evidence emerges, and that should continue. Finally, there's been a striking lack of genuine consultation with the ex-service community, and we've just heard from my good friend, the member for Riverina, who has made this point. Our RSLs, sub-branches across this country, are outraged at what they are seeing here. This is a solution looking for a problem. There is no evidence of a flood of frivolous claims overwhelming the system. In fact, the balance between those that have been accepted and rejected, I think, is a very reasonable one. When the Tribunal has recommended upgrades, it's usually done so on the basis of rigorous evidence, not sentiment, and only after Defence's review has been fully tested. That's what an independent merits review means, Deputy Speaker. And history shows why independence matters on these things. It took persistence, new evidence, and ultimately an independent tribunal process for some of our most deserving cases to be recognised. Now, of course, medals don't win wars, but they help to build the culture that does. This is incredibly important. The pride I see in our ex-service men and women and our serving men and women, whether it's on Anzac Day or at other times, and we've seen it just in recent weeks with the 80-year commemoration of the end of the Pacific War, or indeed Vietnam Veterans Day. I see our veterans wearing their medals with enormous pride. I see their kids doing exactly the same, obviously wearing them in a different way, but this is recognition that really matters. It goes directly to morale, to retention, to attraction, to motivation, which are all the things we need if we're going to have an effective defence force. And from my point of view, this is one of 4 key imperatives for our defence force, alongside preparedness, agility, sovereignty. We need to have the very best people serving our nation in our defence force. Now, Deputy Speaker, the opposition supports veterans' rights and the integrity of the Australian Honours and Rewards. We will not support measures that curtail independent merits review, impose retrospective time bars that extinguish rights, or confine applications to those least likely or least able to bring them forward. So, to be constructive, we'll move amendments, removing the proposed 20-year limit, maintaining broad standing so that veterans, families, advocates and historians can apply, guarding against conflicts of interest, of course, and ensuring meritorious cases are not blocked at the gate, and require, thirdly, Defence to provide clear written notice of tribunal review rights whenever a decision is made to refuse, downgrade or not recommend an honour or award. These are common sense safeguards, Deputy Speaker. And as the member for Riverina says, I pay tribute to the fact that the Minister is here today in the chamber, but this is an issue on which I know this side of the parliament feels very, very strongly, and we are happy to work with the Minister to set it right. We also need to be clear about what all of this means in practice. If unamended, the legislation shuts the door on any further reviews, as I said earlier, of actions in the Vietnam War. And we heard from the member for Riverina a moment ago just what that would mean. D-Company actions would not have been reviewable under this bill. On the 18th of August 1966, members of D-Company, outnumbered 20-1, fought against extraordinary odds to defeat the Viet Cong. And any who've had a chance to see that extraordinary movie, Danger Close, you will see just what those extraordinary people went through. 245 VC were killed in the rubber plantation, and 18 Australians were killed, and many more wounded. But for half a century, many of the men received no official recognition of their courage, despite sustained campaigning for recognition. Company Commander Harry Smith long fought for recognition for Long Tan's frontline soldiers. He said a 30-year secrecy period and bureaucratic red tape process stood in the way of the awards, but it wasn't until the Tribunal reviewed the cases on behalf of Mr Smith that these 13 Australian men were awarded for their bravery, as they should have been. Under this legislation, they would never have received the medals they were rightfully due. That would not have happened. Exactly the same with Teddy Sheehan, of course. And at the time Teddy Sheehan received a VC, the Prime Minister authored an op-ed in the Daily Telegraph urging that Sheehan's immense bravery ought to have been recognised without hesitation. I quote from that, if ever there is an image that captures the definition of courage as grace under pressure, surely there was a deed worthy of the highest military honour. Teddy Sheehan deserves the Victoria Cross. And on the 18th of June 2020, he also said in a speech in the Parliament that the point of having an independent defence, honours and award appeals tribunal is to ensure that the only considerations are the evidence and the merit. The tribunal unanimously supported Tasmanian hero Teddy Sheehan getting a VC. And that merit-based process, which can be trusted, that fact-based process, which can be trusted, is absolutely essential to the trust that our serving men and women and veterans need to have in being part of our Defence Force. There is a better path here, Deputy Speaker, one that balances care for veterans with stewardship of the system. And, of course, all of this is about making sure we have a Defence Force that can secure peace through strength, and that strength requires motivated, great people continuing to want to sign up and serve our great nation. Our message is clear. Respect our veterans, keep the tribunal independent, fix processes that need fixing, but do not extinguish rights that correct injustice. In the toughest strategic era in generations, let us send a signal to every serving member and every veteran. The Parliament has your back, not just in what we say, but in the systems we build and defend. That is how we will move from rhetoric to readiness, put people first, and earn the trust that national security demands.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the opposition whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, whenever we have a new piece of legislation come to us that we need to review and scrutinise, the first question I always ask myself, and the first question any minister or any parliamentarian should ask themselves, is a very basic one, but it's a very important question. And that question is, what is the problem we are trying to solve? Because every piece of legislation that we bring to this House should be solving a problem for the Australian people. And it is disappointing that I have to stand and give this speech today, Deputy Speaker, because despite looking at this in great detail and listening to the Minister's speech, I cannot see a problem that we need to solve. I'm very lucky in Casey to have many strong RSLs, strong veterans that advocate on a lot of issues. They are very determined to make sure I know where they stand. I've not had one veteran come and raise this concern with me. I know none of our veterans were consulted. Many haven't raised it because they're not aware this legislation is happening, which I'll get to. But there is no problem here that needs to be solved. We are creating a challenge. We are sending a terrible message to our veterans with this legislation being introduced to make it harder for those veterans to be recognised, for family members of veterans to have their service recognised. And just recently, I had the opportunity to speak at Vietnam Veterans Day in my community. And this is how important recognition is to our veterans. I was able to help a veteran receive recognition that they deserved in the previous term of Parliament. And that veteran came up to me at that service. He's a Vietnam veteran. He gave me a hug. He said thank you, and he had tears in his eyes, Deputy Speaker. He was overcome with emotion that our nation had recognised his service. Our nation had said to him, the sacrifice that you made, both physically and mentally, for our country to keep us safe, it matters. And he was so overwhelmed with emotion. And we might think, and some might think it's a small thing, but it's a huge thing. So why this government would deem it necessary or advantageous to make it harder for our veterans and their families to get the recognition that they deserve is something that I cannot comprehend. Because we should always remember, as parliamentarians, we ask our veterans, we ask our serving personnel to pay a significant cost to ensure that we have the freedoms today and into the future. We ask them to pay a physical cost. We ask them to pay a mental health cost. We ask them to sacrifice time with their families, time with their loved ones, time away from their communities. And they willingly do that. They willingly pay the sacrifice to keep us safe. And one of the things that they would like in return is recognition from this nation for their service. And let's be very clear. This legislation, if passed, makes it harder for our veterans and the families of veterans that gave so much to receive recognition for their service. Why any government would want to put forward legislation that makes that harder is incomprehensible. And it is disappointing that today, as we celebrate National Flag Day, a day in which we are meant to celebrate the things that make us proud to be Australian, a day to celebrate the foundations of modern Australia, of our freedom, our opportunity, our tolerance, and our egalitarian sense of fairness. Foundations in which Australian men and women have served in our defence to protect and strengthen this nation. And on today of all days, this government are wanting to debate and pass this legislation. Instead of supporting the rights of men and women who serve in uniform and generations of personnel who have gone before them, the Albanese Labor government have decided to debate this legislation, which removes the right of review for veterans who served in World War II, Vietnam, Iraq, Somalia, Rwanda, East Timor, and the earlier years of the Afghanistan campaign. Today, instead of recognising those who have gone above and beyond for the peace we are privileged to enjoy today, this Labor government is showing a lack of respect to our veterans and their right for recognition. A medallic recognition of service, and in particular acts of gallantry, is an integral part of the Australian Defence Force. It is our way of recognising those who have gone above and beyond for the peace we are privileged to enjoy today. And in my community, I have the honour and privilege to recognise our local veterans who have served our country, and these veterans have gone on to do so much and give so much back to our community through our local RSLs. And in Casey, my community, and also across the nation, we recognise these veterans in many different areas and ways we can. And Anzac Day, in particular, is an important day in our nation's calendar to recognise those veterans. And I start Anzac Day every year at the Lilydale RSL, and as I deliver some words to the veterans, their families and those there, I look out on thousands and thousands of locals in my community paying tribute to those that have served and given the ultimate sacrifice, because they understand how important it is to recognise our veterans. And I have no doubt every person in my community that attends the tens and tens of citizenship ceremonies on Anzac Day would be outraged to learn that we are making it harder to recognise our veterans. And I want to pay credit to the RSLs of Casey, the Mount Evelyn RSL, the Lilydale RSL, the Upwey Belgrave RSL, the Hillsville RSL, the Dandenong Ranges RSL, Yarra Glen RSL, Warburton RSL, the Upper Yarra RSL, and the Monbulk RSL, who do so much to make sure that our veterans are supported today and that we recognise those that served. And they have not had the opportunity to be consulted about this change in legislation. I've spoken to some of the presidents who had no idea this was coming. So you would think, and I know many other RSLs have not been consulted, but they deserve the respect to have the opportunity to engage in this process and not be blindsided. And our RSL presidents come to me time and time again to make sure that our veterans get the recognition they deserve. That veteran I mentioned at the start of my speech, when I first engaged with his case, it was through the Lilydale RSL president, Bill Dobson. But not only do RSLs make sure that our veterans are supported and recognised, they open the doors to local students to teach them about the history of the brave Australians who served our country. They teach them not to glorify war, but to provide an opportunity to learn about the sacrifice of so many Australians made, to pay our respects to all those who served, who lost their lives serving, and who are currently serving. And I can't help but think about what this message, through this legislation, sends to those RSLs and also to the young people all across Casey and across the community. Because it's so important that we make sure the next generation educate and help our young people understand about these sacrifices. And I want to thank and recognise Bill Dobson and the Lilydale RSL who have initiated the Don Parsons Memorial Anzac Creative Writing Prize. Now, Don Parsons was a former Lilydale RSL president who passed away while the president in 2021, and Bill wanted to make sure that his legacy continued. The reason Bill wanted to continue this was multifaceted, but importantly, Don Parsons campaigned, raised awareness and raised money to make sure that the cenotaph in the main street of Lilydale was rebuilt so that our veterans could be recognised. And I was lucky enough to know Don Parsons well before he passed. And what I can say with confidence, Deputy Speaker, that if Don Parsons was aware of this legislation, his feedback to the government could not be repeated in this House because it would be considered unparliamentary. But Don Parsons was a legend of our local community, and he'd be heartbroken to know that it is harder for veterans today than it has been in the past. And those medals on Anzac Day that we see the veterans wear, but their family, and particularly the young school children, wearing the veterans of their grandparents, this will make it harder for them to wear those medals because there'll be less to be recognised. And this legislation also goes to the heart of the hypocrisy of the Albanese Labor government, the complete hypocrisy of this Prime Minister. And previous speakers have spoken about this, and it's important we continue to highlight this. This is a Prime Minister that stands for nothing, because under this legislation, Teddy Sheehan would never have received his Victoria Cross. If this legislation was implemented a decade ago, Teddy Sheehan would not have received the Victoria Cross. But in 2020, our Prime Minister was very happy to ride on the coattails of the courage of Teddy Sheehan. And he co-authored an op-ed in the Daily Telegraph, 24th of May 2020, talking about Sheehan's immense bravery and how it ought to have been recognised without hesitation. And I'm going to quote from the Prime Minister: "If ever there is an image that captures the definition of courage as grace under pressure, surely there was a deed worthy of the highest military honour. Teddy Sheehan deserves the Victoria Cross. In 2020, we have the then opposition leader, now Prime Minister, was just short of becoming Prime Minister, happy to write an op-ed talking about how great Teddy Sheehan was and how important it was that his honour was recognised. He's now the Prime Minister of this country and has made a decision to bring in legislation that wouldn't recognise this honour. What absolute hypocrisy. What a disgrace to all veterans that would happen. And on the 18th of June in 2020, he also said in a speech to Parliament, and I quote, "The point of having an independent Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal is to ensure that the only considerations are the evidence and merit. The tribunal unanimously supported Tasmanian hero Teddy Sheehan getting a VC." It is beyond belief that this Prime Minister would say that and now actively bringing legislation to ensure a similar circumstance could not happen again. And a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to mark Vietnam Veterans Day in my community. And it's important that we talk about Vietnam Veterans Day because we know the challenges that our Vietnam veterans suffered when they returned to Australia. And it links to this in terms of not paying respect to our veterans. And it was a day that we paid tribute to more than 60,000 Australians who served during the Vietnam War. Their courage, resilience, their unwavering dedication forged a legacy that is an integral part of our national story. And it was wonderful to join the community to pay tribute to those Vietnam veterans. I want to thank the committee, the Yarra Valley Vietnam Veterans Day Committee, the Vietnam Veterans Outer East, and all of our local RSLs that put so much in to make sure that day was a special day. Because as I said at the start, there is no problem here to solve. There is no need for this legislation. In fact, it completely contradicts the statements of the Prime Minister in 2020. It is disappointing and it is heartbreaking that the veterans of our country now have to go through this change when it is not needed, it is not required, it's going to cause damage to our veterans. It serves no purpose for the Australian people.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, the defence community is a hugely important part of my community of Wentworth. I'm honoured to host three major defence communities in Wentworth, including HMAS Watson, Victoria Barracks, and HMAS Cutterball and Garden Island, as well as hosting a huge number of RSLs in my community, including the Paddington and Willara RSL, Bondi Junction RSL, Rose Bay RSL, North Bondi RSL, New South Wales Police RSL, Bronte RSL, Coogee Randwick Clovelly RSL, and the Waverley RSL and the Eastern Suburbs Lead Club. That really represents the depth of importance that the defence community has in my electorate. We host the East Coast's main navy, and I run past it almost every weekend, actually, the HMAS Cutterball, and I see many of the community out in our community at Anzac Day and other places, and I have myself and I think the broader Wentworth community have enormous respect for everything that the defence, our defence community and also our veterans have given to this country. It's part of the reason why I decided to ask to join the Defence Committee in this term, because I think from now on, defence is going to become only more important to us in this country, and that means that we are going to have to rely more on the good people who are in our defence forces as well as our veterans to look after us and to keep us safe in very uncertain times. And so it is talking to the community that I just described, both the existing bases, but also to the RSL community, that it's talking with their interests is how I have approached this bill. And I'll be honest, my community and I have enormous concerns about this bill. I don't doubt the government's intention here, and I don't want to attribute bad motives to this bill, but I need to recognise that in its current form, I will not support this bill because it does not have the support of the veterans community, and that is for good reason. The Defence Honours and Awards system is of enormous importance to the defence community. This is not just about recognition of acts of service and sacrifice. It is also a social contract between those who serve and those who have been trusted to serve, and a recognition of what they have achieved. It underpins morale in the defence community. It conveys institutional respect from the government, respect from all Australians for what has been given, and presents a transparent and dignified process for acknowledging extraordinary service. Every Anzac Day I attend numerous services across the community, including, I think, one of the biggest in the country at North Bondi at a dawn service. And I think the respect that I see from the kids who get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to be there with thousands of other people, who, as they watch people with those medals, either for themselves or for loved ones who are no longer with us, that respect that I think it's almost awe, frankly, of the young kids in our community is really important. It is about showing respect for making a contribution to this country, which is not necessarily well paid. It is dangerous, but it is incredibly important work. And those medals really show people not just who've done the day-to-day work, but have gone above and beyond in the service of their country. And so the concern, when I started to examine the bill more closely, one of the biggest concerns that has been raised with me is the proposed time limit on tribunal reviews. Under this bill, once an honour award application has been rejected, no appeal to the independent tribunal would be possible if the relevant operation occurred 20 or more years ago. This threshold effectively excludes recognition for veterans from Vietnam, Korea, Timor, some of the early Afghanistan and parts of the Iraq deployment, removing appeal avenues for the majority of tribunal applicants that have been heard between 2020 and 2023, and the majority of applicants who are current veterans in our community. I believe that is not appropriate. I believe that is unjust and may halt the recognition of veterans who have made valuable contributions to ours and other countries' safety, and I believe that they should be allowed that right of repeal. I do believe that that restriction is unfair to those who seek that validation, fairness or correction decades after their services. And I have met some of those individuals in Wentworth and heard some of those stories of seeking that appeal and that support. And I want to recognise also the rejection of that sort of honour is very powerful in terms of its negative impact on individuals in this situation. I also support the repeal of overly restrictive provisions about who can submit review applications on behalf of our veterans. This flexibility is really important, ensuring that advocates, whether they are lawyers, veterans, representatives or appointed proxies, can act in support of those who, through age, illness or inability, may struggle to manage their own appeals. At a minimum, individuals affected by this cut-off should have the right to nominate advocates to pursue genuinely independent tribunal review on their behalf. And so on this basis, I do support the Coalition's amendments which would remove the 20-year eligibility limit for tribunal review, ensuring fairness irrespective of the passage of time, and require that decision-makers proactively inform applicants of the tribunal review rights, guaranteeing transparency, so those eligible fully understand their rights and appeal process. And finally, repeal restrictions on those who can be an applicant for review on behalf of affected persons. I believe that these are constructive and useful amendments to the bill and would make a material difference in improving the bill, which is otherwise, I believe, right now, deeply, deeply flawed. So I think I understand that the Tribunal, which is an independent statutory body, is also expressing opposition to some of the changes that I've described here in my speech today. And finally, I just put it simply, our veterans deserve a system grounded in fairness, clarity and lasting recognition. This bill, if passed in its current form, undermines that trust. Let us ensure that our defence honours and award systems truly upholds the values and sacrifices that members of the Defence Forces have made and which they purport to honour. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal, Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025. And I acknowledge the Minister is in the House today, and I want to say to him that I appreciated the briefing we had the other night, but I must admit when I went away and had a closer look at this bill had a ring around my electorate, I came to the conclusion that I needed to jump and speak on this today. This bill amends key features of the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal. The Tribunal was established to provide an independent and fair review of Defence Honours and Awards decisions. It exists as an independent statutory body and has finalised 465 reviews since its commencement in 2008. Deputy Speaker, I have several concerns with this bill, which have come to light to me over the past 48 hours, I guess, or less, which I'll briefly outline. Firstly, this bill has been rushed through the House with consultation with veterans that seems very, very light. In fact, veterans in my electorate of Indi tell me that they're blindsided by this. So apparent little or no consultation with them or their representative bodies, and with no scrutiny by a committee of Parliament. I've been speaking to veteran leaders in my electorate, and really, they didn't know what I was talking about when I rang them. They didn't know this bill was coming. They're concerned about the impact. They're concerned particularly about the impact on their membership. And it begs the question for me, if they didn't know it was coming, if they had no sense of this, what consultations really occurred? I've spoken with RSL Victoria, who likewise feel blindsided that this bill's being rushed through without the voices of veterans truly being heard. And they told me that they can't see why this bill is really a priority when there's still so many outstanding recommendations from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. They're just completely bewildered, actually. This bill limits who can apply for review of decisions in relation to defence awards and honours. Firstly, it imposes a 20-year time limit on reviews, which would exclude entire generations of veterans. And we've heard from contributions this morning that we're not talking about veterans from the Boer War here. We're talking about veterans who are still active members of our community from recent wars. We've heard too from many contributions this morning that this bill would mean that the recent Victoria Cross recipient Teddy Sheehan would have been ineligible. Now, I was in this House when there were contributions from many members of Parliament lauding the Victoria Cross award going to the extraordinary Teddy Sheehan. In fact, the Prime Minister himself said, and I quote, "It's never too late to honour the meaning of lest we forget, or to commemorate the courage of one of our own." And that's what he said about Teddy Sheehan. Well, now this government's bill will mean that it would be too late to recognise heroes like Teddy Sheehan, and in fact, if it goes through, it will be too late. Secondly, it narrows who can apply for a review, shutting out advocates and supporters who so often stand in for veterans who are too physically or mentally unwell to fight these battles themselves. They've fought battles, but this one, arguing for an honour or award, is a battle too far to go. Thirdly, it introduces a 6-month deadline to seek review, knowing full well that many veterans are never even told that they have that right. And indeed, they may be dealing with mental or physical health issues that limit their ability to respond in a timely fashion. Deputy Speaker, these aren't minor or technical changes, but these are significant because they significantly reduce the ability of veterans, their families and advocates to seek review for decisions made by Defence. I listened carefully to the speeches of both the Minister and the Shadow Minister this morning, and I was it made a big impact on me, particularly listening to the Shadow Minister, the member for Gippsland, and his experiences when it came to seeking the award for Teddy Sheehan and finally having that approved. Compelling, actually. But at least he could do it. He could do it. He could not do it under this legislation, and I think it's good to have an interjection from the government benches, because I don't see too many members of the government lining up. No, one speaker, and that's always that's a big indicator to me as a crossbencher, to be truthful. When there's a government bill introduced and there is nobody on the government side willing to stand up and speak to it. It's a dead giveaway, actually. The government says that this bill will protect the integrity of the Defence Honours and Awards system, but it actually hasn't laid out why this is even necessary. I mean, where is the compelling case? The Tribunal itself has not asked for change. Its caseload has not meaningfully changed in recent years. The Tribunal receives approximately 30 requests for review each year. Now, this is hardly overwhelming. They haven't sought to have a problem remedied because there has been no problem identified. Deputy Speaker, when I assess legislation in this place, that's the very first question I ask. What's the problem that we're trying to solve here? Why are we creating a new law or amending another one, coming into the Parliament to seek to solve a problem? Because there is no problem that has been clearly identified here. In relation to this bill, the government, I'm sorry to say, and I mean this genuinely actually, the government just hasn't laid out a compelling case for reform. The Tribunal, as I said, has not asked for these reforms, and certainly the veterans and their advocacy groups have not asked for reform. When I'm looking at legislation, I also ask the next question, which is, if there is a problem, and here we can't see that there truly is one, but if there was one, are the proposed changes ethical and do they represent good governance? And on this measure, again, I'm completely unconvinced, because this bill will result in less agency for veterans and their families to seek review of decisions made by the Department of Defence. In what world do we as parliamentarians seek to reduce the amount of agency that our veterans have, when we've seen so many examples of the implications of reduced agency have on veterans' mental and physical health? So I'm really perplexed by this. As I said, RSL groups in my electorate have really deep concerns about what this would mean, and absolutely blindsided that this was even being debated in the House today. These are the kind of bills that I take to my constituents to ask them their views. Well, pretty hard to ask them at this late stage. Many members over on this side, or in the middle in the crossbench, have talked about how important it is that we respect and that we honour our veterans, and what it means every time we stand beside them at significant national events like Anzac Day, like Remembrance Day. In fact, only recently, Vietnam Vets Day. The pride with which our veterans carry their medals and awards, the pride with which their families stand beside them, and in fact the humility that those of us who have not served have when we see our veterans on these significant national days, let alone when they are actually representing our country abroad at wartime. So, Deputy Speaker, I want to say that I support the member for Gippsland's amendments to this legislation. Again, he's come into the Parliament with some solutions, with amendments that I think are significant and would make a big difference, and I support those. But as I stand before you right now, with an unclear case for change, and I think, very likely negative impacts for veterans in my electorate of Indi and right across Australia, I simply cannot support this bill in its current form.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank members for their contribution to debate on this bill. I'd especially like to commend the contributions from the member for Sturt, the member for Wentworth and the member for Indi for the very considered remarks that they provided. I have been concerned, however, Deputy Speaker, by what has frankly been a bit of a hyperbolic reaction by the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, given his prior role as a Minister for Defence Personnel. I know, as a Minister for Defence Personnel, admittedly some 20 days shorter than the Shadow Minister so far, that I take that role incredibly seriously, especially when it comes to approving recommendations to be made for Defence Honours, whether they are in their initial form or when they are coming to me from Defence, when Defence has conducted a review upon an application, or when they come to me from the Honours and Awards Tribunal having reviewed a decision from Defence. These are serious and important matters. So it does concern me when the Shadow Minister says that he has not received a briefing, when this week his office did receive a briefing. And I think it says something also from the opposition. It says something from the opposition that it is interesting that the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs is the one leading this debate. It is interesting that the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs is the one leading this debate and not the Shadow Minister with actual portfolio responsibility, the Shadow Minister for Defence in this House. Now, it is important to remember that Australia is the only Commonwealth country that even has a tribunal of this nature. And the question here before the House in dealing with this legislation is not about what has occurred previously with recommendations that might have been dealt with differently if these amendments had been in place earlier, when there was never any intention that these amendments would be in place earlier. These amendments are about how the tribunal operates into the future and into the future only. That is important to be remembered. The opposition seems to be deliberately misconstruing what this bill does. It still leaves open all the avenues for a minister to refer to the tribunal an inquiry onto any matter, regardless of the timing that may relate to Defence Honours or awards. It doesn't in any way affect the independence of the tribunal. In fact, if anything, it provides enhancements to the independence of the tribunal. Ex-service organisations were consulted when it came to these amendments, and the RSL was involved in those discussions. And in addition to that, the nature of these amendments brought forward in this bill were actually outlined in a Senate inquiry at the end of last year. And of course, there will be more opportunity for there to be input from all interested parties, including the opposition, the RSL, any other ex-service organisations, veterans and any others, through other parliamentary processes that will occur in the passage of this bill through the Parliament. I also want to just make one particular important reference to the fact that the opposition has made a lot out of quoting statements made by the now Prime Minister in respect to the VC awarded to Teddy Sheen. What's important to recognise is the context of in which those comments were made. The comments were made by the now Prime Minister after the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal had recommended the awarding of a VC for Australia to Teddy Sheen, but also when the then Prime Minister had refused to act on that recommendation and instead instituted a wholly separate and different inquiry to inquire into the recommendation of the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal. That is what undermines the independence and operation of the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal. That is why the Prime Minister was calling for that, and it's this independence that we are in no way undermining, and it stands in quite big distinction to the other recent VC recipient that the opposition have been referring to, Private Norton, who, when the government received the recommendation from the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal that he be awarded a VC for Australia, the government acted on that recommendation from the tribunal and proceeded with that VC. A key issue here is that nothing that this bill does stops anyone from applying to Defence for a defence honour or award. It goes to what the Tribunal does. The Tribunal asked government. The Tribunal has said in its own decisions that the time period that it currently covers from 1939 and the evidential issues that arise in looking back at conduct that occurred that long ago causes it significant concern and difficulty. Now, the bill here proposes that that be constricted by a 20-year limit from the end of the relevant operations. This is something that's also been misconstrued by the opposition. It's not 20 years from now, it's 20 years from the end of the relevant exercise, which means for people who were participating in the conflicts in Iraq or Afghanistan, it doesn't exclude the beginning of those operations because it's 20 years from the end of those operations. Now, that does provide quite a lot of time, and I understand that people may take different views on how long that period should be. No doubt that'll be something considered by a Senate committee. But that is not a reason, and no reasons have been given, to not seek to constrain the time period that the Tribunal looks at all from its current jurisdiction all the way back to 1939. As I said before, the Tribunal itself identified the problems with looking back to conflicts all the way back to 1939. Veterans and those in defence are also concerned that the Tribunal looking back that far means that it can be applying a 21st century standard and approaches to conflicts that occurred more than half a century ago. It also gives rise to a degree of unfairness where somebody can seek review through the Tribunal and the outcome that is received by two different defence personnel will not be based on what actually occurred in the conduct, but the vagaries of what records may or may not exist now where there are no living witnesses left to provide evidence. Some have also sought, I might add, to close the rolls on these conflicts, to rule a line, just as occurs in the United Kingdom, so that no other honours or awards could be ever awarded in respect of those conflicts. This legislation and this government does not propose to do that. This is still left open. The other key issue that arises is this anathema that exists in the current legislation, which is to the concept that an honour could be applied for by the person who is seeking the honour for themselves. That is the devil that the restriction on who can seek review is seeking to address. It restricts it to somebody who is some way involved in the action in commanding it or witnessing it. But it also recognises that a person may not wish to be bestowed with such an honour, and that is why, even if a witness or someone in command seeks a review, they also need to have the permission or consent of the person, or where they are no longer alive, their family. The other restraint is to put a stop on what we are seeing as an increasing number of people, like historians, academics, seeking reviews where they have no connection to the relevant events in question. I was clear on that in the second reading speech. These are the nature of the restrictions. I did not in any way mislead in my second reading speech. And families can seek a review for a defence honour, for a defence award. That was clear. They can seek that review for... No, they can't. And I was clear about that, and I think it's very unfortunate that the Shadow Minister seeks to take issue with something that I was very clear about. Now, for all of these issues, I have identified that this is causing a problem with the Tribunal, and that's what we have sought to respond to. Some of these issues have been raised by the Tribunal. It's why I've looked at what the Tribunal had asked Defence to consider and that had been previously sought agreement with Defence for amendments to be made. This is not being led by Defence. These are the issues that the bill is seeking to address. And I should say, just to clarify for some of an issue raised by the crossbench, that nothing in the restrictions on who can seek review would restrain someone who can validly seek review from using an advocate or others to assist them in the conduct of that review. Now, reasonable people may differ though nothing I've heard from the opposition today has been expressed reasonably. Nothing the opposition has canvassed are actually arguments against the provision of the bill. At best, they may amount to a basis for adjustment, and I would hope that, especially on issues such as this, that the opposition, especially the former ministers that have had responsibility for this area, would want to be constructive in dealing with this issue. I live in hope, Deputy Speaker. The Tribunal has existed for 1.5 decades. It is entirely appropriate and reasonable that at this point its operation should be refined and ensure that it is fit for purpose in the 21st century. The hyperbolic, rhetorical approach based on what is clearly not the facts that apply in what the legislation seeks to do are not helpful for constructive legislation in this place. It's for this reason that we oppose the amendments that are put forward by the Shadow Minister. The amendments put forward by the Shadow Minister effectively denude any import of having the bill in any event. However, I look forward to dealing with the Shadow Minister and the opposition and all interested parties as the bill moves through the processes of the Parliament, where reasonable people may take reasonable approaches to differences of opinion, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I will now put the question. All of the opinions say aye. Aye. All those against, no. Believe the ayes have it. I can see 4 ayes. I believe the ayes have it. Okay. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. You know what I've got to do.
You can see 4 ayes, but you hear 2 ayes.
I know. Andrew needs to learn to speak up. 3rd day in a row. Third day in a row, Andrew. Speak up.
Retraining. More duties. More voting. Just go with my swallow it, Dave.
I'm not sure who's first on their side for 90 seconds, but Gosling's the first on ours.
Order. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bowman and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. No, sit down. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 49. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The debate is interrupted in accordance with... I'll call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give a call to the member for Parks.
Mr Speaker, great things happen in the country. And on the 21st to the 23rd of August, more than 15,000 people were witnesses of great things happening in Broken Hill with the Monday Bash. On the goat farm of grazier John Bloor, 35 kilometres west of Broken Hill, organisers of the 5th annual Monday Bash brought together an enviable lineup of musical acts and broke 2 world records. The event has raised more than $1 million for charity over 5 years that it's been held. The event featured Birds of Tokyo, Missy Higgins, Hoodoo Gurus, among many others, and even the great Leo Sayer himself. At the bash, set against the red dirt of the Monday Plains near the Barrier Ranges, 9,161 people dressed in blue and broke the world record for the largest human image of a country. They raised more than $145,000 for Beyond Blue, all by singing I Am Australian. Also at the bash, 6,779 people broke the world record for the most people dancing the Nutbush, as well as paying tribute to the late great Tina Turner. The world record raised more than $100,000 for the Royal Flying Doctors Service. This amazing event was supported by many sponsors, and in true country style, 618 volunteers put in more than 13,700 hours. Speaker, I commend the organisers of the Monday Bash. Not only does it give more than 15,000 people a few days to remember, but Broken Hill City Council have estimated in the past the event has raised more than $12 million.
Member for Parks. Member for Solomon.
How dare you? Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is strengthening Medicare with more doctors, more urgent care clinics and even cheaper medicines, all assisting families with the cost of living and giving better health care. I was proud to deliver on a number of health commitments for Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory. In my electorate during the election, the Albanese government committed to an urgent care clinic for Darwin, and EOIs will open this month. We'll invest up to $60 million through the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program to support the construction of a new residential care home in Palmerston, delivering no less than 120 new residential care beds. Darwin has the lowest number of aged care beds in the country, so this funding is really important to directly address critical supply shortages in residential aged care. This, of course, builds on the $560 million delivered, which is a 30% increase in hospital funding for the Northern Territory in the next year, the largest increase of any jurisdiction, and we absolutely needed it. Add to this the fact that we've upgraded our Darwin headspace, which is really important to look after our young people with complex needs, but we're also given CareFlight $10 million for a new medical evacuation helicopter, which is very important too.
And member for Riverina.
The House of Representatives has just voted 90 to 49 to deny our wonderful veteran heroes medallic recognition for their bravery. But there is another opportunity. Members will get another chance to right this wrong. And it's too important not to do just that. Because when you've got teenagers such as Teddy Sheehan and Richard Norton, who by their very actions deserved Victoria Crosses for Australia and were recognised for such decades after their gallant actions. In the future, such efforts will not be recognised, and that is such a shame. And then, of course, we've got the 10 members of D Company at Long Tan who put their lives on the line to serve. To recognise them was the right and just thing to do. And so, Labor members, you don't always have to go along with just the caucus. You can do what's right. You've got the chance in these few hours to think long and hard about the veterans, about our heroes, about your RSL clubs, and do the right thing, not just for yourselves, not just for your communities, but for the heroes who made this country what it is today.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Menzies is home to the largest Iranian community in Australia. I am proud to represent such a vibrant community who contributes so much to the life of our electorate. I stand today to make clear that the actions of the Iranian regime in orchestrating vile attacks on the Australian Jewish community do not, I repeat, do not reflect the beliefs of the overwhelming majority of the Iranian diaspora in Australia. I have reached out to community leaders since the government's announcement. Like me, they are appalled that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps would use proxies in the form of criminal gangs to stoke hatred towards and fear amongst the Australian Jewish community. They welcome the government's moves to expel the Iranian ambassador and list the IRGC as a terrorist organisation. Indeed, I recognise that they have been calling for this last measure for some time. During the recent conflict in the Middle East, both between Iran and Israel and in Gaza, our first priority as a government have been to take concrete actions to achieve peace and safeguard social cohesion in Australia. That a foreign government would seek to sow division locally is an egregious attack on the social fabric of our country that is deserving of the strong and decisive response taken by this government. But let me be clear. Our local diverse communities should never suffer because of the actions of foreign governments in the countries in which they were born. In the case of the Iranian community, many have fled the totalitarian, authoritarian Iranian regime and are its fiercest critics.
Member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If the Labor government's housing policies seem like they've been written by property developers and finance corporations, that's because they are. I want to give just one example here, but it's a very telling one. Susan Lloyd-Hurwitz was appointed as chair of the Housing Supply and Affordability Council in 2022. This is the government's major advisor on housing policy. What was Lloyd-Hurwitz doing in the decade before that? Well, she was the CEO of Mirvac, of course, one of Australia's largest property developers, a company with over $20 billion invested in property, where her salary was $4 million. Prior to that, she worked for Lendlease, another major property developer. Lloyd-Hurwitz currently sits on the board of directors of Macquarie Group, a major investment bank with massive investments in property. No wonder we haven't seen the government invest in public housing. No wonder we're seeing the government push for cutting red tape for big developers. It's a basic matter of conflict of interest. It's a basic matter of integrity in government. This isn't about any individual. It's a question of whose interests government decisions actually serve. Do they serve everyday renters and first home buyers, or do they serve the profits of developers and big finance corporations?
Member for Bonner.
Deputy Speaker, every Australian should have access to affordable medicine. By making medicines cheaper, Australians can get the healthcare they need when they need it. It also eases the financial pressure so many families experience when faced with incredibly hard decisions between things like groceries and medications due to cost of living pressures, including in my electorate of Bonner. That's why the Albanese Labor government is making medicines even cheaper. This week, we passed legislation to ensure that from next year, PBS medicines will cost just $25. For the pensioner in Wynnum, the single parent in Mansfield and the working family in Carindale, who are also, Speaker, getting an urgent care clinic, every person in Bonner will save money when they fill a script. Already, residents in Bonner are benefiting. $10.5 million has been saved across 1.6 million scripts. This is direct, immediate cost of living relief where it's needed most. We said we would make medicines cheaper, and that is exactly what we're doing. But we're going even further, Deputy Speaker, by adding even more life-changing and life-saving medicines to the PBS this week. Labor believes that your credit card balance shouldn't determine the quality of your health care. I'm proud to be part of a Labor government delivering real change and tangible outcomes for all Australians.
Member for Warringah.
Last week I attended the Parliamentary Friends of Palestine roundtable with Ousmane Khawaja and Médecins Sans Frontières to hear directly about the devastating humanitarian situation in Gaza. We heard from Scarlett Wong, a Warringah constituent and former MSF field psychologist who spent nearly a year in the West Bank providing psychological care to traumatised Palestinians. Her deep distress at the scale of human suffering just could not be ignored. Gaza's healthcare system is in complete collapse. At least 94% of hospitals have been damaged or destroyed, targeted by the IDF. Nearly 1,400 health workers, doctors, nurses, medics have been killed in this conflict, and over the past 22 months, this conflict has become the deadliest in history for journalists, with at least 247 journalists killed, according to the UN Human Rights Office. This also frequently appears to be on-purpose targeting by the IDF. Over 500,000 people are facing starvation. UNICEF estimates that at least 132,000 children under the age of 5 are facing starvation and malnutrition. As Ousmane Khawaja reminded us last week, this is not about politics or religion, it's about human rights. Australia has a proud legacy to stand up. Israel is no longer a values-aligned nation or ally, and I call on the government to take all actions possible.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about a condition that affects millions of Australians, often without them knowing: chronic kidney disease. For some, the first symptom is renal failure. They don't find out until they're rushed to hospital and placed on emergency dialysis. I was lucky. My kidney disease was picked up early, with about 35% kidney function, thanks to a simple medical during my electrical apprenticeship. That early detection gave me time to make changes, manage my health, and stay ahead of what is ultimately a lifelong condition. Early detection is simple: a urine test, a blood pressure check, that's it. And if you're in this building today, right here in Parliament House, you can, through the Take a Wee for CKD campaign, yes, that's the real name, and yes, it might just save your life. I also want to recognise the extraordinary work of our nephrologists, including those gathering in Perth this week for the Australia-New Zealand Society of Nephrologists Congress. Your research, advocacy and care changes lives every day. And to Australians everywhere, speak to your GP. These tests are covered by Medicare. The Albanese Labor government is working to ensure that when you go to your doctor, the only card you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. So take a wee, save your kidneys, and take care of yourself before it's too late. Thank you.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Telling our personal stories today on National Flag Day is important to remind us of what our flag represents. Patriotism is not a fixed idea. Amongst the dust and rubble of the Marriott Hotel, and this is where my story interweaves with their flag, amongst the dust and rubble of the Marriott Hotel World Trade Centre, in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers, lay an Australian flag damaged and torn. The Marriott Hotel nestled beneath the towers was where I was destined to be the morning of the 11th of September 2001, until my destiny changed when my trip to New York was cancelled the week prior. On the 3rd of September, we celebrate National Flag Day, but on September 11, we mourn the 2,977 lives lost in the terrorist attacks, including 10 Australians and 40 people in the Marriott Hotel. That Australian flag from Ground Zero serves as an enduring reminder of the tragedy we share with our ally, our partner and friend, and of our resoluteness to stand shoulder to shoulder in even the most difficult of circumstances. Today, the story of this flag is little known, yet its existence is deeply symbolic. As a patriotic Australian, I know we are strongest when we stand with our friends. It should not take a major world event to remind us of just how important our relationship is with like-minded democracies, why we have it, and the generations of custodians who have protected it. May it endure.
Member for Dunkley.
Hear, hear.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to talk about the Albanese Labor government and what it has delivered in terms of another cost of living measure. I am proud to sit on this side of the House and reduce the cost of medicines, cutting the PBS general patient co-payment from $31.60 to just $25 from January 1st next year. The last time PBS medicines cost no more than $25 was in 2004, more than 20 years ago, when I was just 21, not really. Deputy Speaker, we have not wasted time on this decision since the re-election, delivering on this commitment and another cost of living measure. In Victoria, residents have saved more than $425 million on 69 million scripts. When I'm out and about in the community speaking to locals, I know how important these reforms are to the community of Dunkley, particularly for women who can access more medications for endometriosis and menopause. In addition to the largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS, the Albanese Labor government has established new mental health hubs, endometriosis clinics, and the very popular Medicare urgent care clinics, with one in Dunkley. The Albanese Labor government is delivering for Dunkley and for the country to keep us well.
Member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Friday, the Rosebud Plaza Post Office closed its doors for good. Another piece of important community infrastructure in Flinders lost under the Albanese Labor government. Despite a petition signed by nearly 2,000 residents and strong local opposition, our community's concerns were ignored. My repeated inquiries of the Minister and to Australia Post directly were met with bureaucratic platitudes rather than real answers. Minister Wells acknowledged the closure's impact but brushed it off, advising that there had been a significant drop in foot traffic and that, I quote, Australia Post has assured me that there is sufficient capacity in the network to absorb the current 263 PO boxes leased and that the area is still well serviced with 2 alternative outlets within 5 kilometres. That simply does not reflect the real-life experience of the Rosebud residents, who have emphasised to me how, especially over the holiday periods, the line will stretch well out the door. Australia Post's response was no better, hiding behind compliance and accessibility jargon while ignoring the practical reality. Locals will now face longer waits with fewer options. A representative for the CEO of Australia Post told me, "We recognise that this closure will have an impact on the community. We ensure a thorough assessment takes place to ensure our services remain accessible and available for customers. In the case of the Rosebud Plaza Post Shop, the closest post offices are DDA compliant and accessible, blah, 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 blah." Although the government at the end of the day did not listen to my community's concerns, I am confident and hopeful this will make my government seriously think twice about closing essential services in my electorate.
Member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, in May 2025, I joined the Federal Health Minister at RepRemed on Fullerton Road in my electorate of Sturt to make critical announcements in relation to women's health. For the first time in 30 years, new categories of contraceptives would be listed on the PBS. That's 30 years, Deputy Speaker, 30 years. Slinder, a contraceptive that for some women is their only option, was listed on the PBS, reducing the prohibitive cost of over $300. And we know that thanks to this government's cheaper medicines legislation, that cost will reduce even further to $25. On that same day, it was also announced that Pergovis, a fertility drug, would be listed in the PBS too, making it more affordable for women and their partners wanting to start or expand a family. Contraceptives and fertility drugs being listed on the same day underscores the unique and complex nature of women's health. Women's health matters. This government knows that women's health is an economic imperative as well as a health imperative, and Australians know this too. Speaker, the announcement of investment in women's health was embraced by women and it was embraced by men, because like women, men know that when women are healthy, families are better off, the economy is more productive and there is more contribution to communities. Women are being heard by this government, and this government says to the girls and women of Australia, say yes to you.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Kilkeven farewelled their oldest resident when my old mate Gordon Hugh McGill passed away, aged 97. Gordon grew up on a cattle property at Cinnabar, where he developed a love of the land. His mum passed away when he was 15 and his father had glaucoma, so Gordon carried a lot of responsibility in the family. Gordon and his wife Shirley raised their 5 kids at Cinnabar and were happily married for more than 50 years before Shirley passed away in 2006. In 2012, Gordon moved to Kilkevin, where he made many friends who remember him as a true gentleman with a beautiful heart. Gordon was a leading member of the local branch of the United Graziers Association. He experimented with different types of grasses and crops, went to war against invasive weeds, and was an early pioneer of artificial insemination in a quest to develop a short-haired cattle breed for our climate. Gordon was also a generous supporter of the Liberal National Party. He was always ready to help and to put on a smile at the polling booth while he was handing out how-to-vote cards. Gordon will be deeply missed. He was a great man. Whenever you saw Gordon walking around Kilkevin, he always had a kind word for you and a positive, some form of positive reassurance. He was a beautiful, beautiful human being. Rest in peace, Gordon.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. This government is making the biggest investment in Medicare since it was created more than 40 years ago. Here in the Hunter, that means more doctors, more urgent care, cheaper medicines and stronger mental health services for local families. We're investing $8.5 billion to deliver 18 million more bulk billed GP visits every single year, Speaker. By 2030, 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed, triple what we inherited from those opposite, who froze the rebate and sent bulk billing off a cliff. Locals are already seeing the difference. Families in Cessnock, Singleton, Lake Macquarie, right through the valley are paying less and getting more. Right here in our backyard, urgent care clinics are up and running in Cessnock, Charlestown and Lakehaven, with Maitland to come very shortly. They are taking the pressure off Singleton, Cessnock, Maitland and the John Hunter hospitals because people can walk in 7 days a week, get free care and avoid hours in the ED. Yeah. We are building Medicare mental health centres in Cessnock and Muswellbrook, plus a bigger and improved Headspace centre for Cessnock. And from January, the maximum price of a PBS script will fall to $25. That's the lowest it's been in over 20 years, Speaker. New South Wales have already saved more than $500 million on cheaper medicines. Speaker, Labor is strengthening Medicare, backing mental health, delivering cheaper medicines and giving the Hunter families real cost of living relief.
Member for Barker.
Today to highlight the reality of a healthcare crisis unfolding in my electorate of Barker, specifically the community of Mount Gambier. Now, the urgent care clinic that the minister promised would ease pressure on our local hospitals has been closed since June. And yet in question time on Monday, the minister stood in the chamber and proudly asserted that all of our nation's 90 urgent care clinics were currently operating. This is simply not true. Either the minister doesn't know or is not across his brief. Either way, it's unacceptable. The consequences for my community are dire. All 4 GP clinics have confirmed they're not taking on new patients. Families can't find a doctor for their children, elderly residents are struggling to manage chronic illnesses, and people are left with no primary health care options. The people of Mount Gambier deserve honesty from this government, and they deserve to access health care. Instead, they've been left behind. This is not just a policy failure, it's a betrayal of trust. Minister, front up to the people of Mount Gambier and tell them that you've failed. Come to Mount Gambier and tell these residents why they've been abandoned. Maybe you could tell them it's a direct result of your decision in 2022 to alter the distribution priority areas. Minister, your Prime Minister is fond of saying all you need to access healthcare is your Medicare card. In reality, in Mount Gambier, you need to travel hundreds of kilometres to do it. It's not acceptable and the Minister knows it.
Call member Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I want to take the opportunity to share the real-world, tangible impacts of Labor-funded Medicare urgent care clinics in my community of the northern suburbs of Adelaide. Felicity Robertson writes, despite the staff being under significant pressure with many waiting patients, they were kind, compassionate, patient and thorough. All the more important as my daughter has a disability and can easily feel overwhelmed in a medical environment. This clinic is an invaluable community resource, and I am very grateful for the care we received. Quite frankly, I couldn't have put it better myself. Jessica Goodwin also writes, Nurse Paul was absolutely incredible, making a worried parent feel much better. He was confident, calm and reassuring. Continued to check up on my 2-year-old who came in with a swollen hand as a result of a bite. Got us in first as son's hand was getting worse. Cannot recommend this clinic enough. Fast, reliable and easy. Thank you, Paul. This is what good Labor policy is all about. Delivering accessible care via Medicare. We make your health our priority. We are proud of our Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia, and we will continue to support these to make sure that when you need it the most, you can access the care and support you and your family need. Thank you.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. In the Senate, the Coalition just dragged Labor kicking and screaming into delivering all 83,000 home care package places that were promised, including 40,000 this year. Labor didn't want this, but the Coalition made it happen. Is the Minister aware that the Prime Minister took a deliberate decision to exclude him from all negotiations today between Labor and the Coalition on these matters? And if the Prime Minister doesn't want the Minister for Aged Care in the room when the big calls are being made, why should any elderly Australian?
Order. We'll hear from the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our government is proud to be delivering our once-in-a-generation reforms to the aged care sector that will see more Australians get better care faster than ever before. Now, the House has heard remarkably considerable debate on this topic this week, and Minister Butler and I announced a short time ago that the government has reached an agreement to pass the aged care bill currently before the Senate. This is a fantastic outcome for older Australians and their families, who have the certainty that more care is on the way. It's a fantastic outcome for the aged care providers, who will deliver more care than ever before. And it's a fantastic outcome for the workers, who work day in, day out, looking after the people that we love. Mr Speaker, the bill before the Senate is the final piece of the puzzle that paves the way for the commencement of the new Aged Care Act and our new Support at Home program.
Members on my left.
Throughout this reform process, we've taken a principled approach to the bipartisan nature of these reforms to ensure that they are enduring and meaningful for generations to come. And we're grateful to the opposition, particularly Senator Ruston, for their genuine engagement and commitment to work with us and to get these reforms right. The new Support at Home program will help even more older Australians to stay at home for longer and with a higher level of care so people can stay close to family and close to community. To keep up with increased demand, we'll now fast-track the release of more home care packages in the lead-up to the 1st of November. We'll bring forward an extra 20,000 packages in the next 8 weeks before the new Act comes into effect. And once the new Support at Home program comes into place, we will allocate the remaining 63,000 packages to older Australians in the first 8 months by 30 June 2026. Mr Speaker, this is a responsible decision that will deliver more care faster to the older Australians who need it most, while maintaining the prudent fiscal save that was a key pillar of our reforms last year. Every single older Australian deserves the very best care, and that's what our reforms have always sought to do. This is an important outcome for so many older Australians, their families and the sector, and I thank the Parliament for working with the government to ensure that we get it right.
The call to order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Honourable Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Prime Minister. What contribution has former Australian of the Year Richard Scolyer made to cancer research and advocacy, and what steps has the government announced today to build on Professor Scolyer's work?
With the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Robertson for his question. Just one of the people who brought his professional skills in the area of healthcare into this parliament, and the parliament's better for it. Today I was very honoured to once again meet with the 2024 Australian of the Year, Professor Richard Scolyer. We announced $5.9 million to establish the Richard Scolyer Chair in Brain Cancer Research at the Chris O'Brien Lifehouse in Sydney, together with Gail O'Brien, Chris O'Brien's widow. This investment will support a number of research positions, including a professorial chair, as well as postdoctoral research fellows, research assistants and PhD scholarships, along with research costs. That'll be rolled out in conjunction with the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital and the University of Sydney. Professor Richard Scolyer is an extraordinary Australian, a humble man who has achieved so much. And for so many Australians, his story has resonated so deeply. A renowned pathologist, a melanoma researcher who's made remarkable contributions to Australian medical research. The first in the world to receive an experimental treatment approach adapted from his own melanoma immunotherapy research, becoming both a patient and a research subject. Together with his other Australian of the Year recipient, his research partner, Professor Georgina Long, he represents the very best of this country. Someone who has brought skill, tenacity and courage, someone who always thinks of others. And indeed, even today he was suggesting that the chair in brain cancer research shouldn't be named after him. It says so much about his character and the fact he is just always thinking of others. Even after being diagnosed with brain cancer in 2023, he continues to think about how he can make a difference while going through what is a very difficult period. He continues to be an advocate and continues to show leadership, and the courage that he has shown as an inspiration for all Australians, including every member of this House. This announcement means that we can continue to stay at the forefront of the fight against cancer. We can continue to train the world's best researchers, and we can continue Professor Scolyer's vital work.
Call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. The Minister has repeatedly claimed that there were, quote, around 87,000 people waiting for a home care package as at the 31st of March. But moments ago in the Senate, the government admitted that the waitlist crisis has worsened significantly. Senator McAllister confirmed that as at 31 July, there are almost 109,000 elderly Australians waiting, another 20,000 in the queue. When did the Minister or his office become aware of this number, and why didn't he provide it to the House?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There is an established process for verifying and releasing data as it pertains to the National Priority System waitlist. At the end of March, around 87,000 people were on the National Priority System waitlist, and we're releasing more than 2,000 home care packages every week up to this point to deal with that question. There is, as I said, a process of verification because the government does not want to release incorrect information when it comes to the National Priority System. It's a long-standing process that was the same as was managed under the previous government, and I again refer the Leader of the Opposition to the numbers that I have given repeatedly throughout this.
The Minister's concluded his answer. Well, the Minister's concluded his answer, so I'll take the point of order.
Practice makes clear that if a minister is aware of an incorrection or an answer, they come forward. The Minister for Housing did that yesterday on an answer. The minister has not corrected his answer and he's been given an earliest opportunity to do so. Why hasn't he corrected his answer?
Well, that's not a point of order. That's, if you wish to raise that, there are other forms of the House to do that. That's order. Order. That's fine. Well, Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to improve the health of Australian women? Why is this such an important priority for the government?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors and the Minister for the NDIS.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Gorton for that question and for joining us and so many other female colleagues of the Labor Party this morning to celebrate Women's Health Week this week. Also to join Assistant Minister White, who has responsibility for delivering the government's women's health agenda, Assistant Minister Carney, who crafted that agenda, and to the wonderful Robin Smith, a terrific advocate, powerful advocate for better women's health, who told her powerful story of going through menopause early in life after removing her ovaries and fallopian tubes to protect against a very high risk that she has of inherited cancer. A group of women, Mr Speaker, channeling the voices of literally millions of Australians women who remind us that you cannot be serious about strengthening Medicare without being serious about strengthening women's health, because women consume about 60% of health services in this country, Mr Speaker, often not because they're sick, but just because they are women, managing their own and, by extension, their families' reproductive health and planning, or because they're going through menopause and perimenopause. And the truth is, Mr Speaker, for decades, Australia's women had not been getting the support that they deserved and that they needed. There had not been a new oral contraceptive pill put onto the PBS for more than 30 years, not a new medicine for endometriosis for more than 30 years, not a new menopause hormone treatment for more than 20 years, Mr Speaker, forcing Australia's women to pay top dollar for the best medicines available on the market. Well, we changed that, Mr Speaker. We changed that. And this past year, we've listed 3 cutting-edge oral contraceptive pills, 3 cutting-edge menopause hormone treatments and 2 cutting-edge medicines to treat endometriosis, Mr Speaker, saving women millions and millions of dollars they shouldn't have been paying in the first place, Mr Speaker. And already I'm pleased to report that since those listings, 365,000 Australian women have accessed more than 700,000 cheaper scripts as a direct result of the decisions that we took. And on the 1st of July, Mr Speaker, as part of our package, we also introduced a new, longer, much better funded GP consult service to support women going through menopause and perimenopause, to ensure that women at that point in their life got the best possible information, advice and support, which frankly had not been happening enough in years gone by. And already I'm really pleased to report that in just 9 weeks, more than 20,000 Australian women have taken up that new opportunity, Mr Speaker. There are many more measures to take effect from our women's health package later this year, but already our determination to strengthen women's health is making a real difference.
Before I call the honourable member for Wentworth, I'll just do a quick couple of acknowledgements. I'm pleased to inform the House that present at the gallery today are members of the Afghanistan women's cricket team who are here today for World Vision Australia's 1,000 Voices for 1,000 Girls campaign. Also representatives of Suicide Prevention Australia who are here for the World Suicide Prevention Day on September 10. The mayors of Fremantle, Councillor Hannah Fitzharding in the electorate of Fremantle, and Mr Matt Nikula, the Shire President of Exmouth, and Natalie Moyer from Kalbarri in the mighty electorate of Durack. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Prime Minister. The Attorney-General has asked us to be open-minded to the government's proposed freedom of information reforms as a step towards greater transparency. I might be more trusting if the government showed greater commitment to other transparency measures. Publishing ministerial diaries and disclosing sponsored parliamentary Orange Pass holders, as the crossbench has repeatedly urged, would demonstrate real commitment to transparency. When will the government commit to these reforms?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question and for her engagement on this issue, including yesterday, I think it was, when we had a meeting with other members about these issues. I say with regard to other reforms coming on top of our creation of a National Anti-Corruption Commission and other reforms that we have already introduced, Today, the Attorney-General has announced consultation on stage 2 of public sector whistleblower reforms. That will be important going forward. As I indicated, that would come forward. Freedom of information is a vital part of our democracy, but right now the FOI system is broken. The current framework is stuck in the 1980s, and this was before new technology was there, before email, before smartphones, and we need to keep up with that. Last year, public servants spent more than 1 million hours processing FOIs, not doing policy, not helping people out there with their issues, but going to FOIs.
Members on my left. Members on my left are going to cease. The member for Latrobe, I was just asking the House, that is not an appropriate way to use when I am addressing the House. You'll leave the chamber under 94A. Order. People are going to interject. Trust me, when I'm addressing the House is not the time to do it. The member was given the courtesy of silence for her question. The same courtesy is going to be given to the Prime Minister, who is updating the House, which I think everyone wants to hear the answer. The Prime Minister has the call.
There are real issues with the current system. One is the anonymous nature of requests, FOI applications. Anyone can set up a Gmail address. It could be someone backed by a foreign government seeking interference, and we do not know. Just last week we expelled the Iranian ambassador, and certainly the Jewish community, including the Jewish Board of Deputies, have made representations about some of the FOI applications that go to security, for example, around Jewish synagogues, Jewish schools and other areas as well. The anonymous nature of applications coming forward is an issue, as is, of course, application fees. Every state and territory other than the ACT has an initial FOI application fee.
Order. When this information is being provided to members, this is not an opportunity just to continue to keep conversations going across the chamber. So I'm just going to give everyone one more chance, and if it continues, people are just going to leave. The Prime Minister has the call.
The opposition knows that charges are already part of the FOI system, but under the proposals which we're putting forward, there won't be any application fee for people's own personal information, and waivers will be provided for financial hardship. In addition to that, we'll make sure as well that issues such as the e-Safety Commissioner, who, for example, in 2023-24, saw a more than 2,000% increase in FOI requests compared to the previous year. Artificial intelligence means that it is possible for someone who wants to disrupt an agency completely and bring it to a halt is able to do so. Governments have to respond to changes of technology. That is what we are doing.
Give a call to the honourable member for Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting women's health?
Give a call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the fabulous member for Dixon for her question, her advocacy for women. She is such an important member of this place, and I'm very proud to have her here. This week, of course, is Women's Health Week. It's an important reminder to all of us of the issues that affect over half of our population, and it is time to reflect on the work that's been done, and of course there is always more to do. This government is a government that backs women, whether it is in our workplaces, in our communities and of course in our healthcare system, and I want to recognise the work of Assistant Minister White and of course Assistant Minister Kenny, who before her worked on this package. It's why we've delivered the most significant investment in women's health in decades. We know that women deserve access to the healthcare that they need. Through strengthening Medicare, delivering cheaper medicines, this investment means more choice, lower costs and better healthcare for women across the country at all stages of their life. We committed over $790 million for a women's health package. Prescriptions for oral contraceptives has been part of that package, and they are, of course, making a real difference across our community. Since the 1st of May, as the Minister said, we've seen over 365,000 patients access more than 715 prescriptions for oral contraceptives, menopause hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments. That is a huge number of patients accessing those treatments. We've listed new contraceptives on the PBS for the first time in 30 years, making it cheaper and much easier for women to actually access long-lasting contraceptive. Before the listings of Yaza, Yasmin and Slinda on the PBS, women were paying around $380 a year for their contraception. They are now paying half that and, of course, much less, around $30.80 if they're a concession card holder. Before the listings of Estrogel, Prometrium and Estrogel Pro on the PBS, women might have paid again up to $670 a year. Now they're paying only $31.60 a script. Again, a really enormous cost of living relief for women and to access healthcare. We know that already more than 20,000 women have taken up the new perimenopausal and menopause health assessments since they were subsidised just on the 1st of July. The opening of the 22 endometriosis clinics, pelvic pain clinics, with 11 more to come, and expanding all 33 clinics has been, again, an enormous benefit to women across the country. And, of course, from the 1st of January, seeing every prescription listed on the PBS costing no more than $25, all targeted at helping and supporting women's health. We've listened to women's health needs, and now we're getting on with the job of actually delivering.
Call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to reports in The Australian that government officials are helping to bring ISIS terrorist brides to Australia. Prime Minister, these are not ordinary citizens. They chose to align with a barbaric death cult that glorified mass murder, sold women and girls into slavery and cheered the slaughter of innocents. What actions has your government taken to guarantee the safety of Australians if these people return?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Those reports are not accurate.
Call to the member for McNamara.
Very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to train more nurses and doctors to strengthen Medicare for decades to come?
Give a call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the member for McNamara for his question. Mr Speaker, he is magnificent, that's a good point. Magnificent member for McNamara for his question. Mr Speaker, we need more nurses and we need more midwives too. These are people who've signed up to do some of the most important jobs in this country. People who will look after us when we're sick, help women during childbirth. And a big part of their university degree is practical training, and it can sometimes be very difficult. I'll just give you one example. For a lot of nursing students, they often work while they're studying part-time at a local hospital as an assistant in nursing. And when they do their prac, it's often at the same hospital, and they have to give up their paid part-time job to do it. And so that can cause financial difficulties. It can mean that sometimes they don't have the money they need to pay for parking, to pay for public transport, or to pay for petrol. The good news, Mr Speaker, is that paid prac has now started. We promised it and we're delivering it. It's real cost of living help, real practical help for the practical part of the university degree, for nursing students, midwifery students, for teaching students and social work students as well. It started on the 1st of July, and I can advise the House that already more than 30,000 people have applied to get it. Mr Speaker, we need more nurses, but as the member for McNamara asked, we need more doctors too. And in the election, we promised to set up a new medical school at Queensland University of Technology. We promised it and we're delivering it. I can advise the House that it will start training doctors from 2027. We also promised to deliver end-to-end medical training in Launceston at the University of Tasmania, so medical students can complete their whole degree in Launceston. We promised it, and we're delivering it. It will start from next year, 2026. We also promised to set up a new medical school at Charles Darwin University in the Northern Territory. We promised it, and we're delivering it. It'll start from next year too. And we also promised in the election to roll out 100 extra medical Commonwealth-supported places next year. Universities will be able to bid for these extra places, and applications for them opened last week. The focus here is on training more GPs. It's all part of strengthening Medicare. It's part of the biggest investment in Medicare ever to make it easier to see a doctor for free. We promised to train more doctors to do it, and we are delivering it.
Call to the honourable member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to the aforementioned reports in the Australian and your previous answer. Is the Prime Minister aware of any info that suggests ISIS brides are seeking to return to Australia, and is your government making preparations to receive them?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I refer to my previous answer.
The call to the honourable member for McEwen.
My question is to the Attorney-General. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to improve efficiency, effectiveness of integrity and transparency frameworks?
The call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Today, the Albanese government has introduced new legislation to reform the Freedom of Information Act 1982. Freedom of information is a vital feature of our democracy. It provides transparency and accountability of government and enables Australians to access their personal information. However, it is absolutely the case, as the Prime Minister has said, that the Freedom of Information Act remains stuck in the 1980s, well before the widespread use of email or more recent advances in artificial intelligence. And you will not find a stakeholder who says the system works well, so clearly reform is needed. That is why the legislation introduced today seeks to ban anonymous requests, stop abuses of the framework by vexatious and frivolous requests, make the law clearer when it comes to cabinet and deliberative material exemptions, and establish procedures for the handling of records of former ministers. Mr Speaker, let me give you an example of why the current system is broken. In one instance, a small agency received nearly 600 FOI requests in a short period of time from an automated generator. This resulted in the diversion of an entire public service team from their work for more than 3 months. Now, Mr Speaker, you may ask who that agency is. That agency was eSafety, whose core mission is to keep Australian children safe online. Hard-working taxpayers who already fund over 1 million hours a year on FOI processing would expect eSafety to be focused on their task of protecting children rather than processing a mountain of frivolous FOI requests from online trolls. The Albanese government will also not continue to tolerate a framework which allows offshore actors whose capabilities are enhanced with artificial intelligence to anonymously lodge FOI requests seeking information held by the Australian government. The idea that our laws could permit a foreign state to anonymously seek access to information about recent government decisions without us even knowing it is simply untenable. The government will refer its FOI legislation to the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee for scrutiny and continue to engage across the Parliament and stakeholders on these reforms. Mr Speaker, FOI also forms part of a broader transparency and integrity framework which this government is continuing to strengthen. The government is delivering on its commitment to continue to enhance Australia's public sector whistleblowing framework. These reforms will establish a new whistleblower ombudsman, which will be the most significant addition to the federal integrity landscape since this government established the National Anti-Corruption Commission. And following consultation, we intend to introduce legislation into the Parliament as soon as possible. The Albanese government is committed to progressing reforms that improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our integrity frameworks.
Give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Prime Minister, today, to Australia's shame,
Daniel Andrews attended a Chinese Communist Party military parade alongside dictators Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un and the Iranian president. Former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk described Mr Andrews' attendance as a bridge too far. Will the Prime Minister echo her condemnation? Did the Prime Minister or his office provide any personal or consular assistance for the visit?
Order. The member for Chifley is warned. The Prime Minister has the call.
At the 70th anniversary, 10 years ago, the former government sent a Liberal minister, Michael Ronaldson, to represent the Australian government. I understand that Australian embassy officials will formally represent Australia this time. Last month, on the 15th of August, I attended a commemoration for victory in the Pacific Day in Martin Place, along with the Leader of the Opposition. It is on that day that we commemorate the end of the war in the Pacific in Australia. In that case, we celebrate it on the day of the surrender of the Japanese forces. We also, on that day, celebrate the courage and sacrifice of all those Australians who served, and I can confirm it was a very moving occasion, as these occasions always are, when we honour the men and women who wear a uniform.
Order. Order. Members on my left, before I call the member for Blair, I just want to do some acknowledgements in the chamber. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery... The member for Hume, I'm trying to acknowledge guests in the gallery. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation from the Parliament of Kiribati's Public Accounts Committee, led by the Honourable Tarokom Bu Tufangpa, and also a bienvenue to the Senate delegation from the French-Australia Parliamentary Friendship Group and members of the Fairley Leadership Program from the Goulburn and Murray Valleys in the electorate of Nichols. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the member for Blair.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering generational reforms to aged care after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Order. Give the call to the Minister for Health, Aged Care and the Minister for the NDIS.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for Blair. He knows aged care well, having held the portfolio for Labor for a number of years, and he knows that we, on this side of the House, over the last few years, have had no higher priority than strengthening Medicare and strengthening aged care, because, Mr Speaker, aged care, when we came to government, was in the worst state it had been in the more than 30 years that I have been working with that sector. Tragically summed up by the Royal Commission in one word, their title to their interim report, which was neglect. And we were utterly determined to turn that around. Mr Speaker, I don't think there was a single policy area where we made decisions to invest more money in the last term than in aged care, to deliver RN 24/7, registered nurses on shift all the time. They said it couldn't be done, and we've delivered it, Mr Speaker, to deliver more care minutes to every aged care resident, to deliver better wages to aged care workers, to allow providers to recruit and retain the workers we need, to provide better food in aged care facilities, and, Mr Speaker, to provide more home care packages. In the 23 budget we did it, in the 24 budget we did it, in the 24 MyEFO we did it. Thousands more home care packages, as well as the 83,000 new supported home care packages, which I think I said yesterday were in the 25 budget, but they're actually even earlier in the 2024 MyEFO to be rolled out over the course of 25-26. The pace of reform has been unprecedented, Mr Speaker, and the need for it has been acute, because those opposite did worse than nothing.
Just get a pause. I can't hear the Minister because the member for Lyne is continually interjecting. So, no more interjections from the member for Lyne, because I want to hear what the Minister's saying.
Because those opposite, Mr Speaker, did worse than nothing. In 2012, we set up a rolling process of reforms that I agreed with Mr Dutton that would get this sector ready for the ageing of the baby boomer generation, a rolling series of reforms that was derailed in the middle of the last decade. And I wonder, Mr Speaker, who the minister was when that was all derailed. I wonder who the minister was. I wonder who the minister was who failed to deliver the mid-decade reform that was set out in that 2012 piece of legislation that I agreed with Mr Dutton.
Member
I
for
wonder
Fisher.
who the minister was who in her entire tenure did not deliver a single additional home care package, a big fat donut. I wonder who the minister was who cut aged care funding to the residential sector, not once, but twice in a relatively short tenure as aged care minister. $1.2 billion in the 2016 budget, $500 million in the 2015 MyEFO. I wonder who that was. I have appreciated the dialogue we've had with Senator Ruston last year and to deliver the deal that will get this legislation through this week, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition doesn't have that authority.
Call to the member for Warringah.
To the Treasurer. Climate change is projected to cost the economy up to $76 billion by 2060 per year, making it one of the biggest threats to national productivity. The government has not released the National Risk Assessment nor the ONI report and is continuing to approve projects that will make this economic risk worse. You did not have adaptation or resilience at the table when it came to the Economic Reform Roundtable. What can you tell the Australian people of the financial exposure to climate risk to the economy?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Warringah for her important question. The exposure is substantial, and that's why it was part of the discussions at the Economic Reform Roundtable. It's why we had the Conservation Foundation there. It's why we had Ken Henry there for that and other reasons. It's front of mind for the government. I've been working very closely with the Minister for Climate Change and Energy on the risk and adaptation part of our climate change agenda. You're right to point out that it has very close alignment with all of our broader economic considerations as well. I spend a lot of time with the Minister on this question. He has said publicly, I believe, that we'll be releasing the risk and adaptation work this month, September of 2025. And when that happens, I'll be part of that because we work very closely together on it. And when we release that important work, I welcome the contribution from the member for Warringah. These are important issues and they do have a lot of economic consequences attached to them.
Call to the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is also to the Treasurer. What do today's national accounts tell us about our economy?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the new member for Bullwinkle for her important question and for all of her work in this place already as a new member of Parliament, focused on the most important issues, Mr Speaker. The numbers we got today in the national accounts were very encouraging and they were very welcome. The numbers came in better than what almost all economists were expecting today. We saw growth in the quarter of 0.6. We saw through-the-year growth of 1.8. That beat expectations on both fronts, Mr Speaker, and that's a very good thing. Our economy is gathering pace and it's gathering momentum. We have seen in our economy in the data released today for the June quarter a very welcome and a substantial pickup in economic growth in our economy, and that's important. Now, the big story in the national accounts today was the pickup and the recovery in the private sector in particular. And this is the recovery in the private sector that we've been planning for and preparing for and frankly hoping for, Mr Speaker. To see the private sector make the contribution to growth in the numbers today again was very welcome. And the reason why the private sector is recovering, the reason why that's feeding through to the biggest contributor to growth in the quarter, which was consumption, is because this government has worked diligently every single day to lift wages and lift incomes in our economy, Mr Speaker. And that's what's driving the improvement in growth in the numbers that were released today. Consumption is recovering in our economy because incomes are recovering in our economy, and I can hear them chirping away, Mr Speaker. They should chirp up and say that when we came to office, real wages were falling, living standards were falling, the measure of per-person incomes was falling, Inflation was rising, interest rates were already going up, and we have been turning all of that around, Mr Speaker. The reason incomes are growing in our economy is because, and living standards too, is because of that combination of our tax cuts and our wage rises combined with the Reserve Bank's 3 interest rate cuts in 6 months, Mr Speaker. And because of our efforts, the wages share of national income is now 54%. When we came to office, the wages share of national income was less than half. Now it's 54%. That's not accidental, Mr Speaker. That is deliberate. We have got in our economy now the equal, fastest, through-the-year economic growth compared with any major advanced economy. And we've got much faster employment growth than any major advanced economy. So these are very welcome. They are very encouraging numbers. They show the progress that we've made together. They've shown that we've been delivering on all of the things we identified as the government's priorities, but we know that there's still more work to do.
I'll give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister condemn his close personal friend, Daniel Andrews, attending the Chinese Communist Party military parade alongside the presidents of Russia, North Korea and Iran?
The Prime Minister's got to be asked questions that he is directly responsible for. Well, there is some difficulties. There is some difficulties with the question falling within the standing orders. If you think of it to its logical conclusion, it could be asked about any Australian. But I'm going to hear from the Leader of the House to assist.
The point of order. The fundamental rule for questions is they have to be something that the Prime Minister is officially connected with. By definition and the way that was framed, he said it's not.
If we could have the question to... All right, I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, the point of order is the Prime Minister is officially connected with Australia. He is the Prime Minister. Yeah, that's an official connection. That's official connection. So we've invited him to condemn a former Premier attending a foreign affairs rally, and that's the point of order. Yeah.
OK. The Prime Minister looks like he's indicating that he's OK to answer the question, but I was going to ask him to rephrase, but just a bit of a learned lesson for everyone. If we make it directly responsible for someone's responsibilities, just to help the House. But the Prime Minister has the call.
I think that point of order said it all about the question, Mr Speaker. I'm responsible for the Australian government. The Australian government did have a representative there, and the Australian government did have a representative 10 years ago. That was a minister in the government. Our government chose that that would not be the case.
Call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese government delivering on its commitment to help Aussie workers earn more and keep more of what they earn, and how is this different from other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the fabulous member for Deakin for his question. It was wonderful recently to visit with him essential workers in Eastland, where we got to hear about how important the government's policies are to them. Of course, the Albanese Labor government was elected on a commitment to get wages moving after a decade of deliberate wage suppression under those opposite. Now, we have delivered significant changes to our workplace laws to deliver on our commitment to get wages moving. Our Secure Jobs, Better Pay changes have reinvigorated enterprise bargaining and put gender equality at the heart of our workplace laws. Of course, these changes are seeing more workers than ever before be covered by enterprise agreements, delivering real wage increases. The gender pay gap is now at a record low of 11.5%, and working women are earning on average an additional $250 a week. Our closing loophole changes have stopped the underpayment of labour hire workers, and many are earning thousands of dollars more. We've delivered on our commitment to make a submission to the Fair Work Commission for a real wage increase for almost 3 million workers who rely on minimum award wages. And we've made a submission every single year since we've been in government. Now, when this commitment was first made by our Prime Minister while in opposition, those opposite labelled it reckless. Well, this side of Parliament does not view backing Aussie workers as reckless. Now the lowest paid workers on minimum wages are earning more than $175 per week on average, more than when we came to government. And our government has also acted to protect award-reliant workers when they were faced with a real chance of losing their penalty rates. Now, this, of course, is a clear contrast to the coalition when they were in government that stood by and did nothing to protect penalty rates when they were taken away in 2017. The government is committed to getting wages moving, and we have recorded the strongest annual real wages growth in 5 years, and real wages have been growing for 7 consecutive quarters. Since coming to government, Aussie workers are benefiting from an average of an additional $9,000 per year in their pay packets. This Labor government is delivering for working people. We're delivering to get wages moving and making sure Aussies are earning more.
Give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The International Association of Genocide Scholars this week voted overwhelmingly in favour of a motion stating that Israel's actions in Gaza fit the definition of genocide under international law, and calling on states like Australia to uphold our obligations under the Genocide Convention. Will your government finally acknowledge that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I note that there are processes before the ICJ and that people will have different views, but those processes are legal processes, and what we do as a responsible government is allow legal processes to take their course. What I would say about the situation in the Middle East is that my government has been consistent. We have been consistent since the terrorist atrocity that Hamas committed on October 7 in calling that out for what it was. We've been consistent in calling for the release of hostages. We've been consistent in calling for a ceasefire and for innocent civilians to be protected. I must say that the resolution that was carried with the support of the major parties in this House has stood the test of time quite well. It called for international law to be upheld. It called for innocent people, whether they be Israelis or Palestinians, to be protected. We have called out issues in Gaza with regard to a failure to adequately provide food and essential aid there. We have called out, for example, the double tap that occurred at the hospital in Khan Yunis for what it was that saw the loss of life of journalists as well as doctors and nurses and people providing assistance there. We have continued to take a principled position that has resulted in criticism from all sides of this debate. But it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for the role that we play internationally. It's the right thing to do to work towards a long-term solution where both Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace and security, where Israel can continue to exist as a majority Jewish state, providing a homeland for the Jewish people, but where the legitimate aspirations of Palestinian people for their own state can be realised. That is something that I have held throughout my political life, and indeed before I came to this Parliament. And that is something that our government will continue to do. We'll continue to be a strong advocate, regardless of criticism that is thrown at us, regardless of the misinformation which is put out there. For example, we do not fund or provide arms to the State of Israel. We are not a participant in this conflict. What Australians want to see is two things. They want to see the killing stop. They want to see, whether they be Israelis or Palestinians, and the second thing that they want is for conflict to not be brought here.
Call to the honourable member for Brudden.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What progress is the Albanese Labor government making on clean energy, and what are the risks?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank everyone's favourite member for Brandon for the question, Mr Speaker, and I thank her for her leadership in Tasmania. And yesterday the Prime Minister and I told the House that 44,000 Australians had installed a home battery under the cheaper home battery scheme. Today I can tell the House 46,052. A big lift, a big jump today. 46,052 families have introduced cheaper home batteries to their households. And just as the nation is getting on with the job of batteries, we are getting on with the job of the battery of the nation. And the battery of the nation is the state of Tasmania, Mr Speaker. And I'm pleased to announce and tell the House that today the Albanese government, the Allen government and the Rockcliffe government have reached financial close on the Marinus Link. Now, the Marinus Link has been talked about for decades, and this government is delivering the Marinus Link. And I want to thank Ministers D'Ambrosio and Digan, the two state ministers who worked with me to make this a reality. This link will unlock billions of dollars of investment in Tasmania and will create enough renewable energy to power 750,000 homes right across Australia, Mr Speaker, creating jobs for Tasmanians in particular. So that's a good thing. Now, Mr Speaker, the honourable member asked me about risks, and one of the risks is people who used to support transmission and support things like the Marinus Link but now say they oppose it. So, for example, Mr Speaker, I imagine the member for Hume welcomes the Marinus Link announcement because he once spruiked it. He once talked about the Marinus Link, and in fact, in September 2021, he not only said his budget supported Marinus Link, he boasted it supported Tasmania's Marinus Link, VNI West and Project Energy Connect, Mr Speaker. All projects they now oppose and promote rallies against, Mr Speaker. That's what they do now. That's a significant risk to the transition. If you can't actually believe in something, you can't actually follow it through. The member for Hume's defence is, yeah, I supported transmission lines, I just never built one, which is a fair defence, Mr Speaker. You never actually got around to building one. They just talked about how good they were. They just kept announcing it. It's this government that is today announcing the next big step on Marinus Link, and will continue to make progress. And the honourable member asked me about risks, and again, we see more of the perfectly normal policy development on the other side. We've heard about the member for Hume. We've also heard from Senator Hume today, who's took to social media to declare that she's not for turning when it comes to net zero. She's fully in favour of it, and pointing out she had to go to Instagram to point out that she's a member of the Liberal Party, not the Advance Australia Party. Well, at least she can make that claim. I'm not sure that all those opposite could make that claim, Mr Speaker. Senator Hume, and she's been supported by the member for Flinders and Senator Bragg and others, and good on them for standing up for net zero. They're in a small minority, but on this side of the House, we're going to keep going with the job of delivering for Australians with batteries big and small.
Call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister told the Bush Summit, and I quote, "I won't BS people." The Prime Minister promised Australians a $275 reduction in their energy bills prior to the 2022 election. Hasn't that now proven to be BS? Is this broken promise the reason why the Prime Minister was chased out of town by a convoy of tractors?
Order. The Prime Minister has the call. Order. The Minister for Infrastructure will cease interjecting. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I did attend a meeting in Ballarat last week, and I attended a meeting in Wagga Wagga as well. And I attend regularly regional events. And when I do, I inform the members, as the member for Page would know, as the member for Maranoa would know, as the member for Riverina would know. And indeed, I took the member for Riverina to the event in his electorate last week. I have attended an event with the member for Mallee where I opened a local community infrastructure at the invitation of the local council. There were schools there because it was the first time a Prime Minister had visited Horsham, a small community, in some 40 years. There were school children there, there were lots of people there, The member for Mallee, I rang up, invited to come along. The member for Mallee chose to organise people to come along and yell with loud hailers and to disrupt.
That's what the member for Mallee is doing.
Order.
And to disrupt the event.
Order. Members on my right, members on my left, the member for Gippsland, the member for Moncrief and the Leader of the Nationals.
And I was fine with that, as I was last week when I engaged in one-on-one discussions. But I do make this point.
Order.
Yesterday, a neo-Nazi crashed the events with the Victorian
the
Premier.
Leader of the Nationals. Order. The Leader of the Nationals is going to cease interjecting. Order.
I tell you what is dangerous. What is dangerous is encouraging, and indeed I was there, as was the member for Marinara. He knows that the Australian Federal Police had organised a cut-off area.
Order. The Leader of the Nationals cannot just continue to keep yelling like that.
A cut-off area, so that indeed no one was chased, as the member put it in her question. Indeed, because of the presence of the AFP, I attended a dinner the night before. I went around all of the tables and discussed that with farmers.
Order. When the House comes to order, the Prime Minister is directly answering the question about the event that he was asked about in the question. It's impossible to raise a point of order on relevance. So, the member for Mallee, when the Prime Minister is answering the question exactly that you've been asked about the rally that he attended and what he said and what he did, I'm going to ask you to reconsider if it's not on a point of order on relevance, because it can't be, for the reasons I've just outlined. I think everyone can see that. So, the member for Mallee.
Thank you. It is on relevance.
No, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. No. Order. No, we're going to deal with this. Speakers in the past, and I'm happy to go through that with any member who requests, have denied points of order. I'm willing to give people a fair go, but if you've asked about a question and he's answering it directly, or any minister, when people go off topic, I understand, but not when he's giving specific answers. That's just ridiculous. The Prime Minister has the call.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what is dangerous. It's the encouragement of an event where someone stands on a chair in the second row with a noose around their neck at a time when people taking their own life is a really serious issue. All I would say is this. I'm always prepared to front up. I front up in seats right across this parliament. I front up outside my electorate office, which are demonstrations a lot more willing than what was there in Ballarat the other day, let me tell you. I front up when coffins are brought to the front of my office with my name on it, and front up and address those people, and I address them respectfully. But I say this, Mr. Speaker, to the Parliament, you need to be responsible.
Order. Give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Defence Industry. How is the Albanese Labor government growing Australia's defence industrial base, supporting jobs and building a future made in Australia? Why is this important after a wasted decade?
Give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs.
I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, Australia faces the most challenging strategic environment since 1945. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is investing record amounts in the Australian defence industry to keep Australians safe and deliver a future made in Australia. And I'm delighted to inform the House that, according to the latest statistics, the industry grew by 12.5% and jobs grew in that sector by almost 10%. And this investment is guided by the lessons from recent conflicts, including that we don't just need the right equipment, we need the ability to make this equipment in Australia. And, Mr Speaker, there's no better example of this than the Albanese government's $10 billion plan for drone and counter-drone technologies. Last month, I announced our plan to acquire $1.3 billion worth of drone defences for the Australian Defence Force. Importantly, this will involve many innovative Australian companies, like Acacia Systems in Adelaide, which I recently visited. Their homegrown technology will be the brains of the ADF drone defence. Speaker, we're also designing and making drones in Australia. Take a look at Ghost Shark, delivered on budget and ahead of schedule. Or Ghost Bat, the first aircraft to be designed and made in Australia in over 50 years. So, Speaker, we're growing capabilities for the ADF, we're growing jobs and we're growing sovereignty and self-reliance for Australia. Our record stands in stark contrast to the Coalition's wasted decade where they failed to support our local industry. Under them, they cancelled the only armed drone project and delivered 0 drone defences for this country. Under us, we're delivering both armed drones and drone defences for the ADF. Under them, they closed 2 shipyards, costing thousands of Aussie jobs. Under us, we're delivering continuous naval shipbuilding in Western Australia and SA, supporting over 10,000 jobs. Under them, all they did for missile manufacturing was 2 media releases. Under us, we're building 2 missile factories, and this year, Aussie workers will start making missiles in this country. Under their plan, no major warships for the Navy under 2034. Under us, 4 new warships in that time, with the first delivered this decade. Speaker, unlike those opposite, we support Aussie workers and manufacturing, and that's why the Albanese government is backing a defence future made in Australia. In contrast, as question time again demonstrated, those on the opposite side can't be trusted on defence, can't be trusted on national security, and always go the low road.
Give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The government is currently undertaking a gas market review with the premise that we need new gas production for our domestic needs. However, only 16% of Australian LNG was sold to the domestic market last year. The rest was exported. More than enough gas for our domestic needs is sold daily on the spot market and exported. Why is the government supporting more gas projects when we have more than enough already? And when will you intervene to protect our access to our own gas resources?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. And the Minister for Resources and I are conducting a review into our gas policy settings, as is very necessary, because we believe that Australian industry, Australian heavy industry, and those Australian homes that use gas to heat their homes and the gas-fired power peaking stations that we have in the grid do require access to Australian gas at reasonable prices. And that's why we're undertaking that review in a careful, methodical way. We aren't doing as those opposite did and make a policy which was clearly said by the industry in hours wouldn't work. We're undertaking a very heavy consultation process. We've received many submissions already, which we're working through. The fundamental principle I don't accept as a premise to our review, other than the fundamental principle is that we do have a plentiful supply of gas in Australia, and we need to ensure that supply is available for Australian uses. And we will continue to make the point that gas is necessary to underpin our transition to renewables. It's a very flexible type of fuel. Gas-fired power stations can be turned on and off at very short notice, unlike coal and unlike nuclear. Heavy industry does rely on gas, and those 5 million Australian homes rely on gas. And for that purpose, we are undertaking the review. We have 3 policy mechanisms that are reaching the end of their scheduled life. It's appropriate that there be a full and comprehensive and methodical review, and that's exactly what the Minister for Resources and I are doing.
Give the call to the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering new social and affordable homes for Australians in need? Is the minister aware of any obstacles?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her question. She represents an absolutely beautiful part of our great country, and it is a part of our nation which has some really specific housing challenges. And it's in part because of her really powerful advocacy that we have in Canberra today, an Australian government which has the boldest and most ambitious housing agenda that a Commonwealth government has had since the post-war period. Now, Speaker, this is bringing really meaningful change to the member for Richmond's constituents. Speaker, about 500 of the people that she represents have got the keys to their first home because of the Albanese government's backing. Speaker, there are 14,000 recipients of Commonwealth rent assistance in her community who are getting a 50%, almost a 50% increase on that payment because of our government. Now, Speaker, we absolutely recognise that housing is a life-defining challenge for many people around our country. We hear it from an entire younger generation who tell us in absolutely clear terms of the anger that they feel that they experience completely different housing opportunities than their parents and grandparents. And we hear it from parents too. They talk to us about the deep worry that they have that the younger people in their life are not going to have, they feel, the same financial future and security that they had. And of course, Speaker, we see it in all of our communities with that rising homeless population that is so distressing. Now, Speaker, our government has a $43 billion agenda which is targeting at addressing some of these issues. And under this Prime Minister and this government, we're building more homes, we're getting renters a better deal, and we are getting more Australians into home ownership. Now, a really important part of the work that we're doing, Speaker, is our efforts to build 55,000 desperately needed social and affordable homes right around our country. And our government, we are all about delivery, delivery, delivery. So, Speaker, I want to let the parliament know that of those 50,000 new social and affordable homes, we've ticked over 5,000 of those homes already complete, many with tenants already in them, and we've got 25,000 of these homes in planning or construction today. Now, Speaker, I really want the parliament to understand the scale of what we are undertaking here. Remember, our government delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes in 5 years, the coalition in 9 long years delivering 373 homes for the country, Speaker. What an absolute disgrace. Now, we are getting it done, Speaker. In the member for Haslutt's electorate, 537 new social and affordable homes. In the member for Fraser's electorate, 795 new homes. In Jagga, 711 new homes. In Adelaide, 680 new homes. And do you know how many new homes that the coalition delivered in all of these electorates together, Speaker? Absolutely zero. It is no wonder we have so many housing challenges, Speaker, and we are getting on with the job of addressing the housing concerns that Australians so clearly have.
For the Prime Minister. Order. Prime Minister has the call.
Get a go on the first dozen.
Yeah.
Get a go on the first dozen.
The member for Flynn will just cool his heels.
I say to the member for Flynn, see if he can get in the first 24, and we'll tomorrow, and we'll give you a crack. But on that basis, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
The member for Mallee has indicated she is seeking a personal explanation. Does the member claim to be misrepresented?
Yes, I do claim to be misrepresented, most grievously. The Prime Minister, in answering my question today, stated that I had organised a protest in Horsham. That is untrue. I merely stood with my community. He also...
Order. The member is entitled to be heard in silence. Order. Members on my right are going to cease interjecting so the member for Mallee can proceed.
He also inferred that I had organised the protest that took place in Ballarat on Friday last week and stood with the woman, or encouraged the woman to stand on the chair with a noose around her neck. That is absolutely untrue. That imputation is grievously offensive.
We shall move to papers. I just present the Auditor General's Performance Audit Report number 2 of 2025-26 entitled Effectiveness of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, Regulatory Functions, NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. And the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes of proceedings.
Members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Curtin proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the need for broad tax reform to address growing intergenerational unfairness. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After the Economic Roundtable 2 weeks ago, the Treasurer committed to developing a process for longer-term tax reform, focused on a fair go for working people, including in intergenerational equity terms, an affordable, responsible way to incentivise business investment, and making the system simpler and more sustainable. And I welcome this commitment and regard it as a real win for the crossbench. Throughout the last term, I and other independents consistently called for both long-term tax reform and a focus on intergenerational fairness. In fact, we were the only ones calling for tax reform. These issues were too often ignored by the major parties. The challenge now is to maintain pressure on the government to follow through and on the coalition to bring its own solutions on intergenerational equity and tax reform. And that's why I bring forward this matter of public importance, to maintain momentum for real structural tax reform in the coming years. Keeping a lid on spending must, of course, be part of budget repair, as must productivity. But these are not the only levers. We also need to shift the burden to different taxes that demonstrate the principles of intergenerational equity, business investment and simplification. As we build public appetite for reform, we need to avoid being sucked into the rule-in, rule-out game that characterises so much of our politics. Every option should be on the table. While an individual measure may have a negative impact on a particular cohort, other measures within a broader package may make that same cohort better off. So we must consider tax reform packages as a whole. So today I'm putting forward some options that should be on the table when we look at how to shift the tax burden, informed by evidence, by international best practice and by the voices of the people of Curtin. Changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax concessions are increasingly supported by a majority of Australians. In a survey of Curtin residents, 76% supported reform in this area. People recognise how seriously our housing system is broken and how current tax settings encourage Australians to treat housing primarily as an investment, not as a home. Reviewing these concessions must be part of any serious tax conversation. In Australia, successive governments have relied on bracket creep as their only plan for budget repair. This stealth tax disproportionately burdens younger working Australians while discouraging productivity. Most OECD countries index their tax brackets to inflation, and Australia should do this too. It would ensure governments can no longer rely on hidden tax hikes and must instead make a case for every new spending decision. GST is often dismissed as regressive, but a package can be designed that is progressive. I worked with Professor Richard Holden in the Parliamentary Budget Office to develop an example of a progressive GST, combining an increased rate with a basic supplement paid to every adult. This can be structured so that the majority of people, those with zero, low or middle incomes, would be better off. The key message here is that tax reform needs to include reviewing GST rates and exemptions. Stamp duty is one of the most inefficient taxes we have. It discourages mobility, locks people into housing that no longer suits them, and makes it harder to use our houses well. Transitioning to a broad-based land tax in partnership with the states would enable better housing outcomes. Again, Curtin residents are ahead of the politicians. 65% supported this idea in my community survey. Australians are not being fairly compensated for the use of our natural resources. Last year, no tax was paid on 2/3 of the gas exported from Western Australia. PRRT revenue this year will amount to just 0.08% of GDP, which is a staggeringly low return for resources that belong to all of us. It's time for a serious review of resource rent taxes, particularly for fossil fuels that not only deplete our finite resources but also impose global climate costs. Too many multinational corporations shift profits offshore and escape paying their fair share, and the structure of global markets is changing. This undermines fairness, erodes our tax base and disadvantages local businesses that do play by the rules. Australia must work with other countries and strengthen our laws to ensure that we're appropriately taxing the digital economy and multinationals that benefit from access to the Australian market. Finally, carbon and pollution taxes remain the most economically efficient way to drive a cleaner and more sustainable economy. If we're serious about finding the cheapest, fastest path to net zero, then we cannot rule out these tools. Shifting the balance from income tax to some of these taxes will ensure that younger Australians are given a fair go, drive productivity and innovation, and secure Australia as a prosperous and thriving country for decades to come.
I give the call to the Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thanks, Speaker. The obligation that we have as members of Parliament is to ensure that we deliver better living standards for our kids and generations to come. That is our goal, and that is what we work towards every day as a government. But over the last decade, that commitment, that promise to the next generation has been under threat. Young Australians are facing increasing pressure from the cost of housing. They've inherited a massive debt from the previous coalition government in the wake of COVID, and the threat of climate change is eroding their quality of life. We have an ageing population, which means that there are more people in our economy and our society that require aged care, NDIS and hospital and health services that are putting an impost on the budget, and at the same time reducing the number of taxpayers that are actually paying tax to fund those services. This is putting pressure on the welfare of younger generations of Australians. But this is something that our government is committed to addressing, and we are acting to ensure that we make our taxation and welfare system much more fairer and produce more equitable outcomes for future generations. And we're putting in place those policies to ensure greater intergenerational equity through our taxation system, to ensure that our children inherit a better quality of life through a fairer tax system, more affordable housing market, cleaner, safer environment by stronger action on climate change, a sustainable budget position and affordable and fairer education system. Speaker, making the taxation system fairer, particularly the income tax system, is one of the priorities of our government. It was the principal policy that we took to the last election. During our last term in office, we reduced the rate of income tax on all Australians to ensure that the tax system was fairer. We're following that up with 2 further income tax cuts, one this year, one next year, that will see the rate of taxation on the minimum level of income threshold in Australia fall to 15%. The greatest beneficiaries of that reform will be lower to middle income workers, the majority of whom would be younger Australians who are starting out in the labour market. This will be a great benefit for younger workers. It will return some of the bracket pre that's crept into the system over recent years. So for the average wage earner, they'll reduce their taxation by about $30,000 over the next decade. That's a great relief for younger workers into the future. And I might point out, Speaker, that this is a policy that has been opposed by the opposition. At the moment, they are supporting higher taxes for younger workers and for low to middle income workers in this country. We're not stopping there. We're also increasing the Medicare low-income threshold to ensure that there's additional relief for younger Australians through paying the Medicare levy. We're also making sure that our broader taxation system is much fairer and more responsive to the needs of the economy into the future and the welfare of younger Australians. We're reforming the multinational taxation system. We're reforming the petroleum resource rent tax system so that it raises more revenue for a fairer return on the exploitation of Australia's natural resources for younger generations. This has been an issue that has been identified for some time. The opposition, when they were in government, refused to act on it. Labor acted in our first term, so that the PRRT is now a much fairer system, and thanks to the Assistant Minister for Treasury, we've got a much fairer multinational tax system in Australia as well. Speaker, when we talk about intergenerational tax reform and making the taxation system fairer, one of the greatest demonstrations of our commitment to that is to make the superannuation system fairer in Australia, particularly the taxation of superannuation. And at the moment, we have a system where ultra-high income earners can shift their income out of the normal income tax system and into superannuation to get a concessional treatment of their taxation and avoid paying their fair share of tax. It is an unfair system, but it is encouraging people to do that. We are cracking down on that. We are acting on that to ensure that ultra-high income earners pay their fair share of tax and cannot avoid a fair rate of tax by transferring their income into their superannuation, which most Australian wage earners cannot do. It affects a very small proportion of the population, less than 1% of the Australian population, and the major beneficiaries from this intergenerational fairness will be younger Australians in a better retirement income system. But what do you know? It's opposed by the coalition. It's also opposed by the crossbench, in the irony that they're moving this motion here today. This is a reform that will ensure a greater and a better level of intergenerational fairness in our taxation system, opposed by those opposite. Speaker, you give a child an education, you give them a better life. This is something that our government knows all too well and is deeply committed to ensuring that we have greater equity in our education system. Be it a massive investment in our public schools, finally funding public schools to the level of need in Australia as recommended by David Gonski over a decade ago. But it's also in our tertiary education system. We all know that students have faced a large increase in their HECS debts due to indexation over recent years. We've acted. The first piece of legislation that we put into this parliament was to reduce the help debts of Australian students by 20%. And speaking to students in Kingsford Smith, it's welcome relief for them in their challenge of getting an education and having an affordable lifestyle as well. We've also increased the repayment threshold, which has been a great relief for students as well. It means that for the average student with an average debt of $27,500, their debt is cut by $5,500. We've also ensured that APRA changed the lending rules and the lending requirements for young people seeking to gain a home loan, ensuring that they can't take into consideration that banks, financial institutions can't use a HECS debt against a person who is applying for a home loan. So we're acting to ensure that access to housing through lending is much more affordable. We're introducing practical payments for students who are required to undertake prac placements as part of their degree or their training. Fee-free TAFE will ensure that we're investing in the skills that Australia will need into the future, but more importantly, that those Australians that want to train for a trade or a traineeship can have access to it at an affordable rate into the future. In terms of housing, for the first time in a generation, Speaker, we have a government at a Commonwealth level that is committed to substantially increasing the supply of housing in this country by directly building more homes and houses. It's something that the opposition completely shy away from when they're in government by saying, oh, housing is the responsibility of the states. We're not going to get involved in that. We take a different view. We know that there is an undersupply of housing in Australia that has pushed up the cost of housing, particularly for young Australians. That is why we introduced the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is now having its first and second distributions that will directly fund social and affordable housing throughout the country. 55,000 social and affordable homes will be built by this government to increase the supply of housing and make it more affordable. 10,000 homes, in a first for Australia, will be specifically reserved for first-home buyers and built by this government. If that's not a commitment to increasing the housing supply and making it more affordable for young Australians, I don't know what is. But we're also making it easier for Australians to own their first home. The Help to Buy scheme will encourage a co-investment of up to 40%, and the 5% deposit scheme has gone through the Parliament and will start in the coming months. We're also working to ensure that the rules around housing are liberalised and that the states and their zoning and planning requirements ensure that they're focused on delivering more homes, particularly where those homes are going to be built around mass transport, public transport in Australia. We're also making sure that young women get a better deal by increasing the superannuation guarantee to 12%, paying paid parental leave up to 24 weeks, and importantly paying superannuation on paid parental leave for the first time to ensure that young women get a fairer outcome in the labour market, particularly when they have to have breaks to raise children. So our government is committed to ensuring we deliver on that promise that every government should make to younger generations and future Australians, and that is to deliver better living standards. We are delivering that for younger Australians.
Member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I commend the member for Curtin for putting forward this really important MPI and for her advocacy in the previous and this parliament on the need to make sure our system works for every generation and the bravery to speak up on tax. I'm also very proud to have spoken up on tax and then delivered a tax green paper last term, because tax has been the missing element of so many of the issues facing younger generations, and we need the major parties to step up and get real and courageous about the changes that need to be made. It was great to see the Treasurer out of the Economic Reform Roundtable acknowledge that the tax system is at the heart of intergenerational inequity, as well as absolutely critical to productivity. And now that he has made that admission, it is time for the Parliament to get behind this in terms of driving real change. And I urge the opposition to engage constructively in this discussion, and that's certainly what I expect will happen from the crossbench here. Because the crossbench has been driving this debate from the start. And this is because tax matters, and frankly the future of every generation, including those young people in our country right now, really matters, and they're struggling. Right now we have only 8% of Australians who think that the next generation will have a better standard of living than their parents. And this is something you hear every single day on the street. And this is really rooted, I think, in three key problems. Firstly, we have flatlining productivity, and wages won't grow and generations won't be more prosperous unless we can get that productivity moving, and tax matters to productivity. Secondly, we have a tax system that is unfairly weighted to being dependent on younger working Australians when their wealth is going backwards compared to different generations. The tax system on the income system is not working for driving incentives, driving businesses, but nor it is for making sure that young generations can get ahead. And finally, we have a tax system and a system which is not driving climate action. And, you know, this gets to the heart of intergenerational equity. Who's going to be paying the bills for climate adaptation and change? It is the current younger generations and future generations. If we don't take action now, it is a problem, and we know that the tax system can help drive this. And, you know, finally, a piece which is outside tax but is absolutely relevant is fiscal discipline. Because if we laden our current generations with debt, we know that they have to pay them off in the future. So this goes to spending as well as tax in terms of restraint in spending, but I do want to spend the rest of the time really focused on tax because it's absolutely critical. You know, firstly, we need a tax system that drives business investment. We are seeing business investment at record lows, and the incentives for business investment are not there. We know that the tax system, in terms of its high headline rate, is not working, but also its complexity is actually stopping investment at the level that we need to see from both international and domestic companies. And this has got to be a key focus for tax reform for the government. This is where I'm urging them to focus. But secondly, I particularly wanted to focus on our income tax system because we do have a tax system that's just not working for generations. We have a tax system which I think quite unintentionally has led to a situation where in the last 10 years or so, the wealth of households over the age of 65 has grown by around 50%. The wealth of households under the age of 30 has pretty much flatlined. We have a tax system that is decreasingly relying on older Australians, despite the fact that we know that we are ageing as a population. In the 1990s, around 30% of people over the age of 65 used to pay income tax. Now it's only 17%. When we know that our population is rapidly ageing, we just got to know that that is not going to work. And we know that our young people are actually struggling to achieve the same milestones their parents did. They have a 20% lower chance of owning their own home when they're 30 to 34 than previous generations, and this is particularly affecting less wealthy younger Australians. And the tax system is really at the heart of this, because currently the only way that we are ever going to get back to budget surplus is through indexation, which is a tax on income taxes on younger working people. So the only way we're planning to, to fix our fiscal deficit is actually more impact on younger working Australians. These numbers do not add up, and this is why serious tax reform is needed. The member for Curtin has been advocating on GST, and I think this is absolutely essential that we do consider the breadth of taxes, not just a narrow cast, which some in this House want to do, because if we are going to fix this tax system to drive productivity, to drive fairer outcomes for younger Australians and to drive climate action, we're going to have to look at the breadth, not the narrow. Thank you.
Member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I want to say at the outset that I really appreciate the constructive engagement from the crossbench on this issue, particularly the member for Curtin and Wentworth, and so many of the crossbench who have been engaging on this debate in a really constructive and thoughtful way. I know many of the crossbench came into this place because they wanted to ensure we were creating a better place for future generations. And I can say on behalf of the Labor caucus here that that is exactly the reason that we are all here. It's certainly the reason I put my hand up to run, and one of the guiding policies that has energised us has been action on climate change, and that is the big burden that we are leaving for future generations if we do not address it now. So when we talk about intergenerational inequity, the impacts on climate change and how they will be felt by future generations, I think is the big glaring challenge that we have to confront. And it's something that we on this side of the House, and I know the crossbench, are very, very interested in working on. And when we think about young people on this side in the Labor government, we don't have them siloed in one area. We have them throughout our entire decision-making process. We have created youth advisory groups to ensure that young people have a seat at the table when it comes to the decisions that we are making about their lives. And we also have 4 millennial ministers on our front bench, which I think goes to show that in this Labor government we have young people who are at the decision-making table as well. And, of course, we've got the youngest senator in Charlotte Walker. And I just wanted to read a few lines from her first speech because I think they're very instructive of how young people feel about politics. She said, "What I bring to this parliament is the experience of young people today. The young Australians aren't a side issue, we're a future issue, we're Australians now." And she also goes on to say, in 2050, I won't be in my late 90s like some who want to abandon net zero. My friends and I will be in our 40s, and we demand an habitable planet. So this Labor government is squarely focused on what we need to do to make this world a better place for young people. And part of that will be changes to our tax system, but part of that will also be some of the work that we have already done, including making the HEX indexation fairer, wiping 20% off student debt, paying students who have to go on prac placements, those studying social work, midwifery, nursing, teaching, paying them when they have to do prac placements. And we heard today that 30,000 people have already taken that up. And also providing fee-free TAFE. These are all measures that are going to directly benefit young people. But I want to address the points around making our tax system fairer. And we have taken bold steps to make our tax system fairer for younger generations. We're delivering tax cuts in a way that is going to be more equitably distributed. And the biggest beneficiaries of our changes to the Stage 3 tax cuts were young people. 99% of Gen Z and 95% of millennials got a bigger tax cut because of the Albanese Labor government. And that is something that we are incredibly proud of. And I do want to remind the House that the Coalition opposed it the whole way through. And some further changes that we are making to make our tax system fairer is around the $3 million super balances, because we want to make sure that our tax system is working for everyone, not just the few who have super balances over $3 million. Because let's be honest, there are very few young people who will have balances over $3 million. And I just wanted to point out a few stats to show the inequity. So 43% of super earnings tax concessions go to the top 10% of income earners. So this change is going to be about bringing intergenerational fairness into action.
Yeah.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Curtin for bringing this important motion to the House. It's clear that our tax system needs reform. It is not fit for purpose. Taxation is not just about revenue raising. It's an important social policy. It can have the heft to deliver equity and the agility to reduce harms and to enhance public good, if it's done well. But right now, our tax system is not doing well. It's too complex. It includes historical measures, concessions and exemptions, and concessions on exemptions on measures, which are simply just not achieving their aims. For example, amateur sports clubs were given tax-free charitable status in the 1950s to promote participation in sport. We didn't anticipate then that one day billion-dollar professional sports codes would be paying their executives million-dollar salaries on profits made from gambling from those sports while using those concessions to pay no tax. When a tax concession is no longer fit for purpose, we should change it. Landlords were given capital gains tax concessions in 2000 to encourage investment in housing, to boost the supply of rental accommodation. We did not expect then that that would turn Australian homes into wealth creation schemes. When tax concessions deliver unintended consequences, we should abolish them. Apologies. When we introduced the Petroleum Resources Rental Tax in the 1980s to ensure Australians received a fair return from our non-renewable petroleum resources, we didn't foresee then how our energy landscape would evolve, with liquefied natural gas now dominating our offshore petroleum sector. Despite Australia being the second largest exporter of LNG globally, we have collected virtually no PRRT revenue for decades. Under the current PRRT framework, many LNG projects won't pay significant tax until the 2030s. The International Energy Agency predicts that by the mid-2030s, the demand for gas will drop off precipitously globally, so there'll be no tax revenue from these massive LNG exports. The PRRT is designed to tax profits only when projects become cash flow positive. This allows for upfront investment while capturing windfall gains. But LNG projects have high upfront costs, and LNG producers structure their businesses to benefit from this concession. So, despite billions of dollars of our LNG being exported from this country, effectively no tax is being collected. The Albanese government's 2023 changes to the scheme were expected to raise more income, but they have fallen short. It's a massive failure of public policy. We're effectively giving our finite gas resources away for free to multinationals who are making billions of dollars of profit at the expense of our climate and our environment. There are things that we could do immediately to make our tax system more equitable and more effective. We could ring-fence fossil fuel projects to stop companies passing on losses from one project to offset profits on another. We could stop the practice of compounding the value of deductions, a questionable inflation of expenses to offset against profits. Or a simpler and more robust approach would be to simply remove LNG from the PRRT and to apply to it a resource tax that meets the expectations of Australians, that pays this country for the resources extracted and which delivers revenue that can be used to supercharge the transition away from gas altogether. When a tax measure is failing, we should go back to the drawing board. Our tax system needs reform. It needs to reflect modern circumstances and deliver equity and social benefit. As a nation, we need to embrace the principles that the tax system should be flexible, responsive and fair. It should allow government to get on with the business of delivering those things for people. If only politicians weren't responsible for our tax system, because rent-seeking corporate lobbyists, mindless fear-mongering by oppositions, and a media that makes a sport out of forcing politicians to promise no new taxes all make tax reform a poison chalice. Tax reform takes political courage, but the need for it is evident. We have to wait to see whether or not this parliament will put public interest ahead of politics and get on with that reform.
Member for Moreton.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the member for Curtin very much for bringing this important topic to the House today. It's an important topic because when it comes to taxation, taxation is very important to both the social fabric of our country and also the economy. And when it comes to this particular matter of public importance, there are two key parts to it, and I want to talk about both of them today. Firstly, I want to talk about tax reform, and I want to look at the difference between what our position as a Labor government is and those opposite, and secondly, on intergenerational unfairness. And I think that when you look at intergenerational unfairness, what is incredibly clear is when you talk to people in my local electorate on Brisbane's south side, is that they bring up a few core things, young people, over and over and over again. The first is that they bring up housing, because housing is at the heart of the concerns that young people have when it comes to being able to not only put a roof over their head, but also to set them up for their future, to set their family up, and to make sure that they get a flying start to life. The second is cost of living, and making sure that when they think about their hip pockets, when they think about paying the rent, that they have enough money to get by, and not just get by, but to be also able again to set up for the future. And the final is the environment, because the environment is so crucial to making sure not only that people have a good environment to live in going forward and looking towards their future, but also in terms of mental health. We know that young people are facing significant mental health challenges when it comes to climate crisis. It is not just about warming, it is not just about the environment, it is about the mental health of our young people. And I think that when we talk about what the opposition's position on each of these things is, it becomes very clear. Because on housing, we know what they don't support. They don't support 5% deposits for first home buyers, a policy which is designed only to allow it to be easier for young people, for people who are purchasing their first home, to get into the housing market. We know what they don't support. They don't support reforms to housing that, again, will make housing more accessible and more affordable. And we saw them team up with the Greens to vote down and to block housing policy again and again. When it comes to cost of living, we know what they don't support. They don't support free TAFE. Free TAFE, a policy that is only in place to make sure that young people, that people going to get skills, to build a trade, can access something to build on their future. And we know that they don't support 20% off student debt either. When it comes to intergenerational fairness, we know that the opposition have again and again voted against every single measure designed to create a better life for their future. In terms of tax reform, can I tell you that those opposite, the LNP, talked a lot in this place about a talk fest that happened a couple of weeks ago. And I don't often agree with the opposition, but I agree that there was a talk fest a couple of weeks ago. But it wasn't in Canberra, it was in Brisbane. And in Brisbane, the LNP conference was held, and my goodness, was it a talk fest. And did they talk about intergenerational unfairness? Did they talk about tax reform? They didn't. I'll tell you what they talked about. They talked about removing Welcome to Country. They talked about lifting the ban on gay conversion therapy. And they talked about abandoning net zero. Deputy Speaker, that talk fest really demonstrates what the opposition has in mind when it comes to their priorities. Because it is about ripping down our pathway to net zero. It's about ripping down our pathway to make sure that future generations are protected when it comes to the environment. And in contrast, what were Labor doing? We were holding an economic roundtable that was designed to address these very points: intergenerational equity, a fair go for working people, and including an intergenerational equity terms on top of the 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 tax cuts for every Australian. Labor is taking this seriously, and the opposition is only against intergenerational fairness.
The member for Mayo has the call.
I thank the Deputy Speaker. How income tax is applied in Australia ultimately shapes our society and our economy, where we live, how we live, even our family composition. Over the decades, incentives for living in regional Australia have diminished. Tax zone offsets were first introduced in 1945 to compensate for climatic hardships, isolation and high living costs in rural Australia. The tax offset amount hasn't increased since 1993-94. That's over 30 years. Absolutely no indexation. Current annual offset rates are just $338 for Zone A and $57 for Zone B. The relative value has eroded over time and now has minimal effect in migration or residential decisions. We have huge regional workforce shortages, despite the regions being the best place to raise families. Advocates are calling for refreshed incentives to reinvigorate regional Australia. Westpac's CEO proposed tax-free zones or index offsets to attract teachers and nurses to regional Australia. Mark Boris from Yellow Brick Road suggested revamped zonal incentives, e.g. a rebate of $1,500 or $2,000 for regional relocation. This would provide greater equity. Regional Australians do not get a fair share of government spending. In just health, there is over an $8 billion gap, so meaningful tax incentives for regional Australians will help draw people to the regions and will go some way to addressing this inequity. We have a system that penalises older Australians who are entitled to the pension but who would like to remain in the workforce. National Seniors with Deloitte modelling found that if just 10% of pensioners took up or increased their hours, the economy would benefit from an additional 209,000 workers, and the government would, in fact, receive a small boost to fiscal aggregates. A benefit to the economy at no cost to the government. If the initiative is confined maybe to just the healthcare and social assistance sector, there would be a boost of 25,000 workers. For example, Heather is 68. She works casually as a registered nurse. She would be happy to work additional hours. Her employer would welcome her increased availability. Heather wants to work more hours to boost her income, but she finds the 50 cents in the dollar punitive and the Centrelink reporting burdensome, so she doesn't take the shifts. Workforce participation in Australia for those aged over 65 is just 15%. In New Zealand, it's 25%. Not all, but many older Australians do want to continue to be in the workforce in some capacity after age 67. The current Centrelink and tax policies penalise older workers and contribute to age discrimination. Reform would increase incomes and savings of lower wealth pensioners, particularly women, and help to meet growing demand for care workers, teachers, nurses and a whole range of skill shortage areas. Australia's fertility rate has dropped to a record low of around 1.5 babies per woman. Our birth rate is a good litmus test, I think, on the confidence of our nation. We want Australian families. We want couples to raise little Australians. Many couples in my community tell me they simply can't afford to have a family. Nearly a half, 49% of young Australians cite the expense of raising children as a major obstacle. Over half of Australians under 35 have delayed parenthood due to cost pressures. Childcare in Australia consumes above the OECD average as a share of household expenses. We provide no meaningful tax incentives for families with young children. We do not offer income splitting, nor do we have any tax offsets. And if we look at income splitting, and that's where we share the burden of tax across a couple, often combining incomes and then dividing them across a couple. This creates fairness because the same family income can have two very different tax bills. For example, one family with a whole family income of $200,000, with both earning $100,000, will have a combined tax bill of just over $41,000, whereas another family with the same income of $200,000, where one member's raising children at home and the other one is earning, pays $56,000 in tax. That's nearly a $15,000 difference. This is unfair. We have 13 OECD nations that allow income splitting, including the United States, France, Germany, Ireland, Norway, Poland and Spain, and Australia should be one of them. Out-of-pocket expenses for childcare, whether it's daycare or vacation care, that's a legitimate work expense, yet we don't allow families to claim this expense on their tax return, and we should. We should be doing everything we can to encourage working families to thrive, and income splitting and assisting with childcare expenses and classing them as a workplace deduction would go a long way with regard to tax policy solutions.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I also want to thank the member for Curtin for raising this matter of public importance. My electorate of Griffith is diverse, it's vibrant and it's also young. In fact, Griffith has more millennials and Gen Zs than both the Queensland and Australian average, with the median age of just 34 years. Almost half our residents in Griffith are renters, far above the state and national figures. Over months of campaigning, I door-knocked close to 15,000 homes, and I hosted countless mobile offices, my coffee with coffee sessions, and also our free community food trucks. I've also spent a lot of time in our local schools and in our local educational institutions, and I heard time and again from young people that they are struggling with cost of living pressures. They are paying rising rents, they are carrying student debt, and they're trying to save for a first home, all while managing the everyday costs of life. And now, as their representative, I have the privilege of standing in this place and ensuring that their voices, the voices of young people in Griffith, are heard. Deputy Speaker, after a decade of coalition neglect, young Australians face greater challenges than the generations that came before them. Housing has been harder to access, wages stagnant, student debt soaring and cost of living biting harder every day. That is why I am proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government, a government that is delivering real practical relief to young people. We are making education more affordable. Over 31,000 students and graduates across Griffith are already benefiting from HECS relief. Indexation is now capped, so debt never grows faster than wages. And we are cutting debts by 20%, lifting repayment thresholds and lowering repayment rates. This means young people can plan their futures without being held back by ballooning student debt. We are also delivering the new Commonwealth PRAC payment, so teachers, nurses, midwives and social workers can be supported whilst on their placements. And with more study hubs across outer suburbs and regions, young Australians can study closer to home and at lower cost. We're investing in free TAFE, with 600,000 places already delivered and more to come. Deputy Speaker, this government is tackling cost of living head on. Inflation is at a 4-year low, wages are growing again and interest rates have been cut 3 times in 6 months. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created, a record for any government in a single term. This benefits all Australians, including our younger Australians. And we're delivering practical support. Increases to minimum wage and the superannuation guarantee, energy bill relief for households, tax cuts already delivered with more to come, support for apprentices entering the housing and construction industry. In Griffith, with nearly half the electorate renting, housing is absolutely front of mind. That's why our government is investing $33 billion in housing and supporting first home buyers with a 5% deposit scheme with no lender's mortgage insurance. We know this will make a real difference to young people living in the electorate of Griffith and across Australia. These initiatives will help more young people buy a home, and we have also delivered the largest increase into Commonwealth rent assistance. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is committed to reducing intergenerational inequality. We're creating a fairer tax system. We're providing relief for student debt. We're investing in housing. We are delivering free TAFE, and we are ensuring that wages are growing again. In short, we are backing young people every step of the way because they are not just the future of this country, they are its present. And in Griffith, with one of the youngest populations in the nation, that commitment means everything. Thank you.
Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for Curtin for this matter of public importance. It's clear the recent economic reform roundtable that was held last month highlighted the growing issue of intergenerational inequality in our tax system. There was a little bit of an irony that came out so clearly, yet there was very little input or young people sitting around the table. It was certainly noted that the same usual representatives were there in relation to industry, unions and other interests. And so I would call on the government that if genuine intergenerational inequity is going to be addressed, there has to be a broader analysis and taking on board different perspectives. We also saw that there was no consideration of climate resilience, the biggest impact on future generations and biggest intergenerational inequity when we know the debt that will come from it and the cost. There was no focus during that productivity roundtable on climate risks or investing in resilience of the economy. The insurance sector wasn't even at the table. There's not even an addressing of how we were going to actually mitigate risks. What we do know, Australia's tax system is outdated. It no longer reflects realities of modern life. Young Australians are being asked to carry a disproportionate burden. They're locked out of home ownership due to inflated property markets and tax incentives that favour investors. Saddled with rising tertiary education costs and student debt, they're struggling to access capital and supports to start businesses and build their futures. They're taxed under a system that rewards asset accumulation over innovation and productivity. The very things that are essential to our well-being, housing and education, are the very things that are increasingly out of reach. These issues were raised in the Henry Tax Review some 15 years ago, and much of it remains unimplemented. And whilst there's a lot of talk from government ranks around all the investment in housing when it comes to supply, there's a complete deadly silence when it comes to really talking about the other demand levers and other pressures. What we do need is ambitious reform. We can't have a 21st century economy continuing to fund 19th century industries. We need to move away from taxing income and productivity, and we need to unshackle from legacy policies, industries and vested interests. We know what needs to be done. Earlier this year, I released the Re-energised Economy paper developed alongside economist Dr. Emma Esbett. It aims to lift productivity, repair the budget and address intergenerational inequity and the key drivers, especially around climate risk. To restore fairness and accessibility in housing, we have to talk about phasing out CGT discounts for multiple investment properties. We need to talk about reducing stamp duty to incentivise downsizing and greater mobility and better utilisation of current housing supply. We cannot just have a conversation of just increasing supply. We have to talk about limiting negative gearing tax breaks to rental properties that meet and ensure meeting minimum energy standards, encouraging greater energy efficiency, solar panels and batteries for rental properties, and making things like the Affordable Batteries programs available to stratas. Innovation. We have to empower young people to be ambitious and economic drivers, investing in STEM education and future skills, reducing barriers for young people to access start-up capital and flexible finance. We need to enhance opportunities for research and development investment. And we have to move away from taxing individuals to much better revenue, to raise better revenue from key sectors like fossil fuels. We have to introduce a fossil fuel export levy aligned with the safeguard mechanism so we prevent that cost externalisation that's occurring. And we have to broaden the safeguard mechanism for an economy-wide reach because too many proponents and projects are simply not caught. And we have to strengthen the petroleum resource rent tax and urgently wind back the fuel tax excise rebate that overwhelmingly disincentivises the mining sector and the transport sector from decarbonising. If we're going to be serious about talking about tax reform and intergenerational inequity, we have to address these issues. We have to reward innovation, not extraction. We have to embrace technology responsibly and create opportunities for all. We have to address all those looming risks to productivity, and especially through climate risks. And yet, whilst the government talks a big game about wanting to do that, it continues to approve projects that will only make that worse. So I call on this new generation of members of Parliament for the government to actually have ambition and drive change.
Give the call to member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak about one of the most important challenges facing our nation, ensuring our economy and our tax system are fair and that we deliver the opportunity for all Australians to flourish, particularly young people, both now and into the future. Mr Speaker, there's no one better placed than our current leadership team of the Prime Minister, our Treasurer, as well as the broader Labor government to ensure our economy and our tax system deliver for all Australians, particularly for young people. The foundational principle that drives the Australian Labor Party is the concept of fairness. The Prime Minister had humble beginnings, Mr Speaker, with his roots in Housing Commission, as does my family. And when you come from humble beginnings, you don't forget it. You understand the importance of leaving no one behind because you have direct experience of being at risk of being left behind. Social justice is a reality, it's not just a concept. The Albanese Labor government is deeply committed to ensuring our economy works for everyone, especially for young people. Due to this government's good management, our economy is in a strong position. Annual real wages have been growing for 7 consecutive quarters. The economy continues to expand. Interest rates have been cut 3 times in 6 months. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created since we came to government. The average unemployment rate is the lowest of any Australian government in 50 years. The budget position is improved by more than $207 billion, and we found more than $100 billion in savings when our predecessors had none in their last budget. When it comes to tax, Mr Speaker, this government has a clear agenda. We are delivering 3 tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer, one last year, one next year and another the year after. Labor's tax cuts benefit 14 million Australians. Mr Speaker, we are working hard to make things easier for all Australians. 8 important changes come into effect from 1 July. Including an increase to minimum and award wages for 2.9 million Australians, an increase to minimum required super, more paid parental leave, more help with energy bills, and more help for people to get into a construction trade. Our focus on the future for our young people leaves the coalition far behind as they continue to debate within themselves whether climate change needs drastic action, something which our young people understand acutely because this will have a direct and dramatic impact on their future. Mr Speaker, Labor is focused on delivering real outcomes for all Australians, especially our young people, and that's why we've delivered on our commitment to cut student debt. Australians around the country will have an average of $5,000 wiped off their HECS debt, and that includes 15,000 people in my electorate of Whitlam. We're also delivering on our promise to make it as easy as possible for young people to build and buy their own home. That is why from the 1st of October, all first home buyers will have access to our 5% deposit scheme. For the average first home buyer, access to this scheme will cut years off the time it takes to save a deposit and will save tens of thousands of dollars on lenders' mortgage insurance. The Albanese Labor government understands, Mr Speaker, the challenge that exists within our economy around intergenerational equity. We understand the principle that each generation should have equal opportunities, responsibilities and access to resources. Australia, like many advanced economies, is undergoing significant demographic, economic and social change. We are living longer, birth rates are declining and the structure of our workforce is evolving. This is creating growing pressure on more public services such as health, aged care and social security, while the tax base that funds these services is shrinking in relative terms. And while we'll need to continue to rely in part on immigration to ensure we can meet the needs of our economy and our workforce, the Coalition feeds the lie that immigration presents a problem for our economy, that immigration is causing our housing crisis, which it is not. 50% of all Australians have a parent that was born overseas, but the Coalition is always willing to play the race card, to sell Australians down the river who've migrated to this country or have parents who've migrated to this country. Despite the fact that this is a reality for so many of us, the Coalition is completely out of touch with modern Australia, and that, Mr Speaker, is why they were trounced at the last election. Mr Speaker, intergenerational equity is a core focus for this government. It isn't just a policy principle, it's a moral obligation. It means asking not just what we can afford now, but what kind of legacy we're leaving behind. Labor will ensure that Australia's tax system and our broader economy reflects the values of fairness, sustainability and shared responsibility, not just for this generation, but for those yet to come. Thank you.
Member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Young people today will be the first generation in modern history to be worse off than their parents. It's been nearly a quarter of a century since Australia last undertook broad structural reform of our tax system. And over that time, the warning signs have been clear. Productivity growth has slowed through the early decades of the 21st century, and Commonwealth spending has continued to rise, just as projected in the very first intergenerational report back in 2002. Speaker, that intergenerational report made clear that without reform, our tax system would struggle to support the demands of future generations. It warned, and I quote, "Deterioration of our natural capital would be likely to affect the well-being of current and future generations, reduce economic base and consequently affect intergenerational equity." It also stated that tax reform is important in terms of providing a robust tax base that will grow in line with the economy. Then in 2010, the review of Australia's future tax system, chaired by Dr Ken Henry, laid out another compelling case for change. It warned that our heavy reliance on taxing labour income, transactions and the normal return on capital would ultimately undermine productivity growth and workforce participation, key drivers of future living standards. It identified that a broader, more sustainable tax base, including properly taxing our resources, is essential to meeting demands of a changing economy. Yet, despite these insights and warning signs over 20 years, we are yet to see the kind of comprehensive reform that matches the scale of the challenges before us. Today's younger generations face a growing set of economic challenges: the rising cost of education, rising cost of living pressures and, of course, a lack of affordable housing to rent or buy, such that many young people have given up the hope of ever owning their own home. These burdens are compounded by a tax system that leans heavily on income tax. And as our population continues to age and spending continues to grow, including for aged care, health and the NDIS, we will become increasingly reliant on taxing an ever-shrinking proportion of income earners. Former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry called this an intergenerational tragedy, and I could not agree more. The good news is there's clear opportunities to make meaningful progress to reform Australia's tax system. Many of these opportunities would raise revenue while improving intergenerational equity and long-term sustainability. Reforming the petroleum resource rent tax, for example, could ensure Australians receive a fairer return for the extraction of and export of our natural resources. Norway has built an almost $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund from the proceeds of their resource taxation, so that future generations can thrive. We, on the other hand, have an almost $1 trillion debt that will burden our future generations for decades to come. Also here in Australia, the government currently collects 4 times as much money from student HECS repayments as it does from the petroleum resource rent tax. This is despite these multinational fossil fuel corporations being amongst the most profitable companies in the world. We've got it backwards. In the area of preventative health, targeted taxes on junk food and gambling could not only reduce harm but also generate revenue to reinvest in public health. What better way to improve the well-being and productivity of Australians than help them live healthy lives? Instead, we allow our young people to be the cannon fodder for the profits of predatory multinational gambling and junk food companies at the expense of their health. And in housing, we need to discuss reforming the tax concessions, including the 50% capital gains tax discount and negative gearing, to help give our younger Australians a fairer go when it comes to buying their first home. This does not have to be an all-or-nothing equation. Reforms could be grandfathered or limited to a set number of investment properties. These are not radical ideas, but we also need to look beyond individual tax reforms. The truth is, our inability to deliver fair and future-focused tax policy is a symptom of deeper structural policy dysfunction, which is why I have been advocating for a Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. And the discussion has now concluded. I'll call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Board of Management Functions Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill rather be read a second time. I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on the matter of the EPBC Act, the Board Management Bill 2025, and the bill adjusts the EPBC Act, specifically in relation to our Commonwealth National Parks, including the iconic and deeply loved Kakadu National Park, the alluring Uluru-Kata National Park and the beautiful Boonderee National Park. The board management plans for 2 of these 3 national parks are in fact due to expire, and one later this year in November and one early next year in February, and with no new management plans approved or implemented prior to the expiry. And what that means is the respective boards will be unable to make any decisions during that period. And I'd like to remind the House that these board management plans have in fact a 10-year lifespan. And so it does beg the question, Deputy Speaker, why has this taken this government so long? They've been in office, of course, for 3 years, as Australians are fully aware, and they have overseen the failure of not 1 but 2 new board management plans. And so the government knew that this was coming. They had 3 years' notice to deliver these new plans. The question again, what have they been doing?
Good question.
To what extent is this legislation just a band-aid solution? Well, a band-aid on the incompetence of the Albanese Labor government, some would say. But I would say that you need a very large band-aid. I'd go as far as to say that you probably need a bandage to cover up the gaping wounds of Labor's failure to deliver. Now, this isn't the first example of the government's failure to deliver when it comes to the environment. We need look no further than the harmful algal bloom in South Australia.
That's right.
Which I've been talking about now in this place for some months. These coastal communities that have been completely and utterly let down by this government. They failed to act early and they failed to contain the bloom. Now, the bloom is double the size of the Australian Capital Territory, and it can be seen on satellite images from space. Now, walking on Australian beaches year-round is a luxury, we enjoy, many of us. I think 85% of Australians live on the coastline in our great country. But for South Australians, this luxury has not existed for months and months. The beaches are closed and warnings are in place to stay clear, with big signs that I've seen for myself on the 2 visits that I've made to South Australia. The community has been devastated, and when I met with fishers and members of the community during the 2 trips, the first one where I went down to Flinders University and spoke with the scientists there. I also went to the Yorke Peninsula and spoke with the fishers. I also met with heads of industry from Port Lincoln during the first trip, who told me all of their concerns, and the fishers who haven't been able to make any income over the period, but also the fact that they are devastated, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are devastated for their ecosystems and how long it's going to take them to come back. We also, on the second trip, the Leader of the Opposition accompanied me, Senator Ruston accompanied me, the member for Grey, again for a second time, accompanied, and Senator McLaughlin, senators for South Australia, of course, accompanied me to see the bloom again and to engage for a period of time, a long period of time. We walked on the jetty at Ardrossan. I myself walked the jetty twice with the member for Grey. The Leader of the Opposition walked the jetty at Ardrossan, but what we didn't see was this Labor government turn up and walk the jetty in Ardrossan. Instead, there was a very short press conference, a dash down to South Australia to have a press conference to announce a modest amount of funding. And now there are fresh health concerns for asthmatics. There are members of the community walking their dogs on the beach who have to wear a mask, whose eyes are getting puffy because of the algal bloom. When it's windy, the bloom comes off the ocean and affects their health. My point is that this has become an environmental event that deserves national attention, and it deserves stronger leadership. But the Albanese government were very flat-footed on this issue. They were late to the party. They were the last to the party. The Prime Minister had a very quick dash down to Kangaroo Island, didn't tell the press he was going, and announced a very small amount of funding, extra funding, $5 million, to assist. And so it's not good enough. And the scientists that I talked about and those who wrote to the government almost 2 years ago, what was the government's response to their requests for support? To monitor the algal bloom so that they could understand when the bloom was going to pop up, how big it could become, where it would move to, and understand and have the baseline data in order to compare the new data that they could have collected to compare to see what the bloom would do. And the government's response to the requests from those scientists almost 2 years ago was complete and utter rejection. They denied those scientists funding under 2 ministers, firstly under Minister Plibersek and now under Minister Watt. Now, I just want to say to Australians, this government speaks big on its environmental credentials and loves to harp on about the science. Well, this time they ignored the science. They were late because they ignored the science again in March when the dead marine animals were washing up on the beaches, and they ignored the scientists again when scientists and businesses asked for assistance. But they were denied twice. Only after the repeated calls and the pressure applied by those on this side of the House, and I've already listed them, the member for Grey was instrumental in that, the new member for Grey doing a fantastic job speaking up for his community who were being ignored by this government in South Australia. He spoke and advocated for his community, and what did he get? He got the Shadow Minister for the Environment there, he got senators involved, and he got a visit from the Leader of the Opposition. 2 weeks before, well, let's say a week before, the Prime Minister arrived in South Australia. Look, the funding that was outlined was absolutely welcome, but as the fishers told us during our 2 roundtables with them, it's too hard to apply for, it's too little, and it's too late. Those scientists and businesses and the Red Cross, I might add, are still asking for assistance and still asking for funding from this government. I mean, if it was happening in the Great Barrier Reef, it was happening in Bondi, Freo, Geelong, there would be an outcry, an uproar. Or even a bushfire. If there was a cyclone or a flood, there's no doubt that the government would have been tripping over themselves to get there and to support those communities. In June, the marine death toll was at 14,000. And it's heartbreaking to now report that that number is at 34,000.
Gee whiz.
It has more than doubled in 3 months. And this number will continue to climb and there's no end in sight. They think now the algal bloom may go into spring and then on to summer, which is devastating for the local communities. And I'm very concerned about how many more thousands of animals will die. If not tens of thousands more marine creatures will wash up dead by Christmas. The impact on our precious Great Southern Reef ecosystem is indeed devastating. And the ongoing pressure on South Australians, their businesses, industry, tourism and their beaches and their communities, their local caravan parks, the fish and chip shops, you name it, are all under pressure, and it is heartbreaking. The Albanese government has let this algal bloom blow out of control. There's no way to sugarcoat that. International scientists have now weighed in and they declare it's one of the worst algal blooms they've ever seen. So buyer beware, because South Australians were ignored when they were asking this government for help. They were failed by this government. And this Albanese Labor government continues to fail. They promised to reduce your power bills. They failed. They promised to build more homes. They failed. Whilst blaming broken and outdated EPBC laws, they failed to address last term as the reason why they're behind on their housing targets. They promised you'd only need your Medicare card to see a doctor. Australians know there's a co-payment. They know they will be out of pocket. They need 2 cards. You're still paying, and you're still waiting. Still paying, still waiting. It's no wonder that Labor have had to bring forward the EPBC Board Management Bill, because they are now forecasting their own failure on managing the environment and the management of our Commonwealth reserves. Labor also has a track record of failure when it comes to environment legislation. It's true. When the Coalition was in government, we began the reform of the EPBC Act under the Leader of the Opposition, who was then the Minister. It was the Coalition that commissioned the Graham Samuel Review under the Leader of the Opposition, who was then the Environment Minister. It was the Coalition that introduced legislation to reform the EPBC Act under the Leader of the Opposition, then the Environment Minister. And legislation commissioned by the Leader of the Opposition that Labor blocked in the Senate. And for the last 3 years, Labor has failed to deliver any environmental reform. During the last term, then Environment Minister, the member for Sydney, proved completely unable to deliver Labor's promised overhaul of the EPBC Act. She promised multiple times that this overhaul would be finalised by the end of 2023. But we saw deferral after deferral, and her agenda and her proposals were labelled as friendless. The stakeholders didn't agree, nobody would agree, to the point where the Prime Minister had to step in and stop all reforms prior to the election, for fear of losing out when Western Australians hit the ballot box, because, of course, the election was imminent. What we are left with is a long approval process full of red and green tape, resulting in Australia becoming a much less attractive nation for investment, and now we are dropping in the ranks for countries to invest in under this government's watch. We are losing out on jobs, industries and economic activity. And former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry recently said, Australia's environment protection laws have both failed to stop the degradation of Australia's natural environment and held back economic growth, and they are undermining productivity. Businesses putting in applications for environmental approvals under the EPBC Act are happy to do so. They are all very proud and accepting of doing their bit for the environment. They want to contribute, but what they need is certainty. They need to know what the rules are. However, the challenges and roadblocks they face are with the time, the cost and the duplication, along with uncertainty associated with the approvals process. It's important to have an effective process that conserves our environment, which is degrading. We need to conserve our environment, and one that looks after the economy with a sensible balance front of mind. And under Labor, the average time to have an application processed is, wait for it, drum roll, more than 3 years. 3 years. And the North West Shelf final application is still pending. Labor is completely divided on whether they support the jobs and wealth created for our nation by the resources sector. They put off a decision on the North West Shelf until after the election. Now, the new minister has provided a preliminary approval for the project. And whilst we welcome the extension, negotiations on the applications of environmental conditions have taken way too long. 3 years seems to be the common theme, because it also took them 3 years to approve the 100 wind turbine projects on Robbins Island in Tasmania, placing a whopping 88 environmental conditions on that project, including potentially stopping the wind farm from operating for certain periods of the year. It shouldn't take 3 years to get a decision. The list of delays and missed opportunities keeps growing under this government. Let's face it, this is the statement. Environmental reform is too important to get wrong. Environmental reform is too important to get wrong for our future generations. Getting it right is critical for the environment, and it's important for business and for jobs. The Coalition stands ready to work with Minister Watt and the Albanese government to achieve the sensible reform that Australians want to see, that stakeholders want to see. And I will say that my door is open, and I welcome the opportunity for engagement on delivering the right reform. And I have extended the same offer to the Premier of Western Australia. My door is open to not only parliamentarians on this matter, but also to stakeholders, to dozens and dozens of stakeholders that I have been engaging with. I've been meeting with them across industry, but also across states and territories. And they are passionate. They want to be active in this reform agenda. Industry and environmentalists understand the desperate need, the urgent need for reform that is well overdue. And they understand that we need to strike the right balance for the environment and for business. There is a clear pathway ahead between the government and the Coalition. Stakeholders are united on reform taking place to reduce the timeframes for application outcomes, to reduce costs and to deliver certainty. We need a bipartisan approach to this legislation, and having major parties of government come to the table on EPBC reform would produce the best outcome for our nation. And the overwhelming majority of stakeholders are calling for us to work on this together, to ensure that approval powers remain with the Federal Minister and that duplication with the states and other federal legislation be mitigated or removed altogether. On the other hand, there are two outcomes that would be devastating for our nation on EPBC reform. The first is if Labor were to do a deal with the Greens. This would thwart economic activity and have significant consequences for investment in our country. It would cost Australians their jobs and it would reduce productivity. The Western Australia Premier knows it, which is why he made a dash to Canberra last week to speak with the Minister. The second devastating outcome would be more EPBC paralysis. We need to get approvals processes moving more efficiently. We don't want it to continue the way it has under the Albanese Labor government in the last 3 years. We need to get productivity moving, and we must attract investment, create jobs, and conserve and preserve and look after our environment for future generations. I stand ready to work with the Albanese government on EPBC reform. I cannot be clearer. My door is open, and on the EPBC Board Management Bill, it is very important to fix these loopholes, but it's even more important for the government to do its job and deliver on its environmental responsibilities.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. And look, it's terrific news that the opposition are pro-environment after all. I'm new to the Parliament, but correct me if I'm wrong, but it was the Liberals that voted against the nature positive laws in the Senate last year, saying that they went too far. And the Greens voted against it because it didn't go far enough. But it's great to hear that the Shadow Minister for the Environment is very concerned about the environment at long last, and I hope that those changes will come in the near future. But, Speaker, today, of course, I rise just to speak to the amendment of the existing Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. The bill, the Act, of course, is 1999. It is old and outdated, but this amendment is just to tweak an area which is of considerable importance. As the member for Bullwinkle, my passion for the environment isn't just about a political position, it is a deep-seated personal commitment. It comes from the time spent frequent bushwalks, appreciating the ancient jarrah forests and the delicate ecosystems in our beautiful Perth Hills. That intimate connection to the land is what fuels my advocacy for our community. It's what drove me during my time as a local volunteer to establish the Darlington Community Garden, of which my constituents still benefit from today, and it also drove me to champion the Darlington Wetlands Rehabilitation Action Plan, as well as a Friends of the Native Triangle group, trying to protect and restore our local bushlands. Labor is the party that will deliver environmental protection, and this bill is just the beginning. As a member for Bullwinkle, I hold deep respect for our natural environment and the rich cultural heritage that defines our lands and waterways. And I've only lived in this region for 17 years. My electorate, of course, encompasses the lands of the Whadjuk and the Balladong peoples of the Noongar Nation. And it's a place where the connection between land, culture and community is tangible, and that connection has existed for over 65,000 years. And it's a relationship that we in this place have a responsibility to honour and strengthen. And I saw this connection with lands by the Indigenous cultures firsthand when I worked as a remote area nurse in the remote Kimberleys. Speaker, the bill before the House today is an amendment to the existing Act, and it's a time-critical measure that will allow continued significant and positive management of our most precious Commonwealth environmental reserves. The bill directly aligns with the Albanese government's commitment to provide traditional owners with greater control and genuine authority over the management of their country. It is a small but crucial step that supports the improved relationships between the Australian Government, the Director of National Parks and the traditional owners of our jointly managed Commonwealth reserves, which is a priority for this government. To understand the necessity of the bill, we must first understand the unique governance model of our jointly managed Commonwealth reserves. These places are of immense national and international significance, such as Kakadu National Park, Uluru Kachachuja National Park and Baduri National Park. It is these reserves, the land is owned by the traditional owners, who then lease it to the Commonwealth to be managed as a national park. And at the heart of this is a joint management model and a board of management. This isn't just a committee, it's a genuine partnership where traditional owners have a decisive voice. These boards appointed by the Minister, and crucially, they are comprised of the majority of Indigenous people who are nominated by the traditional owners themselves. It is through these boards that their knowledge, their wisdom and deep connection with the country informs every decision about its management. Under the current legislation, the boards of management are empowered to make decisions in line with the formal management plan, The problem is that these management plans have a finite lifespan. When a plan expires, so too does the legal authority of the Board of Management to make decisions. The decision-making functions cease and a governance vacuum is created. This bill addresses that very specific and very significant problem. It is simple yet powerful, an easy fix. It amends the EPBC Act to allow the Boards of Management for these jointly managed Commonwealth reserves to continue to make decisions regarding the management of the reserve after a management plan has expired. The only condition is that those decisions must remain consistent with the most recently expired management plan. It's an administration fix. This is a measure of common sense and respect. It ensures that the no gap in decision-making authority between the expiration of one management plan and the commencement of the new one. And without this bill, a board could be rendered powerless at a critical moment, unable to make a decision on an urgent matter such as fire management, biosecurity threat, or a necessary change to visitor access. And such a delay could have serious implications for the health and public safety of people visiting the area. This bill will support the effective participation of Indigenous people in matters relating to the management of their own country. It will ensure the continuity of decision-making, allowing for seamless governance. It doesn't change the role of the Director of National Parks or any existing arrangements. It simply removes an unnecessary bureaucratic roadblock that hinders the very partnership that it seeks to foster. In essence, Speaker, this bill is an acknowledgement of the enduring leadership of traditional owners and their rightful place at the centre of conservation. It is an acknowledgement that their knowledge and wisdom that they've passed down for generations is not just history. It is a living, breathing guide for the sustainable management of our lands. In my own electorate and across West Australia, I have seen the powerful outcomes that are possible when we empower traditional owners and work together in joint partnerships, in genuine joint partnerships. And this bill is a reflection of that principle. It's about trusting Indigenous leaders and ensuring that they have the tools to continue to care for country, even when a document has reached its expiry date. This is a straightforward bill, Speaker, with enormous purpose. It is about closing a loophole, strengthening a partnership and empowering the people who have been the rightful custodians of this land for millennia. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on one level, this legislation is straightforward. On another level, it tells a far more compelling story about the enduring connection to country of land and purpose of Indigenous Australians and our modern management. Because every nation has a story, Deputy Speaker, and some are born in revolution, others in conquest, and some, like ours, in the quiet but profound weaving of traditions, old and new, into a single tapestry of purpose. In Australia, we are blessed not with one creation story, but with many. And the oldest continuous culture in the world, our First Nations people, give us that dreaming. A spiritual and moral framework that grounds land, law and life in sacred connection. It speaks of custodianship, of song lines etched into the earth and the soul, and of belonging not as ownership but as obligation. And as a nation also built on other traditions, including the Enlightenment and the values of Judeo-Christian tradition, we carry the stories of Genesis and covenant of God, who calls humanity not to dominion but to stewardship, who asks not for the sacrifice but for the righteousness and justice. And of course, you could look at the dreaming in the book of Genesis and see that they're worlds apart. But if you look closer, you can see that they speak to eternal truths, that land is not just geography, it is sacred. That time is not just linear, it is also moral. That people are not just individuals, but they are community. And what we see in this legislation is the embodiment of the moral legal framework of those enduring traditions lived out in what we seek to govern for this country. And yes, it is the Environmental Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act Board Management Bill 2025. But what we're actually talking about is how do we care for our land? How do we make sure that those who have custodianship of it in an enduring way continue to care, to have ownership, responsibility, and to use it for the betterment of future generations? And every day we start in this Parliament with a number of things, one of which is the acknowledgement of the traditional owners, but also, of course, a prayer. And we do so because we understand that continuing connection and enduring purpose of country in different ways to different people, but we understand our stewardship and our custodianship and our responsibility. And it's so important that we get the framework of law around that custodianship right. But in addition to that, it's so important that we also get our sense of responsibility as individuals and as community right. Now, I'm a bit of a radical on some of these things, Deputy Speaker. I believe very strongly in property rights, not just for those who are in contemporary or modern concepts of fee simple, but even in some issues around the rights of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders to be able to utilise their land for economic development. And when in a former professional life, as Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, worked with the then Social Justice Commissioner Mick Gooder on the important work of reform around native title to enable Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders to be able to use their land for economic development. Because when we talk about the great issues that confront our First Nations people today, so much of the challenges come from the disruption from connection to country, not just from the physical separation, but the separation from culture, from connection and place, but then also, of course, of ownership of land and the capacity to be able to use it, ultimately then for economic development, to be able to improve their material well-being, and then that cascades onto their economic advancement to be able to support families and, of course, community, and create the incubus of and the nucleus of economic advancement for the well-being of people. And so the more we seek to get that framework of laws right, the more we create the operating environment for families and communities to thrive. And unfortunately, I don't think we've been as courageous as we need to be on these issues. And we've done great work between both sides of this chamber at different points in our history, but there is a long way to go. And my hope is that we get to see more work done in this space, and that we sometimes step beyond the traditional comforts that have dominated these discussions, and that will mean having some challenging conversations in this place to stand up and say the direct connection to Indigenous people to be able to use their land for economic development will be a material pathway to the improvement and advancement of not just addressing their economic welfare, but their social welfare as well. And that in many ways, one of the things that disappoints me most out of the failed referendum a couple of years ago, and I have a lot, I wasn't in this Parliament to discuss those topics, and I will have something to say about that in this Parliament yet, because I consider it to be one of the greatest moral failings in this nation's history by this government, and I really mean that, where we took the social solidarity of our most marginalised communities, put it to a ballot paper knowingly, and this government burned it to a crisp. But in the absence of that, the burden and responsibility on this government to address and redress the issues that are left behind that still remain unaddressed and the wounds that need to be healed is so great. And so when we look at this bill, it is, in one sense, a simple administrative kind of rollover. But it is also an opportunity also for rebirth if we have courageous leadership to stand up and do the right thing. So, of course, this bill does have embodied in it an opportunity. It has an opportunity in it that this government can turn around and say these plans can be delivered to manage these national parks, to put them in a better position to be stewarded better and by custodians for future generations. We can turn around and call people to a greater sense of obligation and action so that our natural assets are handed down to future generations in a way that we have not always lived up to our greatest expectations in the past. We can look at this bill and say it's an opportunity for rebirth, for a relationship with traditional owners, and say how we can be better as a nation in addressing their concerns and also calling them to a greater sense of responsibility to the land that they are custodians to. And of course, we can make sure that we look to each other and say there's a great project for this country that we need to all be part of the journey of. So there is important work from this bill yet to be done, because too often in the space of the journey towards a greater reconciliation so that this nation can have one destiny and one future together, and we still have a way to go on that, Deputy Speaker, there's no argument about that. To have that one sense of unity and destiny and purpose, we need more than the talking points and the signalling that we have had from this government to date. We need a sense of moral commitment as a people towards a shared destiny. Because what we've seen too often is that Labor has promised much but delivered little. We have seen this across lots of different areas of policy, but there has never been a time, sadly I say, where it feels like this country has been ever more divided. And this is not just something that relates to the issues in context of this bill, but in the context of the soul of the country, where we've had more and more Australians turning against each other rather than to each other. And at the end of the day, it's incumbent on everybody in this place, but particularly those who have the great privilege of sitting on those benches opposite, to call our country to that greater sense of purpose and to stand up for the type of country we want to be. To lead, to call people to a greater sense of moral purpose about who we are, and to stare into the future with a sense of clarity, direction and leadership, so that we do so as a people without fear. And I'm not going to try and suggest that this legislation alone is going to try and solve that problem at all. It isn't. But in the way that this government is conducting itself, it isn't rising to that challenge. And I've spoken many times, Deputy Speaker, about the great gift that this government has been afforded. This government has been afforded a supermajority on a scale that is rarely seen in this nation's history. And when you are gifted such an enormous privilege and responsibility and trust, you have a responsibility as a government to use that trust, yes, with caution, but more importantly, to help steer the future direction of this country in a way that your children and grandchildren would be proud. To use it to define the future of the country, to build Australia's future. It is very hard to say at this point, at this time, Deputy Speaker, that this government is doing anything other than squandering that opportunity. Because at the end of the day, we have a government that lacks a sense of clarity and purpose about who they are and what they want to do. They might have fallen over the line and they're seeking to figure that out, and they still have a couple of years to decide that sense of purpose. But the nation is looking on, and they're wondering when it is that they're going to stand up. And no matter how many times they carry on in question time, it isn't being realised in their legislative agenda or the policy agenda they're seeking to drive. But one of the things they can do is they can redress the damage that they did in the last term of this parliament. Because when it comes down to it, after the election of 2022, when the Prime Minister stood up on election night and made a commitment in the context of making a commitment to have a referendum on a voice in the Constitution, what he did was set an aspiration for so many Australians, whatever your view on the issue was, that the government was going to achieve something for our country that would change the character of the country in a way that would enable some people's dreams and visions to be realised. And what we saw through a mixture of a failure of leadership, arrogance and unwillingness to listen to the human consequences of the proposals that he was entertaining was that over time, support progressively declined. And at that point, that was the moment where the Prime Minister had the moral responsibility to turn around and say to the Australian people, I don't think that this can go ahead because I don't think it can get up. That's what a leader does, because he doesn't just govern for one section of the community, he governs for the entirety of the Australian community. But instead of being a leader and standing up for the type of country we want to be and to steer a nation through difficult times, the Prime Minister instead went full throttle ahead because he saw it essential to his own political survival and his own political achievement. And in the process, did huge damage to the social solidarity and reconciliation for this country to come together. Now, I'm not the best person to speak about that, Deputy Speaker, and I'm the first person to say that. It's the silence of so many Indigenous Australians who still don't talk about these issues and still don't know what their place is on our national stage as a legacy because of that. The scars are not healed. And it is up to this government to show the leadership to fix them. My hope is that they rise to that challenge, because it's not just going to be done through government expenditure. That will be part of it. Of course, it always must be part of making sure that good work is done. It is a part of it making sure that property can be used in a way that can enable Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders to use the full value of their assets, to recognise the important role of culture and languages as part of the enduring connection, not just to land, but to celebrating history, culture and achievement as part of the connection into the future of our country, and to weave it in as part of the enduring connection and culture of our future, of our country. But it's to actually recognise and actually to start to understand that there's a need to recognise the damage that was done as well. But this bill, no doubt, will go through this Parliament because there's an important administrative matter to address. But it is not the end of the conversation of both the substantive issues that are raised by it, nor as part of the broader conversation of what we need to do as a country. So, it will go through. My hope is that it will go through in a way that raises legitimate issues that need to be addressed, and that this government will rise to that challenge. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First Nations peoples have been the custodians of this great land for tens of thousands of years. Today we meet on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. My electorate of Sturt is on Kaurna land, the traditional lands of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains. The Kaurna people have been the custodians of this land for 60,000 years, and this land stretches from Cape Jarvis in the south to Crystal Brook in the north, and then from the Mount Lofty ranges all the way to the coast of the Gulf of St Vincent. The Kaurna people have a deep and lasting spiritual relationship with this land and its waters. Their cultural heritage, belief and relationship with the land continue to be important today. And so, to any Kaurna people here today, I say Nina Mani and Natalia. First Nations knowledge of the land, of land management and of sustainability is more important than ever. This knowledge includes ecological knowledge, medicinal knowledge, environmental management knowledge and cultural and spiritual knowledge. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples have cared for this country and have played and continue to play a momentous role in sculpting the environment and supporting the incredible distinctive and unique biodiversity we experience in Australia today. The knowledge of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, their connection to place and their cultural practices have long contributed to the positive environmental outcomes that benefit all Australians. Our jointly managed Commonwealth reserves, being Kakadu National Park, Uluru Kata Tjuta National Park and Boordaree National Park, are located on Aboriginal land. Kakadu National Park is a protected area in the Northern Territory of Australia, southeast of Darwin, covering an area just shy of 20,000 square kilometres, which is actually the size of the country of Wales. Kakadu is the second largest national park in Australia. It is highly diverse from an ecological and biological perspective, hosting a wide range of habitats, flora and fauna. It is home to 4 major river systems: the East Alligator River, West Alligator River, South Alligator River and the Wilman River. It also includes a rich heritage of Aboriginal rock art, including highly significant sites such as Ubir. Aboriginal people have been the custodians of Kakadu for 60,000 years. Kakadu is fully protected by the EPBC Act and is listed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Uluru Kata Tjuta National Park is also in the Northern Territory and is a protected area, home to Uluru and home to Kata Tjuta. It is almost 2,000 kilometres south of Darwin and 440 kilometres southwest of Alice Springs. It covers just over 1,300 square kilometres and is also listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. One of Australia's most iconic landmarks, Uluru is a focal point for the world's acknowledgement of Australia's Indigenous culture. The Anangu people are the traditional owners of the Uluru Kata Tjuta National Park, where for thousands of years they have cared for the rare and endemic flora in the park, as well as the now rare and endangered species in the park. Boordaree National Park is located in Jervis Bay and is managed as an Indigenous protected area. Located just 3 hours from Sydney and Canberra, it is a park with unspoiled beaches, incredible flora and fauna, and hundreds of kilometres of walking tracks. Boordaree really is one of Australia's most stunning national parks, where crystal clear waters meet beautiful white sandy beaches and high cliffs and historic relics overlook the majestic Pacific Ocean. The traditional owners of the remarkable lands I have described, Boordaree National Park, Uluru Kata Tjuta National Park and Kakadu, are actively involved in the protection of the environment through participation in the management of their land. They are spaces which both sustain and share the experience of Australia's biodiversity and cultural landscapes. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Board of Management Functions Bill 2025, on which I speak today, operates to effect a minor amendment to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. It is not part of the broad and far-reaching environmental law reform agenda that the Albanese Labor government is working on and deeply committed to delivering. During the election campaign for the seat of Sturt, my fellow candidates and I participated in 5 candidate debates, and it was illustrative that, as well as cost of living, the most frequent questions that were asked of us as candidates related to the environment, including about reforms to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, and, importantly, the role of First Nations knowledge of the lands on which we live and work, and how that must be deployed in ongoing initiatives to sustain our environment. The minor amendment this bill proposes would allow a board of management for a jointly managed Commonwealth reserve, such as Boordaree, Uluru Kata Tjuta and Kakadu, to continue to make decisions regarding the management of the reserves after a management plan expires. These reserves are managed by the Director of National Parks under a lease with the traditional owners and through a board of management. A board of management is appointed by the Minister and is comprised of a majority of Indigenous people nominated by traditional owners. Each of the boards of management is currently chaired by a traditional owner, and these boards are responsible for making decisions about the management of the Commonwealth reserves. However, the ability to make decisions stops when a management plan expires. Management plans are legislative instruments that outline how a Commonwealth reserve is to be managed and protected and expire after 10 years unless revoked earlier. Without this bill, when a management plan expires, the decision-making functions of the board will cease. And if that occurs, the role of traditional owners in the decision-making process is compromised, reducing that critical involvement in the management of their land. This bill will bridge any gap between a management plan for a jointly managed Commonwealth reserve expiring and a new management plan coming into effect. The bill, therefore, will allow the board to continue making decisions after a management plan expires, provided those decisions are consistent with the expired management plan, just as they would have been consistent with the management plan whilst it was afoot. This is a sensible and reasonable change that will maintain the board's decision-making ability until a new management plan comes into effect. The bill aligns with the Albanese Labor government's commitment to provide traditional owners with greater control over management of their country. It supports the improved relationship between the Australian Government, the Director of National Parks and traditional owners of jointly managed Commonwealth reserves, which remains a priority for this government. The bill will support the effective participation of Indigenous people in matters relating to the management of their country, support continuity of decision-making and enable consistency of governance arrangements for Commonwealth Reserve management. We know that First Nations knowledge of land management has been curated over tens of thousands of years. We know it was and continues to be developed by observing country, including cultural burning, traditional fishing, water management, plant harvesting, rock wall construction, in order to regenerate ecosystems and manage resources. We know that land management is not just environmental, but deeply spiritual, about health and well-being of country, but also the health and well-being of those who are privileged enough to live on country. We know that land management also involves threat management, which is traditional methods that are effective in managing threats like feral animals, weeds that threaten native plants, and creating fire breaks, which protect land, people and threatened species. The Burnside City Council, located in my electorate of Sturt, is home to several public sculptures, including the newly unveiled Burnside Tamakuru sculpture by artist Alan Sumner. Alan is a descendant of Ngarrindjeri people who come from the Lower Murray and the lakes of the Murray River along the Coorong of South Australia. I was fortunate to be able to attend the unveiling of this sculpture in June 2025 as part of Reconciliation Week, with the theme of Bridging Now to Next, reflecting the ongoing connection between past, present and future. I was able to meet Alan, who is a prominent artist in Adelaide, with his meaningful work displayed across the electorate of Sturt, at the Morialta Adventure Playground and in the Kensington Reserve, as well as at Burnside. Alan's work also adorns football and soccer jerseys and can even be seen on the side of Adelaide Metro buses. Alan's art celebrates connection to country and celebrates First Nations knowledge and care of country. At the Tamakuru sculpture unveiling, I also met Rain Simpson, who is the Regional Coordinator for South Australia, or Ghana, for an organisation called Firesticks. Firesticks is an Indigenous-led, not-for-profit enterprise and registered charity that supports a growing national network of Indigenous communities and practitioners by promoting the revitalisation and use of traditional knowledge systems and practices, particularly culture fire burning, to improve country and community health and well-being. Rain has a background in the banking industry, but after doing that for 15 years, he decided to start a journey that was much more meaningful to him. A journey which has its foundations in revitalising traditional land management practices within his community. Embracing the teachings of elders and collaborating with fellow Ghana men and women, Rain has integrated traditional fire management techniques into his approach to work and life. Rain explained to me that Indigenous knowledge of fire management techniques are such that in preparation for bushfire season, a cultural burn is conducted using small, low-intensity fires known as cool burns to clear undergrowth, reduce fuel and manage the landscape. This technique of low and slow cool burns creates natural fire breaks that allow animals to escape, to promote biodiversity by encouraging the regrowth of plants, and then the return of animals to their natural habitat. This low and slow cool burn technique of gentle and managed fires that can halt the spread of larger, uncontrolled fires and cool the earth has been practiced for thousands and thousands of years. The continued promotion and meaningful utilisation of First Nations knowledge and land management is absolutely critical in protecting and managing our environment. It is critical for sustainability and for the future of our country. Although a minor amendment on paper, this bill is significant in its acknowledgement and continued support of the unquantifiable value of First Nations knowledge of how to care for country.
And I give the call to the member for Riverina.
I heard the member for Sturt mention the eradication and of feral pests, and this is a debate after all, and I acknowledge that in her contribution. I well recall when I took then Prime Minister Scott Morrison to parts of Queensland to look at the drought. And we're always in a country of drought. We indeed, as Dorothea McKellar quite correctly pointed out in her poem, Core of My Heart, we are a nation of flooding rains and droughts. And at any point, at any given point in time, somewhere in Australia we'll be beset by drought. And the member for Sturt is quite correct when she points out about feral animal eradication. The dingo and dog fence that was funded by the former coalition government led to an increase in lambing rates in those parts of Queensland and elsewhere where we rolled out that fence, such that farmers were reaping the benefits. And when it comes to the environment, that is a practical means to be able to protect the environment and increase farmers' wealth. And when we do that, we're doing a good thing for and on behalf of all Australia. And the member for Sturt is from South Australia, quite obviously. And it's really important when we look at the context of a bill such as this, a non-controversial bill perhaps, but we look at history. And the explorer Charles Sturt, on his travels, and he made 3 expeditions into exploring the river systems of southeastern Australia. And often, quite often, he carried the boats, the canoes that they took with them on their backs, rather than being in them, floating down the Macquarie, Murrumbidgee and Darling rivers to the Murray River, and then on to Lake Alexandrina and the mouth of the Murray River in South Australia. And much has been made in recent years, decades, of the rivers system we have in Australia. And unfortunately, there are some in this country who would think of our river systems and think of a European situation. Our river systems are not. They are very much ephemeral rivers. They'd probably call them streams in other nations, other countries. And Australia is not Europe. It is not. We have a situation where we have flooding rains followed by droughts. And we can't convert our river systems, particularly the ones in South Australia, and pretend as though they are a European system, because they are not. Now, in 1828, Sturt followed the Macquarie River through the Macquarie Marshes to the Darling River. In 1829-30, he backed it up by tracing the Murrumbidgee River, Murrumbidgee meaning deep or wide water, to its junction with the Murray River, and continued down the Murray to its mouth at Lake Alexandrina. And it was a crucial discovery that showed that the western flowing rivers of New South Wales discharged into the Murray River. Discharged in good times, in dry times, indeed, many of the river systems that Sturt explored were in fact dry gulches, dry river beds. His third expedition of 1844-1846 set out to explore the interior of Australia, travelling along the Murray and Darling rivers before the expedition headed north. And he crossed the Sturt Stony Desert and pressed into the Simpson Desert. He was a tough fellow, before being forced to turn back due to extreme conditions and ill health. And once upon a time, school children in Australia were taught about this. I'm not so sure they are now. I know I speak often to the former Liberal Senator Bill Hefner. Now, he can quote chapter and verse any river system in Australia, where it flows, how it flows, and we have good discussions. But these days, I don't find that children know as much as they should about the river systems upon which our nation depends. And I see the Shadow Assistant Minister at the table, and he too, his communities, like mine, are very reliant on the Murray-Darling system. And we have this perception in Australia, when it comes to the environment, that our river communities must cede to the environment. But our farmers are the world's best environmentalists. They are. Thank you for nodding, Deputy Speaker Chesters. And I know you too, at Bendigo, very much in the Murray-Darling system. You've got farmers very much reliant on having sensible policy, not just from this place but from our states as well. And I'm not quite sure all the time that our irrigators have benefited from sensible policy from this place. And again, I state that our farmers grow the very best food and fibre, and at times they have been demonised, maligned by the Greens, and thankfully we've only got one representative, probably one too many, in this House of Representatives now. But the Greens have bedevilled our farmers. The Greens, by their very policies, want every drop of water to run through our river systems and out the mouth of the Murray. And that's just not how it should be. That's just not how nature was meant to work. And our farmers need that water. They are allocated that water. And here's a thought. They pay for that water. Who would have thought? They actually pay for that water. And they pay a lot of money to be able to access that water, to be able to use that water, to be able to work for and on behalf of those people in this country who, wait for it, eat. Eat. And I don't think that we give them the credit that they deserve. And when it comes to our river communities, when we go and buy large parcels of water back and bank them for environmental purposes, and let me tell you, the government is the biggest owner of water in the system through the TEW and through other means. When we do that, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, but when we do that, what we also do is we take away productive water which can then no longer be used for productive purposes. And the EPBC Act is important, the environment is important, but so too is making sure that those river communities are functioning. And they will do so in an environmentally sustainable way. And we sometimes forget the fact that our explorers, John Oxley, when he went out to the land beyond Griffith, came out with this statement that no European man, that's what he said, I'm not being misogynist, would ever see fit to use that land because it is just beyond use. But, you know, it was our soldiers in soldier settlers blocks who were then sent out and turned virtually a desert into a Garden of Eden and grew food. And they did so through a channel system. They did so through the later on through the decades of the Snowy Mountain system, which was an irrigation system. Those dams were built for irrigation. Hydroelectricity was just a benefit of it. But they did so with the Barranjack Dam, as it later became known. They did so turning what Oxley described as an inhospitable environment into something quite special that we should be very, very proud of. And I think sometimes we all take too much consideration of the environment at the expense of those people who eked out a very meagre existence, and it's their relatives, it's the people who have followed in the family lines who continue to make sure that the Murrumbidgee and Colliambla irrigation systems are vital to our nation. And this Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Board of Management Functions Bill of 2025, it does acknowledge that the Commonwealth Reserves, namely Kakadu National Park, Uluru, Kata, Chirtata National Park and Boodary National Park, are located on Indigenous land. I understand that. I understand the importance of our Aboriginal people in the context of this particular debate. But also, we must also not go too far. We must not have overreach. We must, and I appreciate that people are now forbidden or encouraged or discouraged to climb Ayers Rock, Uluru, but these days, to post a holiday snap online, it's going to cost you money. Take a photo of Ayers Rock, and anyone wanting to shoot content at Uluru National Park needs to pay a photo permit. It costs $20 a day for commercial photography or $250 a day for filming. Now, some might see that as that's fine, and I appreciate that the Indigenous rangers and people who look after the park need to make the most of their investment and their labours. I get that. But also the ban that the Victorian government has placed on some of the rock climbing in that state, it is getting to the point of overreach. It actually is. And people who have this as an adventure sport are now being forbidden to climb on the various landscapes that they once enjoyed. And we just need to be a little bit careful about overreach. We absolutely do. And when it comes to overreach, there's nobody does it better than the Victorian State Government, just in recent years. And I appreciate they've got a mandate to govern, but goodness gracious, they do go a bit beyond where their governance should go. The government is currently planning reforms to the wider EPBC Act to be introduced into Parliament apparently in November. I could say I look forward to seeing what that entails, but looking forward would not be probably the correct terminology, because whilst this bill is not controversial, what may come about possibly is, because we see how this government, even though it's got a massive mandate in the House of Representatives, 51 seats, over in the other place, in the Senate, they don't necessarily have that wide a mandate, and they do have to take legislation through the Greens, and the Greens are a worrying lot. If they were just an environmental party, well, you could understand it, but these days they have much more of a let's change Australia's social fabric remit. That's the Greens, that's their mantra. They don't come always with good intent, and they do want to, once upon a time, under Bob Brown, they wanted to solve the world's environmental problems and the climate, etc. Okay, you knew where they were coming from. These days, no, they want to solve the Middle Eastern situation. They want to cut out traditional sports such as horse racing, and where will it stop? I don't know, but it is a concern. This particular legislation is crucial that it goes through the House, and it will, because the government has a big majority, and we're not objecting to it. But it's also important to note that in government, and whilst those opposite might tell you that this is not the case, but we had a good record when it came to the environment. The Great Barrier Reef was going well under our government, under the policies that we put forward, and under the funding we gave. Don't shake your head, it's true, Member for Hughes, it's absolutely true. And but, you know, when you've got decisions being made like McPhillamy's gold mine near Blaney being put on hold for no good reason, you start to worry about the, well, I won't say it's the environmental credentials or the Indigenous credentials of those opposite, but just the common sense credentials, if you may, because, you know, that was not stopped for any good reason. And when you've got a situation of winemakers such as Darren de Bortley pulling out vines, when you've got river communities put on hold because of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, when you've got decisions being made by a government that, yes, does have a mandate, but what they don't have a mandate to do is to pull apart regional Australia. And I know that myself, the member for Nichols and the member for Lyne will fight the government every step of the way if they try to do that.
The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a great honour and privilege to be in this place, but I must say it is an absolute sight to behold to see something so rare for the member for Goldstein and the member for Riverina join together in unity and express the one thing they do agree on, to fill their policy vacuum, their hatred of the Labor Party. I'm not sure on some of the relevance of their speeches, but I digress. I rise today in support of the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Amendment Board of Management Functions Bill of 2025. This bill is small in size, but significant in impact. It's about continuity, respect, and responsibility. It's about making sure that the way we manage our jointly held Commonwealth reserves never miss a beat, even when the paperwork runs behind. Right now, under the EPBC Act, when the management plan for the jointly managed reserve expires, so too does the decision-making authority of the Board of Management. That means, overnight, the board goes from being an active, trusted voice to a body unable to make decisions. This bill closes the gap. It allows the boards of management to keep working in line with the most recent plan until a new one is finalised. In plain terms, it keeps the lights on, the wheels turning, and the decisions flowing. These boards are not faceless committees. They are made up of people appointed by the Minister. And where reserves sit on Indigenous land, as is the case for Kakadu, Uluru Kata, Tijuta and Boodary, traditional owners nominate the majority of its members. That matters. It means decisions are grounded not just in legislation, but in culture, knowledge and lived custodianship. It means the people with the deepest connection to country continue to shape how that country is cared for. Without this bill, when plans expire, that authority dissolves. The risk is not abstract. It could mean delays in fire management, cultural site protection, or visitor safety. Continuity isn't red tape. It is respect for the land and for the people who have cared for it for millennia. The EPBC Act is the backbone of our national environmental law. At the heart of the Act, management plans setting out how each reserve will be cared for. They cover everything from heritage protection to weed control, tourism to research. These plans take years to prepare and must be reviewed every decade. Sometimes a plan expires before a new one is ready. That is the gap that this bill closes. This bill ensures Indigenous voices remain central, uninterrupted and authoritative in the management of jointly held reserves. It is about participation, but also trust. Trust that governance is consistent, respectful and reliable. And it is about stewardship, because good governance is not just paperwork. It is fire breaks cut, sacred sites protected and knowledge applied in real time. It is the everyday work that keeps our heritage safe. This bill does not change the role of the Director of National Parks. That role remains as it is today. This is a targeted, standalone fix to a very specific problem. As a member of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, I understand the importance of getting governance right. Sometimes the fixes are big. New frameworks, new standards. Sometimes they are small and precise, like this one. Both matter. Both make a difference. In committee hearings, we repeatedly hear from traditional owners and local communities about the need for certainty. Certainty builds trust. Certainty delivers continuity. This bill provides exactly that. And let me stress, this bill is not tied to the broader EPBC reform agenda expected later this year. Those reforms, national environment standards and EPA, more transparency, are moving on their own track. This bill is separate, urgent and about the here and now. Now, in my electorate of Moore, we don't manage Kakadu or Uluru, but we do know the value of continuity. While this bill speaks directly to Kakadu, Uluru and Boodary, it also speaks to us in Western Australia. Our state has led the way in joint management agreements with traditional owners at Karanjini, Cowbarry and Purnalulu. Even closer to home, the Pinnacles in the Nambung National Park sits just north of Moore and is one of WA's most iconic tourism drawcards. Visitors come through Moore and on their way, staying in Joondalup, eating in our restaurants, fuelling up in our suburbs. The confidence that these treasures are well managed underpins not just environmental protection, but also local jobs and businesses. Whether it's a sport club, a life saving patrol or a conservation group, if leadership stops abruptly, things fall through the cracks. Safety suffers, heritage suffers, people lose faith. I think of the surf clubs at Trigg, Mullaloo and Sorrento, where volunteers show up, rain or shine, to patrol our beaches. If their authority stopped the moment paperwork expired, lives would be at risk. That is how absurd it would be. Continuity is not bureaucracy, it is safety. Or take our conservation groups caring for Lake Joondalup, Yellowgonga Regional Park and bush corridors through Craigie and Padbury. If leadership suddenly lost its ability to act, we would see weeds spread, fire risks climb and gains unravel. People in Moore understand that stewardship is ongoing. You do not stop caring for country because a date has passed. In Moore, that principle is lived daily on Whadjuk Noongar country. Traditional owners remind us stewardship is continuous, not episodic. Whether caring for Yellowgonga wetlands, protecting cultural sites or passing knowledge to the next generation, there is no pause button. This bill reflects that reality, not just in Kakadu, but across Australia, where Indigenous custodianship guides management. I think too of our bushfire brigades across the northern suburbs. When a fire breaks out, no one checks whether a committee's mandate has lapsed. They just get to work with skill, with courage, with continuity. And having worked for the United Professional Firefighters Union, I know how vital that is. I've seen the risks when coordination falters and the professionalism that keeps us safe. Fire does not wait, and neither should governance. That is what this bill reflects, uninterrupted responsibility. And it's not just in emergencies. At Whitford's Nodes Park, groups run coastal rehabilitation year after year. At the Joondalup Community Coast Care Forum, locals share knowledge about protecting beaches and dunes. At Hillary's Boat Harbour, where tourism and environment are finely balanced, continuity is essential. These groups know from experience that gaps in leadership undo months of effort. One group that embodies this principle is the Friends of Sorrento Beach and Marmion Foreshore. Week after week, season after season, they care for our coastline. It is fundamentally about continuity of care for the places we love. Just as these groups in my electorate cannot down tools because a meeting is delayed, boards should not lose powers because a plan has expired. The same is true of Friends of Yellowgonga Regional Park, caring for wetlands and bushland around Lake Joondalup. They know that weed control and habitat restoration cannot pause. If those efforts stop, even briefly, damage spreads. The Friends of Yellowgonga understand continuity because their work follows natural cycles. That rhythm of stewardship is what this bill protects. And I want to acknowledge the young people who live this principle. At Ocean Reef Senior High School, students are encouraged to study marine and environmental science in a hands-on way. They understand ecosystems need constant care, and that continuity is the difference between thriving or declining. These students are the next generation of stewards. Their teachers remind them, as I remind this House, that you cannot press pause on caring for country. The lesson is simple. Continuity matters. Whether on the sand at Mullaloo, in the seagrass at Marmion, by the lake at Yellowgonga, or on the escarpments of Uluru, this bill makes sure continuity is never lost. At the heart of this bill reflects the values that guide this government and that guide me. Fairness means traditional owners stay at the table. Respect means management of country continues seamlessly. Responsibility means we fix the gaps before they cause harm. These are the same principles I hear echoed back at home in Moore. From parents coaching sport in Currumbine to volunteers planting trees in Iluka, the groups preserving bushland in Ocean Reef, people know the value of continuity, respect and responsibility. As someone who began working life as an electrician, I know what happens when continuity is lost. On a job site, when the plan is unclear, mistakes are made. People get hurt. Continuity of leadership is not a nice to have, it is essential. Later, as a kidney transplant recipient, I learned that continuity in care is the difference between life and death. You do not want treatment to stop because a file expired. You need steady, reliable stewardship. That lesson applies in health, in trades and in environmental management. Continuity also matters in policy. When we talk about the cost of living, Australians do not want one-offs. They want certainty. That is why this government delivered direct energy bill relief and is investing in long-term reforms to keep prices down. When we talk about the clean energy transition, Australians want continuity so that as industries change, new jobs and training are ready. And when we talk about skills, continuity in training and apprenticeships give young people in Moore the confidence to plan a career. Whether it's a young Sparky at North Metro TAFE or a nurse in training at ECU Joondalup, continuity turns dreams into futures. The truth is that environmental stewardship is not a stop-start exercise. Country does not wait for paperwork. Fires do not wait for paperwork. Visitors do not wait for paperwork. Government must keep pace with reality. Some might ask, why does this matter so much? It matters because places like Kakadu, Uluru and the Pinnacles are not only national treasures, they are also cultural treasures. They are living landscapes cared for by traditional owners for generations. Interrupting governments interrupts that partnership. It interrupts respect. These parks are also of international significance. Millions of visitors travel from around the world to witness their beauty, history and spirit. When tourists stand before Uluru at sunset, they are experiencing a living story, woven into the identity of this nation. Governance gaps put that experience and that responsibility at risk. Environmental management is already complex. Plans take time. Consultation takes time. Balancing ecological science, cultural heritage, tourism and community needs takes time. This bill ensures that while that work continues, governance does not stop. It is practical lawmaking, it is careful, considered and respectful. It does not overreach. It simply closes a gap that should never have existed. And in doing so, it strengthens our partnership with traditional owners. It honours the principle of those who know the land best should always have a voice. It affirms the government's commitment to walk alongside Indigenous Australians. Deputy Speaker, sometimes we risk treating amendments like this as technicalities, but this is not a technicality. This is about fairness, respect and responsibility. Fairness means ensuring boards can continue their work. Respect means recognising the authority and knowledge of traditional owners. Responsibility means governance does not falter because of a loophole. These values are not abstract. They are lived every day in Moore. They are lived when families in Joondalup support a neighbour, when students at ECU or North Metro TAFE gain skills for a clean energy future, when seniors in Duncraig preserve community spaces, when children at Mullaloo learn about the coast, when volunteers in the Friends of Sorrento Beach and Marmion Foreshore protect our shoreline, when members of the Friends of Yellowgonga restore wetlands, when students at Ocean Reef Senior High School learn that stewardship is continuous. Continuity, respect and responsibility. These shape both our local life and our national governance. This bill ensures that boards remain empowered even when plans expire. It preserves Indigenous leadership in jointly managed reserves. It keeps governance steady, respectful and consistent. It does all of this without changing the director's role or delaying broader reforms. As someone who spent his life moving between the tools, the law and now this parliament, I've learned that sometimes the smallest adjustments keep the system working. This is one of those adjustments. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
The Minister for Veteran Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
You need to seek leave. Is leave granted?
No.
Okay, thank you. We've got it right now. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. All those that have been say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The House will now consider Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025, consideration in detail.
The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. The member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask the Leader of the House to move amendments 1 to 5 as circulated in my name together.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 5 as circulated in my name together.
Sorry.
Speaker doesn't have to state the question.
The member for Gippsland has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Lest we forget, just 3 words, but 3 extraordinarily powerful words. It is a solemn promise we all make to acknowledge and respect the service of Australian Defence Force personnel and our veteran community. And the sentence before that, Deputy Speaker, is equally poignant. the words are, we will remember them. We will remember them. Those words don't come with a use-by date. There's no caveat. There's no, we will remember them sometimes. We will remember them as long as it happened in the last 20 years. We will remember them. And under this legislation, the government is proposing we will only remember them, we will only recognise their incredible service if the action occurred in the past 20 years. That is exactly what this legislation proposes in terms of major medallic recognition for acts of bravery and gallantry that has quite rightly been reviewed by the Defence, Honours and Awards and Appeals Tribunal over the last 14 years and resulted in some of the most celebrated Australians receiving due recognition decades after their brave action. But what this government is trying to do is to cut this off at 20 years and say, if your action didn't occur as an Australian Defence Force personnel in the Navy, the Army or the Air Force, if it didn't occur in a more convenient time frame for us, say the last 20 years, I'm sorry, you can't review any decision made from the Department of Defence in relation to honours of such great national significance. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is the most extraordinary overreach by the Department of Defence, and it's found a compliant minister to come in here with a rubbish piece of legislation that should not have seen the light of day. I'm sure the Department of Defence could not believe their luck when this government said, we'll run this one out for you. We'll run this one out for you and see how we go. But the legislation presented to us last Thursday with no consultation failed at the first test, and every speaker on this side of the House has recognised it. It is a solution trying to find a problem. The member for Indi pointed out, what is the government trying to fix? What's broken? Other crossbenchers spoke. Members, Liberal Party, National Party spoke. But the Labor MPs were missing in action. Now, we know, on this side of the House, we know there's a lot of you. We sit here and we know there's a lot of you. You had a lot of choices, had more than 90 choices, in fact, and you could only find one person brave enough to back up the minister, and that was the poor first-termer from Sturt. I mean, was there a ballot? Did she get the short straw? I mean, how did this poor member for Sturt cop the short straw and have to turn up here? Because when the division was called this morning on the second reading speech, 90 turned up to vote. They were all here. But they were missing in action because they had no intention of defending this pitiful piece of legislation, because they know how poorly it will be regarded by their veterans, by their service personnel and by the families in their own communities. So I say to those opposite, before you voted, you should have read the bill. You should have had a good look at it, because I can tell you now, if you'd read the bill, you wouldn't have turned up here and voted for it, because the minister knows there's been no consultation with the major veterans groups. He knows that the Australian Defence Force personnel do not support this bill. He knows the families will be furious, and yet somehow he's convinced his colleagues to come and vote for it. They heard the bells, they ran in here, voted, and had no idea what they just voted for. So, Deputy Speaker, there's no shame in the minister withdrawing this bill. There's no shame whatsoever, because he has not given any explanation as to what he is seeking to fix with the legislation before the House today.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Riverina.
I ask this question of any member in the House. What were you doing when you were 18 or 19? I can tell you what I was doing, and I think the member for Gippsland was probably doing the same, because he's about the same vintage. Rat-tat-tatting away on a typewriter, producing stories for a newspaper. What we weren't doing was rat-tat-tatting away on a gun. What we certainly weren't doing was hanging off an Oerlikon 20mm cannon and firing away. Teddy Sherman was doing that. Richard Norton was going across no man's land again and again to rescue comrades. Teddy Sherman from the Navy was 18 years young, just 18. It was the 1st of December 1942. It was the Battle of Timor. He's a Tasmanian, one of the bravest the island state has ever produced. 18 years. Richard Norton was 19. As that famous song from Red Gum, he was only 19. Teenagers, mere boys, lads. And to think that years on, decades on in fact, because as I said, Sheehan was 1942, Richard Norton in the Battle of Coral Balmoral, 14th of May 1968. Years on from those gallant actions, decades in fact, those two were justifiably, deservedly awarded, or their families were, Victoria Crosses for Australia, because Teddy and Richard, better known as Dick, were no longer with us. Teddy died on that day. We lost him. Dick died serving the Australian Capital Territory Police in Hindmarsh Drive, motorcycle accident, just 24. He continued to serve even though his days in the khaki were over. Teddy was given what's called a mention in dispatches. A Distinguished Conduct Medal was presented at the time to Dick. Now, these were honourable awards, very well deserved, but they weren't what they should have received. And what they should have received was a VC. We don't present VCs lightly in this country, and nor should we. But when we do, it's special. When we do, all the nation knows that that person, through their deeds of valour, through placing their life on the line, through their gallant actions, have saved others, have won the day, and in some cases, many cases, have caused the loss of their own life. We don't give them out lightly. And then, of course, we had the 10 members of D Company from Long Tan, 18th of August 1966, their actions. They were also given medallic recognition years after, half a century after, in fact, their gallant deeds. And yet now we're being told by the Minister that all of those dozen awards in the future would not have been awarded. Why? Why? It's a really easy question, and I just don't know why. I've been a minister in many portfolios. I've been lucky enough to be so. And I know that departments often will bring you in their letters, their recommendations, their suggestions. You don't have to accept them all the time. You can say no. Send them packing. You'll often get bureaucrats, public servants, unelected officials wanting you to change legislation. No is an easy word to say when it's a dumb piece of legislation, and that's what this is. Minister, will World War II veterans or Vietnam veterans or Korean veterans have review rights under this bill that you are proposing? Will they? Why? Why, Minister, why? I just don't understand it. But more than I'm just the voice of what I'm sure will be many, many veterans, many, many RSL clubs. Good luck when you go out and members of the Labor Party who've already voted against this go out on any given commemorative day in the future. Good luck. Why, Minister?
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To all those that continue to serve, our veterans and your families, the freedoms that we enjoy today are on the back of hard-fought battles, wars and sacrifice that you have made. On Anzac Day, we say, lest we forget, and we reaffirm our commitment to never forget those who have been killed in battle, died in training, or succumbed to their war within back here on home soil. On Remembrance Day, we say the guns fell silent, but the guns haven't fallen silent since. From World Wars, World War II, Vietnam, Somalia, Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, our brave men and women have been there. Peacekeeping missions around the world, East Timor, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Fiji, our brave men and women have been there. Natural disasters, cyclones, fires, floods, COVID assist, our brave men and women have been there. And I don't think it's good enough to push legislation or a bill through this place without going to the veterans and the people that we represent. Politicians are very quick on Anzac Day and Remembrance Day and any other commemorative day to run to the closest person with medals on their chest to get a photo, to put on social media. But then when it comes to standing up for them in this parliament, they're nowhere to be seen. This bill should have Labor Defence Force veterans standing up and speaking on it. But today, we didn't see that. We didn't see the courage from this government of those who have served because they know this is a bad bill. They know that there hasn't been consultation. They know that this shouldn't be going through. I often travel around, not just the largest Defence Force electorate in the country being Townsville, but around the country, and I speak to many veterans. I've been fortunate enough to have had a coffee with many veterans who have medals of gallantry, Victoria Crosses, spoken to families of loved ones who have been posthumously awarded these honours. And today, I thought, I'm not just going to get up and speak about this bill when we were debating it. I'm going to call some of these people. I'm going to call those that have been given a great honour for their brave actions on the battlefield, a great honour that they are to this nation. And I asked them, have you heard about it? Did your RSL send it to you? The ex-service organisation you're a part of, did they circulate it? Did they send out the letter or the transcript or any sort of communication that they may have received from this Labor government? And all said, I've never heard of this. This is news to me. One person, Justin Huggett MG, who got a Medal of Gallantry with fighting in Afghanistan with the Brits on Long Look, laughed when I said it because he said, oh no, that's not real, that's not a thing, you gene me up. He used more colourful language. He was a good platoon sergeant. And if you've ever put a bill through this place where he hasn't agreed with it, you will definitely know about it. And he gives me free advice, but this one bit of legislation, he couldn't comprehend that this would actually be a thing because it hasn't been circulated widely throughout the veteran community. And these are people that have the honours. Now, Afghanistan isn't 20 years past the end of its campaign, but it will be one day. And it does take time for people to talk about, remember those significant battles where these awards would be awarded. My question to the Minister is, what veterans specifically have you spoken to before you brought this bill to this place? Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I did pause just for a moment to check whether any members opposite were intending to join in the consideration in detail, but I couldn't see anyone taking their feet. I will yield if anyone from the other side wants to speak. I'm quite happy to yield. clearly not going to be a situation we have to worry about here this evening, Deputy Speaker, because, again, they're missing in action. Missing in action again. The bill came before the House last Thursday, debated today, one speaker from the opposition. But on this side of the House, including on the crossbench, every speaker has been asking the same question of the Minister and the Prime Minister. What is the actual problem the Albanese government is trying to fix with this flawed legislation? What is the actual problem? If you couldn't explain it to the crossbench, I had a briefing on Monday and no one could explain to me then what was so badly broken that meant you had to abolish the capacity of a statutory agency, a tribunal in fact, to review decisions dating back decades. If you couldn't explain to me in that briefing what you were trying to fix, why would you expect the people on this side of the chamber to vote for it? And as it turned out, everyone in the chamber voted against it, apart from the Labor Party. The entire crossbench, Liberals, Nationals, all voted against it. That's because, Deputy Speaker, our system of honours and awards simply isn't broken. The government has not made the case. It isn't broken. This has been a bipartisan position for the entire time that the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal has been in existence, and all credit to the former Gillard government for bringing the tribunal into play in 2011. Yep. It brought an end to years and decades of demands for medallic recognition without a proper process for people to pursue that recognition. What it means, Deputy Speaker, to have the tribunal is an action can be brought to the attention of the Department of Defence and it can be considered. And if, in fact, Defence says no to, say, a Teddy Sheehan or a Richard Norton or Delta Company at Longtan, if the department says no, then it is allowed to be reviewed by the tribunal, an independent statutory body established by the Labor Party for just this purpose. And it has worked. It is not broken, Deputy Speaker. Teddy Sheehan would not get a VC under this legislation because his decision would never have been reviewed because it was outside the 20-year time limit. Richard Norton would never get a VC on this legislation, again, outside the 20-year time limit, and Commander Harry Smith's brave troops at Longtan would never be recognised because that action occurred in the Vietnam War outside the 20-year limitation. So I would like to, as much as possible, be bipartisan on veterans issues, but the Labor Party has not established a good reason for this reform. The tribunal members, in my direct experience as Veterans Minister, have acted with diligence, with integrity, with professionalism, and they have weighed weighty decisions about medals. They haven't been out there handing out medals in Wheaties packets. They have been exploring these very difficult cases and objectively assessing the cases and then deciding what recommendation they would put forward to government. They weren't handing out Victoria Crosses lightly, I can promise you that, Deputy Speaker. The capacity to review decisions made by Defence is a design feature of the Tribunal which was established in 2011, and this bill strips rights away from ADF personnel, veterans and their families. And the Minister continues, and he did again today, continues to pretend that families will have the right to review honour under this legislation, which is simply not true. It is simply not true. Look at your second reading speech, Minister. If you want to talk, get to the dispatch box, because you are not telling the truth when it comes to families. Now, prior to the election, why didn't the Prime Minister tell veterans and their families from World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam War and numerous other conflicts that he intended to remove their right to appeal defence decisions regarding these major honours and awards? If you're so proud of legislation, Minister, why wouldn't you have taken it to the election and tested it on the Australian people in the first place? Because there is no use-by date on we will remember them. There is not we will remember them sometimes. This 20-year time frame is a complete and utter farce, and there's no wonder that Labor Party members opposite are not in here to speak to try to defend it.
Time has expired. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those, I'll now put the question. Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Gillard government did some good things. And Julia Gillard, had she been given more of an opportunity, would have been a great Prime Minister. Would have. But unfortunately, we had that cabal of the Greens at the time, and with the Democrats and any others. Anyway, she brought in a couple of things which were quite good. One was the soils advocate.
Order the member for Riverina will resume his seat. The Minister for Veteran Affairs on a point of order. Or?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure the contribution to the great sum of human knowledge by the member for Riverina will be amazing, but it's not relevant to the amendment before the House.
I thank the Minister for Veteran Affairs. I am listening carefully, and I ask the member for Riverina.
Well, it's about the Minister actually backflipping on two things which were very good in the Gillard government. If he wants to shut me down, I'm talking about positives about the Gillard government. One was the National Soils Advocate, and the other was the ability to review decisions taken not to give veterans medals. So they were two good decisions made by the Gillard government, and if a Labor minister wants to say that a Nationals member who is praising a former Labor Prime Minister is not in the standing orders, well, good luck with that. But anyway, you might have to answer to your future Labor caucus. And what really galls me is the fact that we've got a situation where the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal, an independent statutory body, was established in 2011 under the Gillard government. It was. And it was a good thing, as the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs has just outlined. Now, it was put in place under the Defence Act to consider Defence Honours and Awards matters, and it has both a review and an inquiry function. And yet, what the Minister proposes to do with this legislation is overturn the decisions made or not allow a review, but only have it in a 20-year timeframe. Now, that will then ensure that veterans who fought in Vietnam, Korea, and certainly World War II won't have their actions then been able to consider. Now, as of mid-2025, DHAT reported it had conducted 483 reviews, of which it had affirmed the original defence decision 283 times and had triggered a change in decision on 136 occasions, with the remaining withdrawn for consideration. Now, this represents about a quarter of decisions taken at the tribunal having been decided by defence, but wrongfully decided by defence because the decisions were overturned, only further proving the importance of the tribunal. Only further proving the importance of the tribunal. Now, in those cases which were overturned, those awardees deserved their recognition. But under the situation that the Minister is proposing, they will not be considered unless it's within that 20-year time frame. And that is such a shame. As the Shadow Minister quite correctly pointed out, some veterans don't like to talk of their war service. But I tell you what they do want to do, and that is make sure that their comrades who have gone above and beyond with their gallant actions, if they deserve to have either the awards that they were given uplifted or indeed given an award that they weren't presented at the time within that 20-year time frame, well, they won't get it. But you have these, and you know, the Minister who is proposing this, you know, he needs to really think about the loyalty, the service, the sacrifice that these people have made for and on behalf of our nation, for and on behalf of our flag, for and on behalf of what we are here for, and that is to ensure that we give a free and fair and democratic society a fair go. And this isn't giving veterans a fair go. This isn't giving the RSLs a fair go. And Australia should be all about a fair go. And I ask again the Minister, why have you reached this decision? We're not seeing any Labor member, apart from the first-term member for Sturt, having backed you up, Minister. And I ask again, why has this decision been taken? Why are you backing up the bureaucrats instead of backing up the veterans, backing up the RSLs, backing up the communities who quite rightly think that this would be an absolute poor decision made in haste?
The member's time has expired. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For the most conspicuous gallantry and preeminent act of valour in the presence of the enemy during a Japanese aerial attack on HMAS Armidale in the Timor Sea, 1 December 1942. On 1 December 1942, during operations in the Timor Sea, HMAS Armidale came under aerial bombardment and torpedo attack from Japanese aircraft shortly after the commencement of the attack. Armidale was hit by a torpedo and began listing to port. 1 minute later, the ship was hit by a second torpedo, which broke the vessel's back, causing the captain to order abandon ship. Ordinary Seaman Sheen, one of the youngest and most junior-ranked members of Armidale's ship's company, made his way to the stowage position of the motorboat and assisted in its launch. As the enemy continued to fire upon the ship and his shipmates who were already in the water, Ordinary Seaman Sheen decided to forego his opportunities for survival by not abandoning the ship and returning to its action station to man the gun, where he was the loader, not the gunner. Despite being wounded, he strapped himself into the gun and commenced firing at the enemy, damaging at least 2 enemy aircraft. Ordinary Seaman Sheen's actions disrupted and distracted the enemy from strafing and killing his defenceless shipmates in the water. He sacrificed his life to save his shipmates, and despite his wounds and continued firing the gun until the ship sank and took him to his death. His preeminent act of valour and his most conspicuous gallantry saved Australian lives. His heroism became the standard to which the men and women of the Australian Defence Force aspire. That act of bravery, gallantry, is something that you read about or watch in movies. But under this bill, sadly, Teddy Sheen would not have been recognised with his VC. Well, my question then to the Minister halfway through this is, under this bill, would Teddy Sheen be posthumously awarded the VC? Because as I read it, as I understand it, and I know just a simple soldier, the way I read it, and it was how I interpret it, as this bill would not allow that. Because it's outside of the parameters. It's outside of the 20 years, and it's outside of what this bill clearly states. I do not think it is appropriate that people, brave war heroes like Teddy Sheen, should be forgotten. This bill would do that. I reflected today in my speech that when I was wounded overseas, and I sent the video to my medic, and I was flown back, and I was laying on my back after being blown up by a bomb in the ground, and my medic, Tom Howe, jumps through the dust, jumps through the flames, with no regard to his own safety, put his life at risk, did that without thinking about himself, did it for his mate. But I still haven't sat down and gone through this with him. We haven't had the discussion, because when you think of what happens in war, you don't automatically go, oh, someone should get a medal here. And I can tell you there was no senior officer on that deployment, on that mission. They weren't there. Less time outside the wire than anyone else. Bunch of enlisted soldiers there. But I fear that in 20 years post the Afghanistan war, if someone was to sit down and go through the brave people, the heroism, the gallantry actions, and want to put in for this to be assessed, that it simply now won't be able to. And to think that the CDF or a senior officer or the minister who takes guidance from the CDF would do it, I think is silly. This is a bad bill.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Is the member for Gippsland seeking the call?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was just checking to make sure no one else wanted the call. I do respect the right of other members to speak.
You've got to be quick on your feet, though.
And I respect the right of other members to speak. And I thought members of the Labor Party, having realised the gravity of the bill before the chamber tonight and the consideration in detail, would be putting down their glasses and rushing down to the chamber and coming in and making a contribution. But it's clearly not the case, Deputy Speaker. And the minister has tried to claim that the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal itself wanted the changes which are included in the bill. In his second reading speech, the minister said, after well more than a decade of operation, it is necessary to ensure that the tribunal remains fit for purpose and to address a number of concerns that have been raised by the tribunal itself and others over time in relation to its operation. Now, that sounds reasonable, Deputy Speaker, but what you'd expect next, after saying that the tribunal has raised issues and others over time have raised issues, you'd think you'd maybe produce some evidence to make your case. You'd think that's what you do. But no, the speech goes on. No further reference to any great contribution from the tribunal about asking to have itself cut off at the knees. No mention of that. So I want to check what the tribunal has been saying. And in its evidence to the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee inquiry into the Defence Honours and Awards system, it was very interesting to read the evidence from the independent statutory agency, the Tribunal. In that inquiry, the Tribunal actually exposes the minister's deception from his second reading speech because the Tribunal expressed its opposition to a 20-year time frame being imposed on them. It specifically expressed its opposition to the 20-year time frame, but yet in the minister's second reading speech, apparently the Tribunal wants the changes. I don't know.
Isn't that up?
What's true? Perhaps if the minister had expanded on his claim about the Tribunal wanting the changes, we could test his reference point. But no, we have the Senate inquiry, Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee inquiry into the Defence Honours and Awards system, and the Tribunal said specifically they told the Senate inquiry that introducing a 20-year time limit for a tribunal review would, and I quote, abolish and curtail current and significant rights of ADF members, veterans and families and others to seek external and independent merits review of defence decisions, refusing to recommend an ADF member or veteran for a defence honour or award. Deputy Speaker, it can't be any clearer. The Tribunal that the Labor Party is trying to cut off at the knees here tonight has said expressly that it does not support the imposition of a 20-year time limit on the assessment of reviews for Defence Honours and Awards. And the reason why it doesn't want that 20-year time limit, from my experience in dealing with the Tribunal, is they have always acted diligently, professionally and with integrity, and they have done a difficult job very, very well, Deputy Speaker. They have been objective, they have searched through additional information and research and reports and come up with decisions which have stood the test of public scrutiny. I know they've stood the test of public scrutiny because this minister, his Prime Minister and his Defence Minister are all happily out there cheering on when Teddy Sheehan gets a VC or Richard Norton gets a VC because the Tribunal had the capacity to review decisions made by Defence dating back decades. And I'll say it again, Deputy Speaker. We will remember them does not have a use-by date. It's not, we will remember them sometimes. We will remember them when it's convenient. We will remember them as long as it happened within the last 20 years. We will remember them. It is our solemn oath and our duty to recognise and respect servicemen and women throughout our nation's history, and this tribunal has the capacity to review defence decisions dating back decades for a very good reason. So I ask the Minister, why is the government ignoring the advice of an independent statutory agency and taking rights of appeal away from Australian Defence Force personnel, veterans and their families?
The question is that this amendments be agreed to. Giving the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of my most recent proudest moments as a parliamentarian was standing beside the Minister for Veterans Affairs on Remembrance Day, 11th of November last year, when Richard Leslie Norden of Gundagai was announced as the latest Victoria Cross for Australia recipient. And the actions that Dick Norden was awarded for came at the Battle of Coral and Balmoral. Now, on the 12th of May 1968, Australian and New Zealand forces set up fire support bases, Coral and Balmoral, in Ben Hoa, Vietnam. As part of the daily routine at FSB Coral, Richard Norden took part in infantry patrols, and the soldiers ventured kilometres away from base, doing reconnaissance and seeking contact with the enemy. On the 14th of May, Richard's platoon sustained heavy fire during one of a series of contacts outside the FSBs, and these contacts were part of a larger battle of Coral Balmoral. Using his pluck and showing care for his mates, he rescued a wounded soldier and recovered the body of another, with little cover and under intense enemy fire. The rifleman's audacious actions prevented further casualties. He saved lives. Army headquarters announced the names of Australian casualties in the Ben Hoa reconnaissance, with the Canberra Times reporting Richard as wounded but in a satisfactory condition. Now, amongst the many 1RAR wounded that week, but in a very satisfactory condition, were two of Riverina interest: Private John Milton Rance, 21, single of Temora, and one, wait for this, and the Nationals in the room will be very keen to know this, Second Lieutenant Timothy Andrew Fisher, 22, single of Borey Creek, of course, later Australia's 10th Deputy Prime Minister. Now, I rang Tim's widow, Judy Brewer, earlier this year and recalled the fact that her late husband and Richard were in different platoons, but as she reminded me, they were still good mates. Still good mates. And when Richard returned to Australia, he continued serving with the Australian Army. 19 years young he was awarded the Distinguished Conduct Medal, and that is etched in gold on the cenotaph at the end of Sheridan Street, on the eastern end of Sheridan Street, facing Canberra, if you like, and I encourage the Minister next May, when the statue in Sheridan Street is unveiled, to come along and take a look for himself. Because those initials, etched in gold, DCM, are going to be replaced with VC. And they should have been VC back in 1968, but he got a Distinguished Conduct Medal, and he was very proud of that. But he should have got Australia's highest military honour. Now, thankfully and appropriately, because we had a system in place, a process, a pathway, he is now posthumously, because he died in a motorcycle crash patrolling with the ACT police when he was 24. But thankfully, he was awarded, his family were awarded a Victoria Cross for Australia. And the Minister and I were there that day, along with Prime Minister Albanese, along with the Governor-General, Sam Mostyn AC, when that announcement was made. And I was very proud, and I'm sure the Minister was too. He's nodding, and he was very proud because he made some very good comments. But, Minister, had that process, that pathway, not been in place, and under this bill that you are proposing, that you've put before the House, it will not be in the future, the Richard Nordens of the world would not be granted a Victoria Cross for Australia.
And this is wrong. This is not right. This is not Australian. And I just don't understand why, when there's so many other things we could be discussing, why you've brought this bill, as a minister, to this place. It's not too late, Minister, to admit that this bill should not be taking effect. It's not too late to say you were wrong. It's not too late, and I'm sure we will not criticise it as coalition members if you do admit that this is not and will never be the correct time to put in place this sort of legislation which would prevent the Richard Nordens of the world getting their rightful recognition.
The call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the question be put.
The question is the question be put. Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
You're a good minister.
All right, everyone, we're just going to remain silent and stop the crossfire during this division. Yeah.
We've decided, Speaker, exactly the 3 point line out there. If you keep something up from 3 rows back, it's got 3 hours. If you can hear them from that far back, it's a 3 point. That's a test. Yeah, right. 3 point ones are excellent. So this is the advantage.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Question before the House is the question be put. We'll deal with the question being put and then we'll deal with the amendments. Yeah. The ayes have it 90, noes have it 49. Now we'll deal with the amendments. So the question before the House is the amendments be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division required. Division required for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the Honourable Member for Gippsland be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. For the ayes, I appoint the Honourable Members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and for the noes, the members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 50, noes 87. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. The call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Order. If members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the member for Herbert. I'll put the question. I'll ask the Minister to move.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes.
Thank you.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Environment, Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Board of Management Functions Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. And I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak to this amendment to the EPPC Act. The bill extends the existing arrangements for management of several jointly managed Commonwealth reserves, the Kakadu National Park, Uluru Katajuta National Park and Buderi National Park, all of which are located on Aboriginal land. These reserves are managed by the Director of National Parks under a lease with Indigenous people and through a board of management with majority traditional owner management representation. Each of those boards of management is currently chaired by a traditional owner. The management plans for these reserves are about to expire, which is why we're addressing it with this amendment to the EPPC Act of 1999. As the Minister has said, it's very appropriate that we legislate to continue the critical role of the traditional owners in the decision-making processes around the management of their land. However, the House needs to note that this amendment is necessary only because the Albanese government has not yet addressed the broader reforms to the EPPC Act as it promised in its last term. The current Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act is failing on all fronts. It does not adequately protect our environment, and its uncertain and unpredictable assessment and decision-making processes are hindering investment. The Clean Energy Investor Group recently reported on major bottlenecks in environmental assessments under the EPPC Act,
Thanks, mate.
finding that many projects now wait more than 2 years for federal decisions, projects which might only take 18 months to build. The uncertainties of these approval processes can mean that there's no reliable pipeline of work for communities or for traineeships and apprenticeships in important related industries. These bottlenecks are delaying the transmission projects which are required to support renewable energy projects and to facilitate the clean energy transition. These delays in EPBC reform have become the single biggest barrier to timely, environmentally responsible, renewable energy development in Australia. This is why, in recent years, in the face of the escalating impacts of climate change and rapid loss of biodiversity, we've seen industry, community and environmental organisations all uniting to call on the Albanese government to deliver this once-in-a-generation opportunity to reshape the laws around our environment and nature as a matter of urgency. These laws need to enable faster, more efficient and transparent assessments, improved nature protection. They need to build greater confidence and trust within our communities, including within Indigenous groups, in decision-making around our land, air and waterways. They have to include a real commitment to protection of our extraordinary cultural heritage, particularly with respect to that of Indigenous Australians, who represent the oldest continuing civilisation on this planet. Meaningful reform of the EPPC Act has to include establishment of Environmental Protection Australia as an independent regulator, with power to oversee national environmental laws. And it must include national environmental standards with more transparent and reliable data collection to inform community engagement planning, assessments and decisions, and to direct adequate resources to agencies to enable faster, more transparent decision-making and monitoring. The Commonwealth Environment Protection Framework must take an integrated approach to the environment. The matters of national environmental significance listed under the EPBC Act currently include land and water. They must be expanded to include air. Deputy Speaker, the air we breathe affects every aspect of our health, our quality of life and our environment. The new EPBC Act has to establish air quality standards to protect public health, to prevent environmental degradation and to regulate emissions of hazardous air pollutants. The appalling revelations this week that huge quantities of methane, hazardous methane, have been leaking from a huge storage tank very close to Darwin for 20 years is all the demonstration that we need that Australia's environmental protections are failing. The likely impact on human health and surrounding environment of this and other forms of air pollution by gas fracking and storage in the Northern Territory and other sites around Australia is a deeply serious concern. Methane is a volatile organic compound. Volatile organic compounds are associated with a range of health problems. They irritate the mucous membranes of their eyes, nose, throat and lungs, leading to exacerbations of lung disease like asthma and COPD. Long-term exposure to VOx causes injury to the liver and to the kidneys. It increases the risk of cardiovascular disease and of cancer. Methane is the major precursor to ground-level ozone, which we generally refer to as smog, and which is a toxic air pollutant that causes chronic irritation of the lungs. Just this week, in the Medical Journal of Australia, researchers have described the significant public health impacts of mining in this country. They found that exposure to agents released during mining operations such as cadmium, iron, manganese, zinc, arsenic and lead is associated with neoplastic, that's cancer, and non-neoplastic diseases in adults and children. Mining of lead is specifically associated with a decrease in fertility for men and with intellectual disability and impaired immune function for children. Asbestos mining is associated with higher morbidity and mortality due to respiratory and non-respiratory cancers. Recent analyses have identified a higher risk of severe respiratory and circulatory diseases in communities which are proximate to coal mines. Children and women in mining regions are especially vulnerable, with a higher risk of perinatal conditions and of respiratory, blood and immune diseases. Unconventional gas extraction, or fracking, is associated with a higher risk of hospitalisation of all causes, and with circulatory, respiratory, blood and immune diseases, again, particularly affecting children. And as a potent greenhouse gas, methane acts to speed up climate change, which results in an increase in extreme weather events, decreased agricultural productivity, and an increase in the global burden of disease. Climate change will increase pressure on air quality. Bushfires like those in 2019-2020 expose huge areas of Australia to dangerous levels of smoke, which have a really significant impact on the air that we breathe. It was estimated that we lost 445 Australians to smoke-related lung injury in that black summer alone. A warming climate will also lead to increased smog in summer. Droughts will lead to dust storms. Deputy Speaker, emissions and air pollution, smog and dust don't respect lines and borders on maps. They affect us all. Santos's addition of thousands of tonnes of the most damaging of all greenhouse gases to our atmosphere, unmeasured, unreported and unregulated, is immediate and emergent proof of the need for supervision and enforcement of air quality standards at a national level. The environmental impacts of greenhouse gas-induced climate change are devastating. The International Panel on Climate Change has warned that in the near term, forests and terrestrial ecosystems, freshwater, coastal, coral reefs, kelp and seagrass and marine ecosystems are all at high or very high risk of biodiversity loss, and that continued and accelerating sea level rises will submerge low-lying coastal ecosystems, with devastating implications for our Pacific neighbours. Our coral reefs, our wetlands, our bushland and our unique wildlife are at risk. We cannot have meaningful protections for our environment if we do not include safeguards for air quality. The world is watching. We've put our hand up for COP31, and it is a wonderful opportunity for us to demonstrate real commitment to global climate leadership and our value and strength in the region. But meaningful reform of our environmental legislation to protect our land, our sea and our air is vital to our international reputation as well as to our national heritage. And to that end, Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name. The appalling destruction of the Juukan Gorge site in 2020 by Rio Tinto was all the more shocking because it was entirely legal, and it was not an isolated event. First Nations cultural heritage is being destroyed, damaged, degraded and displaced every day across this country. Rio Tinto was widely condemned after it was legally allowed to blow up the 46,000-year-old caves in May 2020 under WA's outdated Aboriginal Heritage Act. The Putukunti Kurama and Pinakura peoples were left devastated, while Rio Tinto tried to save face by overhauling its executive team and admitting it breached traditional owners' trust. The inquiry into the destruction of Juukan Gorge recommended stronger overarching heritage legislation, co-designed with Indigenous people, that provides minimum standards for all states and territories. Australian legislation to protect First Nations cultural heritage is failing. It is just not working to support the rights of First Nations people. Many sacred First Nations sites across the country are currently under real and serious threat, like the sacred rock art at Murujuga and in Darwin, sacred forests in the Pilliga, caves along the Great Australian Bight, and burial grounds and songlines in the Tiwi Islands. Yet, rather than keeping First Nations cultural heritage safe, our laws are actually enabling its destruction. Current cultural heritage protection arrangements are creating real uncertainty for First Nations people and proponents. Cultural heritage is considered way too late in assessment and approval processes, often even after those processes have been basically completed. Labor committed to strengthening cultural heritage protection laws nationally. However, tragically, rather than doing that, they have so far been complicit in the destruction of cultural heritage by prioritising the profits of the gas cartels and their climate-wrecking projects. This is at great cost to traditional owners and an affront to First Nations people around the country. We are talking here about the destruction of some of the world's oldest rock art, created by members of the world's oldest continuous culture, and our laws allow it. It is legal. Labor must deliver on the long overdue cultural heritage reforms that support and empower the traditional owners and communities to preserve their connection to their ancestors and protect their rich, historic and vibrant culture from inappropriate developments. We must ensure First Nations communities have autonomy and have control over decisions concerning their own heritage by guaranteeing free, prior, informed consent as a fundamental element of all EPBC decisions. The fight for better protection of cultural heritage is one that all Australians can get behind. First Nations cultural heritage is Australian cultural heritage. We need real reforms to the EPBC Act that protect First Nations cultural heritage, our forests, our seas and animals for future generations. But we have a deforestation crisis on our hands. Congratulations to us. Here in Australia, we are responsible for more deforestation than almost any other country on earth. And the Labor government wants to make it worse. Australia is a major global deforestation hotspot, shame, rivalled only by Brazil and Indonesia. Every year, hundreds of thousands of hectares of Australia's unique forests and bushland are bulldozed. In Queensland alone, shamefully, analysis from the Wilderness Society shows that every 4 minutes, threatened species habitat the scale of Sydney Harbour Bridge area is bulldozed for beef. Every 4 minutes. When allowed to thrive, Australia's precious forests and bushlands provide habitat for threatened species like the koala, the greater glider and the red goshawk, and serve as water filters and carbon sinks. My electorate of Ryan is absolutely blessed with large areas of bushland, beautiful creekways and wildlife, and many active volunteer environmental groups working tirelessly on a volunteering capacity to preserve, nurture and restore our precious natural environments. But as usual, the Albanese government is kowtowing to vested interests and lobby groups to further trash nature protections. As usual, they're trying to rush a deal through without addressing the deforestation crisis, and it is a very serious crisis in Australia. The Albanese government must strengthen federal environmental protections and close damaging deforestation loopholes that have allowed this terrible destruction to go on for way too long. A report released just today showed that Australia's natural environment contributes $500 billion to our economy annually. That's as much as the mining and finance sectors combined. But this huge contribution to our economy is under threat from climate change, of course, and other environmental damage. The report recommends the government adopt Greens policy to spend 1% of GDP, that's around $3.4 billion, on protecting nature so it can still be enjoyed by generations to come. We also got shocking revelations this week about just how much environmental damage big corporations are getting away with under the current laws, yes, legally. Is that a leak I smell? A gas leak? No, sorry, it's Santos again. Their LNG storage facility in Darwin has been leaking methane for 20 years, and they've been covering it up for 20 years with the help of the very regulators who are supposed to stop this from happening. This is an environmental disaster. No one knows how much methane has leaked from this facility, but conservative estimates say it's the emissions equivalent of adding 8,000 cars to the road. And here's the worst part. The tank is currently sitting empty, but it's about to be used again as part of the huge climate-wrecking Barossa gas project. And even though it's empty, the environmental regulators are just not forcing Santos to replace or even repair it. They're also not forced to measure the actual scale of the leak because that would be such an inconvenience for poor old Santos. How is this legal? It is absolutely outrageous. The Australian state is completely captured by the gas industry. Oh, and by the way, Santos also gets away with paying no corporate income tax most years, and they pay no royalties on all of the offshore gas that they export overseas, reaping enormous profits for themselves. No matter how you look at it, ordinary Australians lose from this crazy deal. So, and sorry to keep bringing bad news stories this evening, but there's another one, another really bad news story for the environment that we just found out about this morning. Labor has just approved another coal mine, a thermal coal mine, the Ulan mine in New South Wales. This is going to allow the extraction of another 18.8 million tonnes of coal. That's around 50 million tonnes of emissions that will result from that. What an absolute joke. What a slap in the face of all Australians for this government to do that while congratulating itself, while patting itself on the back for acting on climate. And to add further insult to injury, this is also going to clear up to 37 hectares of precious native vegetation, putting threatened species like koalas and swift parrots further at risk. Labor approved over 30 new coal and gas projects last term, and they're showing no signs of slowing down. They already approved the extension to Woodside's North West Shelf project within 15 days of winning re-election. That project will produce equivalent emissions to all of Australia's coal-fired power plants. This is criminal. The government keeps talking about believing in science. We know the consequences of climate change. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is endangering lives. Labor knows this, they're well aware of the science, but they continue to approve new coal and gas while being absolutely fully aware of the dangers and the dire consequences. Really, are these the acts of a responsible government that should be looking after all Australians? Thank you. Thank you.
Is the amendment seconded? I call the member.
Deputy Speaker, I second the motion moved by the member for Ryan, and of course I reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Oh, sorry. I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank all members who have contributed to this debate. The government is committed to providing traditional owners with greater control over the management of their country, and this bill will contribute to that goal. It will allow the boards of management of jointly managed Commonwealth reserves to continue making decisions after a management plan expires, provided those decisions are consistent with the plan. And this would maintain the board's decision-making ability until the new management plan comes into effect. This bill supports participation by traditional owners in matters relating to the management of their country, continuity of decision-making and consistency of governance arrangements for Commonwealth reserve management. In relation to the second reading amendment moved by the member for Ryan, the government won't be supporting the motion. This bill is a standalone and time-critical amendment to the EPBC Act. It's unconnected to broader reforms being progressed separately at this time. The government is committed to delivering environmental and cultural heritage law reforms in this term of government, and the Minister for Environment is working in partnership with the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance and consulting with First Nations stakeholders, conservation and environmental organisations and industry. Deputy Speaker, I thank the members for their contribution and commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Okay. Against? No? The noes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Oh.
I don't see leave.
He hasn't asked. But anyway, is leave?
I seek leave for the third reading to be moved immediately.
Yeah. Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Okay. I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Yeah. I'll put the question. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
So, the question is that the bill be now read a second time.
Oh, no, we've done that.
Call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025-2026, and the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025-2026. And I call the member for Dunkley.
Correct. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is aspirational, and it is a reflection of the community of Dunkley that's got a big heart and lots of opportunity. Dunkley is home to a tight-knit community of families, children, older people, key industry workers and students. It is an emerging regional centre for many community organisations working to support those most in need, small business owners and everything in between. I am very proud to call Dunkley my home. It's a place close to me, having lived and worked in the community across 30 years. Frankston has often been the brunt of jokes, affectionately known to locals as Franger. It has had a reputation as being a rough area because of its location at the end of the train line. Up until about 10 years ago, there has been an underinvestment in the community, but that has slowly but surely changed. Dunkley is an incredible community with a can-do spirit. We're proud people, we care about each other, we help each other every day. We are demographically diverse. I saw a mix of wealth and poverty and everything in between as I door-knocked in every suburb around the electorate. 37,000 doors, 30,000 phone calls and 20,000 conversations gave me a really solid picture of who our community is and are. Talking to locals involved in community sport, service clubs and organisations to understand highlights time and time again that we punch above our weight as a community. We are, despite our reputation, an ambitious and motivated lot of people. Indeed, there is no better symbol of our community's improvement than the recent success of our much-loved Frankston Dolphins. But our community gathered when it was failing and was backed by the local state member, Paul Edbrook, advocating to ensure the club's viability. Now our beloved Dolphins are in the qualifying finals and the community is buzzing with excitement, with the prospect of the club taking out the VFL title. Good luck to the Dolphins team, players, coaches and board for all you have achieved these past 8 years to land in the qualifying finals this weekend. But Deputy Speaker, things are changing. The Dunkley community is transitioning from a town to a city. We are dusting ourselves off as individuals and a community, standing taller and prouder as we think big and implement our vision for the future in so many different ways. In the last decade, thanks to the investment from the federal and state Labor governments, we have seen record investment in the area, and it is paying dividends. Improved public transport, better connectivity, the redevelopment of Chisholm TAFE, and the soon-to-be completed $1 billion Peninsula University Hospital means our community can access world-class health services and education and make Dunkley their home without compromising their living standards. Thanks to the work of the late Peter Murphy from 2019 to 2023, $220 million worth of funding commitments have continued to materialise into some incredible facilities and services for the people of Dunkley. We've got the Jubilee Park Stadium, Frankston District Netball Basketball Stadium redevelopment, Emil Madsen Reserve and Ballon Park redevelopment. We've got First People's Health and Wellbeing, a new Medicare urgent care clinic, and car parks at both Frankston and Cannock stations. Our aspirations to grow from a town to a city have been further supported through the endorsement of the Frankston Metropolitan Activity Centre, A plan for the ongoing revitalisation of Frankston was signed off by Frankston City Council and the Victorian State Government earlier this year. Deputy Speaker, this vision for growth and revitalisation has been supported by the federal government. This past 18 months, the Prime Minister himself has visited the community 7 times, as he understands the opportunities and ambitions of our community. Since the by-election, he has supported my advocacy efforts, ensuring we build a thriving, inclusive community. This year alone, $109 million has been invested into Dunkley, thanks to the Albanese Labor government. We have critical infrastructure projects, a $50 million investment into the Nepean Highway and Overton Road precinct. We have a $7.6 million investment into the much-deserved Bruce Park and Len Phelps Reserve, $25 million into Thompson's Road upgrades, over $1.7 million into the Frankston Bowls Club, which is a hub for so many older people in our community that love to come together and bowl on the weekends and during the week. And it doesn't stop there. Almost $500,000 for Smack Talk, for Wayne Holdsworth's work, nearly $1 million for the Brotherhood of St Lawrence for their Thrive Hub, and funding for the McClelland Gallery. Dunkley is a hive of volunteer and community organisations that work with people from all walks of life. I have been a volunteer in the community for many years and know there are so many people who give up their evenings and weekends to run the widest range of organisations and activities that you can imagine. Basketball, bowling, cricket, football, netball, scouts, soccer and tennis, not to mention art, ballet, theatre schools and swimming groups and service clubs. In Dunkley, we've got it all. And at a time when volunteering across Australia is at its lowest, in Dunkley, it's as strong as ever. In my first speech, I spoke about our volunteer community and volunteers being the backbone of our community. To the volunteers of Dunkley, you are amazing. I love coming to visit you at your different activities to see the incredible work you do for so many that we need to support. This past 6 months, this government has committed $147,000 to 43 organisations through volunteer grants and Stronger Communities funding. We've invested $85,000 for Stronger Communities organisations and $62,000 for volunteer groups. Congratulations to all of you for the incredible work you have done to deliver much-needed services and support to people in Dunkley. You are local champions and I thank you. But I'm not done there, Deputy Speaker. I'm acutely aware of the significant challenges surrounding men's health nationally, but predominantly in Dunkley. Dunkley, unfortunately, has higher than state average suicide rates. It is imperative for me that I do what I can as a local MP to facilitate and support conversations in my community about suicide so that people understand and are able to address this issue locally. On the 12th of November, I will be hosting a Men's Health and Wellbeing Forum with the Special Envoy for Men's Health, Dan Repicoli. We will be inviting men and young men from the community, from community organisations and schools to come together so we can hear their thoughts, ideas, what we have and what we're missing. We are also working towards a local Louisa Dunkley roundtable with the Minister for Social Services and Assistant Minister for Family Violence in early 2026. The event will provide agencies working with women and families that have lived experience to come together and share their experiences and their solutions, and to understand what more we can do as a government. For 20 years of my career, I worked with young people from all corners of this country. Youth dealing with trauma who wanted to climb out of the clutches of disadvantage that comes with abuse, domestic and family violence, substance abuse, unemployment and learning difficulties. Young people are increasingly passionate and committed to social justice, equity and fairness, doing their bit for our great country. To ensure more young people have the life, employment skills and confidence to lead and navigate the complex issues we face now into the future, we must invest in them. We need to provide spaces and places that give them hope, a sense of possibility, through the provision of programs such as leadership initiatives that build them up and keep them connected, creating hope and a sense of possibility. Because you can't be what you can't see. I remain committed to working with all stakeholders and community groups to deliver the best outcomes for Dunkley. I will work to offer young people opportunities to learn and live into their potential and lead through the Dunkley Emerging Leaders Program. And while we are supporting young people to learn, grow and lead, we need to work on providing people with every chance to have a roof over their head. During the by-election and recent election, I heard so many stories that illustrated the scale of the challenges we face on housing affordability. Women forced to move house with their children due to rent increases, women that are fleeing domestic and family violence, a young trainee childcare worker whose rent had increased so much that they were now selling personal items to be able to afford their next rent. This past 18 months, the federal government has invested $43 billion into housing. That is an incredible investment. We have an ambitious target of building 1.2 million homes. Crisis and transition accommodation. We've got the Help to Buy scheme that will enable first home buyers to purchase a home with just 5% deposit. This initiative this week has been brought forward to commence in 2025. We have a target in Dunkley to build 33,000 homes. We have a range of organisations with land, a vision, some money to invest, that are keen to help build more homes and to ensure that we have roofs over people's heads. It's time we bring all of these stakeholders together to work on a solution to building a mix of homes for people in Dunkley from all walks of life. Throughout my career, I've worked with organisations and communities to build local, state and national level programs that provide solutions to a social issue or what we call a wicked problem. Housing is a wicked problem. Creating solutions to this problem means bringing people with aspirations and ideas together, and that is what I intend to do in Dunkley. In November, the Minister for Housing will bring together local, state and federal government, community organisations, housing providers and investors, those with land, business plans and a commitment to invest in housing. There are significant gains to be made in regards to meeting housing supply targets. We need a mix of housing for a range of people from all walks of life. Transitional housing, veterans housing, aged care, retirement villages, key worker housing and social and affordable housing. The list is long and broad. As we work towards this transition, we must build a climate resilient community and infrastructure and look after our best natural asset in Dunkley, the Bay, so everyone can enjoy it. We need to be respectful of the environment and our waterways while ensuring we maximise renewable energy projects, which will be critical in this transition for generations to come. No one level of government or organisation is going to be able to achieve the target of 33,000 homes on their own. We need all players to come together as a collective to understand the appetite and opportunities, the innovators, the investors and the community organisations. The community leaders who are committed to laying and building firm foundation, lots of them together and not in isolation. Labor's achievements in Dunkley since 2018 make me very proud, but I know that the people of Dunkley re-elected me to continue bringing to life our bold and visionary agenda. To all the residents from Chelsea to Carrum Downs, Mount Eliza to Patterson Lakes, from Coringal to Langwarrin, I am committed to delivering for Dunkley now and into the future by being a strong local voice in Canberra. Now is the time for us to walk the talk and work together and deliver the outcomes our community needs. Outcomes on the land of the Bunurong people, the land by the sea, the best place to be.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight to speak on probably the most important issue for Lyne residents, certainly the one that is raised with me every day, and that is the state of roads right across the Lyne electorate. When I'm at mobile offices, it is always an issue that comes up, and that was before we faced those terrible catastrophic floods in May this year. The roads across the Lyne electorate were already in a pretty bad condition, but the floodwaters have made those roads significantly worse. And it is a real challenge for all of my constituents to deal with the roads in the condition that they are. Mid-Coast Council certainly copped the most impact from the floods, and they have recently completed an impact assessment on the event. And if I can read from this very detailed document just about the damage to the transport network in the Mid-Coast Council area, which is certainly the largest LGA in the Lyne electorate. The Pacific Highway, the region's major logistics route, was flooded and closed for 5 days. 2,985 new road defects have been identified, with a further 376 existing issues worsened. 450 plus bridges affected and undergoing engineering assessments. 2 bridges require full replacement of $60 million, and 7 additional bridges require major repairs. There have been 23 landslips, each estimated to cost $3 to $5 million to repair. $258 million required for immediate transport infrastructure repairs, and $265 million estimated for resilience and betterment works to prevent future disaster-related damage. Now, I have seen both the 2 bridges that have been completely destroyed, the Bight and Tyro bridges. It is unbelievable to see structures, particularly the Bight Bridge, which was a significant bridge structure, left in pieces. Pieces of it washed down the river, taking out the amenities block at Wingham Brush, and basically it has divided the town. And from the same report, just some of the impacts that have been noted. Students are needing to change schools as a result of the bridge being destroyed. This impacts on the social connectedness of students and also impacts on enrolment numbers, both positively and negatively for impacted schools, where subjects may be offered and teachers may not be required. The dairy truck collecting milk every second day has to go via Gloucester Road from Dolly's Flat to collect milk on the other side of the Manning River, impacting on transport timeframes by over 30 minutes. Postage delivery has been reduced to 2 days per week for those on Tanoni Road to collect mail that is not delivered from the postage office in Wingham. The travel time is 40 minutes each way. The school bus drop-off and pick-up times have also been impacted. Tanoni Public School to Wingham typical times are provided via Bright Bridge 12 minutes, via Gloucester Road 24 minutes, via Taree 24 to 30 minutes. So the impacts of the damage are very, very significant. And when you talk to constituents, you just feel the challenges that they're facing and the concern they have that, funding is not flowing. Funding is not flowing to the council and to other councils across the Lyne electorate to fix the problem. The conversations that I'm aware of that councils are having are certainly not delivering the funds that they need, and certainly the issue around the betterment funding is a major one. And so far the New South Wales government, to my knowledge, have not responded in a positive fashion. But further afield from the Mid-Coast Council, I just want to highlight a very recent case study of the impact of what's happening on the roads. To a constituent of mine, his son recently had a head-on collision. I'm just reading the text message he sent me. Jack had a head-on. The other car was on his side of the road between Clarencetown and Seaham, a touch before 7 a.m. on his way to work at Phoenix Park. He somehow dodged being killed with the airbags in the Pride and Joy 20-year-old Jeep deploying, breaking his nose. It crumbled beautifully, and if you look closely, it looks like it's bent around the long axis. Ambo's cut his Angels T-shirt off, which he didn't appreciate. We could have had one less voter, National Party voter, because of this accident. Now, the reason the car veered was a huge pothole. A huge pothole almost caused an accident, killing a young man in his prime. And frankly, I hear these stories all the time of people having to dodge effectively the size of craters. A small car can fall down them. And it's a huge issue across the electorate, north to south. You know, other examples on Harrington Road, a road that I drive quite often. Again, significant damage from the floods. The pavement was deteriorating. Stroud Hill Road, road I travel when I go to Dungog, one I did actually only on Saturday this week. There are more and more signs that council's having to put up to say potholes ahead. And yet, you know, these are roads that you could normally drive 80 kilometres. You're slowing down to 30 kilometres an hour to ensure that you're not doing damage to your vehicle. And also the Lakes Way. Now, this is a major road. Anyone that might have I know some members holiday in the wonderful electorate of Lyne, and particularly those in Sydney often travel up to Foster and Pacific Palms and that area. They'll turn off the highway onto the Lakes Way, and indeed that is now a shocking road. And it's a local road. It used to once be the Pacific Highway, but it's now under the management of Mid-Coast Council. And indeed, one of my staff members who lives and has to out that way, has to travel on the Lakes Way, actually even sent me an email as her local member to let me know what the challenges are. She says, driving home on the Lakes Way, a typically 100-kilometre-an-hour highway, cars had to slow to 30 kilometres an hour for prolonged periods due to severe potholes and road damage. The surface is so bad that the safest option is often to drive on the wrong side of the road or hanging partly off the road to avoid car damage. Now, my state colleague, the member for Mile Lakes, has recently called for the New South Wales Minns government to take action and declare the Lakes Way a state road, and I fully support that call. This is a significant piece of infrastructure that is beyond the means of Mid-Coast Council, a council that has a road network, and I think some of the city members in this place might be interested to understand the extent of the road networks that councils have to deal with in regional and rural areas. It's 3,643 kilometres of roads and 667 bridges. And for a rate base for Mid-Coast Council, it is frankly beyond them to continue to maintain the roads to the standard that the community rightly accepts. Now, there's a lot of anger in the community about the state of our roads. Rates keep rising, but roads keep getting worse. And, you know, it's not just Mid-Coast Council. Dungog Shire Council has in excess of 70 kilometres. Now, this is a very small council area with a very significant concessional rate base, and they struggle to be able to continue to maintain their roads. Now, these councils are raising the issue of the financial assistance grants, the grants that are provided to local governments through the New South Wales Grants Commission. And it's become clear that the financial assistance grants are no longer fit for purpose. They no longer serve the interests, particularly of regional councils. I understand from particularly Dungog, who I've had a number of conversations with, that there are councils in this country that receive more money from their parking meters than they do from than the entire budget of Dungog Shire Council. Yet these councils get significantly more from financial assistance grants. It just simply isn't fair. The grant system is no longer fit for purpose and needs to be overhauled. Can I just move on in the time that I have remaining? And I could talk about all of the problems on roads for a much longer period, but I do want to raise the Pacific Highway. The Pacific Highway and the duplication of the Pacific Highway was a great achievement of the coalition in the Howard government era. It came in response to some terrible bus crashes at Kempsey and Grafton. And I did in my first speech acknowledge the work of the former member for Lyne, the Honourable Mark Vaile, in the work that he did to get that duplication started. But 1996, when the work was done, there was an urgency to get the duplication completed. And so the decision was taken at the time to do the 4-laning and come back and do the integrated overpasses. But in the passage of time, unfortunately, the work to come back and do the overpasses by successive governments have been overlooked. It was an issue that the former member for Lyne, the Honourable David Gillespie, Dr David Gillespie, raised in this place, and I intend to do the same because, again, this goes to the safety of residents across the Lyne electorate and to visitors to the Lyne electorate. Now, I was very pleased during the federal election that there was one election commitment that I made that was supported by those on the other side. And that goes to planning and design work for an integrated overpass at Medowie Road and at the Buckets Way with a service road to Italia Road. Again, the Buckets Way itself is a major issue with significant need for repair, but these intersections are very dangerous. We've got fast-moving traffic and a lot of load coming onto it from the catchment areas. A lot of school children now are going to Medowie private schools, the Catholic schools, and they're coming out of areas in my electorate. And so these two overpasses are dangerous. People say to me quite often that they hope that we do not need one more death on the Pacific Highway at these interchanges for work to be done. And so I was very pleased that there was one commitment that was supported by the other side, and I followed up with the Minister, and I'm very grateful to the Minister for Infrastructure for her drop-in sessions. And the very first one she held after I was elected, I went to see her and spoke to her about the timetable for the work here at Medowie Road, Buckets Way and Italia Road. And I understand, and I'm very grateful and acknowledge that the Commonwealth has provisioned the funding, but we're waiting confirmation on delivery timeframes from the New South Wales Government. And I hope those timeframes will be expedited. But there are a number of other intersections that need to be dealt with: the Mile Way, the Lakes Way, Falford Road, and two more in particular, the Harrington-Coopernook interchange. In 2021, under a coalition government, we committed $48 million to get this interchange completed. What's been done? Nothing. Nothing has been done. And I can tell you the anger in the community in Harrington is extreme. There's been two ramps there for over 20 years, and yet there's been no work done despite the fact that the money is there. There's also the Houston-Mitchell Drive interchange. This is the most dangerous intersection on the Pacific Highway that should be a priority for an interchange, but no commitment from the other side for funding. Can I finish with this point on the Pacific Highway? Under the coalition government, our commitment to funding work on the highway was 80% Commonwealth, 20% New South Wales government. But under the Albanese government, it's now 50-50. The Albanese government has slashed funding for work on the Pacific Highway. This is putting people's lives in danger, and I will continue for every moment that I have a breath in this parliament to raise the issue because it is of such significance to the people of the Lyne electorate.
I thank the member. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose a question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. It's time to cut out the cartel tax. Well, what is the cartel tax? The cartel tax is the uplift we all pay when Labor governments entrench favour to union bosses. In return, unions repay graft so Labor can stay in government and keep the cartel going. This cartel hides in plain sight between Labor governments, industry super and the unions, and the premiums are all paid for by us. Don't think workers get any benefit. It's largely about those at the top getting to the front of the trough. For example, the CFMEU's own reports show from 2019 to 2024, their officials got a 26% salary increase, while construction workers' real wages went backwards by nearly 5%. The cartel tax is trickle-up economics. Unions campaign to get state and federal Labor governments elected. Federal Labor governments compel workers to pay more of their wage into a super fund that a union controls. These funds shower your super as marketing expenses back onto unions. State Labor governments commission projects using industry super funds to finance them and compel union workers to be employed on them at inflated prices. Taxpayers and your super funds get left with the bill, and the public and future generations get left with the debt. The cartel tax flows through the economy, increasing prices for everyone. But the few who collect it are quite happy to finance the campaigns of Labor governments to get re-elected to keep the cartel going. Based on the CFMEU's impact in Queensland, it could push up the cost of construction by 30%, on the cost of new projects, on the cost of new houses for first home buyers. It doesn't matter where it occurs, the cartel tax hits. The cartel tax is corruption. To stop the cartel tax, we must remove the cartel. The cartel is led by this Prime Minister, and he must go. The authority of the Prime Ministership is more than being the head of government. It is a secular pulpit to rally our nation to a higher calling. I don't know where this Prime Minister or government is taking our nation, but it has never felt so weakened spiritually, morally or economically. The insiders that sit on the government benches seem deaf and blind to listen to people's concerns. Australians are rightly anxious. The world that surrounds us is becoming less certain. Those in charge seem disinterested in steering Australia on a clear course. There has never been a time where our national yearning for leadership has been so misaligned to the offering of our institutions. Australia's Prime Minister should never hesitate to say that they love our country or its people, or that we can look to our past with open eyes, be proud of our Indigenous heritage, our European settlement, acknowledge blemishes of the past but part of a continuing journey of improvement, and be proud of our achievements, that our modern nation was founded in a cultural faith worth fighting for if we're to have a cohesive future. Our Prime Minister should thread a national story that new Australians want to integrate to and celebrates us as a people. Our story must believe that individuality depends on a unifying culture based in a commitment to dignity and respect. The Prime Minister should start by believing in us, not bullying us. When Australians exercise their voice, he should listen, not sneer at them with his "how dare you" quiver in his lip. It should be respecting that every generation has wanted sustainable migration to conserve a decent standard of living for citizens today and for generations to come. It is not too much for Australians to want our government to be in control but not our master. And as our security environment deteriorates, as our energy base declines, as our social cohesion fades and households fall further behind, now is a time that compels leadership. And our Prime Minister should be calling us to a common future. Now is a time Australia needs leaders that rally our nation to cock our heads higher, look to the horizon and call us as one people to a common destiny. It has become clear to me that our Prime Minister nor his government will provide this leadership. He is more comfortable getting Australians to turn on each other than to each other. That is why the defeat of this government is no longer a political imperative, it is a moral one. It can be done, it must be done, it will be done.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to shine a light on an issue that continues to impact thousands of Australians: homelessness, particularly among women and young people. During Homelessness Week, I had the privilege of attending the Lady Musgrave Trust Annual Homelessness Forum. The forum had one shared goal: ending women's homelessness. The forum was not only informative, it was deeply moving. We heard from women with lived experience, service providers on the ground, and sector experts confronting the harsh reality that homelessness is not just sleeping rough. For many women, it means couch surfing, staying in unsafe relationships, or living out of their cars, often with children in tow. The Lady Musgrave Trust is one of Queensland's oldest charities. It continues to lead the way. For nearly 140 years, they've supported women and young people who are at risk of or experiencing homelessness. Their work is practical and life-changing, from providing safe accommodation and tenancy support to publishing the Handy Guide for Women's Support Services, which is also available online, connecting vulnerable women to essential services, and I thank them for their tireless work. Homelessness is not inevitable. It is the result of compounding issues such as domestic and family violence, rental insecurity, poverty and a lack of affordable housing. While organisations like the Lady Musgrave Trust are doing truly exceptional work, they cannot do it alone. Governments at all levels must step up with long-term investment in social and affordable housing, greater support for frontline services and policies that prevent homelessness before it begins. I'm proud of the work this Labor government is doing to that end. We're delivering real outcomes in Bonner. Since coming to government, 391 people in Bonner have bought their first home thanks to Labor's Home Guarantee scheme. We've delivered rent relief through back-to-back increases in Commonwealth rent assistance, an increase of nearly 50%. Today, over 6,700 people in Bonner receive this support. We're funding more homes for women and children fleeing violence in Wynnum, Manly and Mount Gravatt. Just this year, 24 new homes are being delivered through the Albanese government's crisis support accommodation programs. And we're supporting construction workforce too, with over 400 construction apprentices in Bonner benefiting from the incentive payments. Labor's Key Apprenticeship program also offers up to $10,000 for those starting careers in housing construction or clean energy. But homelessness and housing security are only part of the broader issue. Domestic and family violence continues to devastate lives across Australia. I want to take a moment to recognise the tireless efforts of a local group in my electorate, the Wynnum Manly Rotary Club, who are making a meaningful difference in this space. Every Friday morning, every week, Rotary members gather not just for coffee, but for a cause. Their weekly catch-ups are part of an ongoing commitment to raise awareness in my local community of domestic violence, a quiet, consistent and powerful act of service. Domestic violence does not discriminate. It happens in every postcode, including beautiful Bayside suburbs like Wynnum and Manly. Its effects are long-lasting, and addressing it requires action from governments through to grassroots organisations. The Wynnum Manly Rotary Club understands this. Their visible and vocal presence reminds our community that domestic violence is not a private issue, it's a community one. I thank every member of their club for their unwavering commitment. Their simple acts, a quiet act of solidarity, speak volumes. Raising awareness of domestic and family violence must also go beyond a single month or campaign. That's why I was proud of Labor's announcement this week to stop the social security system being weaponised against women experiencing violence. The social security system, like many government systems, can be complex and sadly at times manipulated by perpetrators. That's why the Albanese Labor government is reforming the Special Circumstances Debt Waiver, giving Services Australia the power to waive debts incurred as a result of domestic and family violence. These reforms build on the already agreed National Cabinet work, including a comprehensive audit of Commonwealth systems to ensure they cannot be used to harm victim survivors. As a former domestic violence lawyer, I've seen too many women leave relationships, particularly where there has been financial abuse or coercion and controlling behaviours, only to later discover debts they didn't even know existed. The reforms introduced this week are a vital first step in putting control back into the hands of victim survivors and ensuring our systems support safety and dignity. Speaker, our community cannot tackle domestic violence or homelessness alone, but together, through strong policy, comprehensive and compassionate leadership and grassroots commitment, we can make a difference.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. We all arrive in this place because we want to make a difference. We come in here as one of 150 members of Parliament, and we strive to make our country a better place. I've advocated for a vast range of issues since I've arrived here in 2016, but one particular issue that I'm proud to have acted on, in fact to have fought against, is the alarmingly high rate of gambling addiction. Gambling addiction is a curse in Australia. The economic toll of gambling is equally staggering. Australians are losing more than $25 billion a year to gambling, leading the world in per capita losses. The everyday Australian knows this. We're addicted to gambling, whether it be in person or online, and it's only getting worse. Australian governments can act to stop this addiction and to end the curse. Curiously, we have a history of governments not acting strongly enough. I'm proud to have led the way on the fight against gambling in my own electorate of Fisher. I fought against the building of a casino on the Sunshine Coast, and I'm very proud to have led the finally victorious battle. It was soon after my election that there was a proposal to allow the construction of a casino on the Sunshine Coast. I began a petition in 2017 calling on the Sunshine Coast Council, which owns the CBD site where it was going to be built. The Sunshine Coast Daily agreed that the coast is no place for a casino. I held many listening posts all over my electorate and received overwhelming direct feedback from local residents stating that they do not want to see a casino on the Sunshine Coast. This, along with the great many other individual conversations I've had with local residents on the subject, convinced me that the overwhelming majority of people who live on the coast opposed this threatened casino development, and they wanted me to fight to do whatever I could to prevent it from going ahead. As we know from other Australian cities, with a casino, it would almost absolutely attract organised crime gangs who use casinos to launder money and to lead to increased family breakdowns. There are numerous studies that look at the impact of gambling, and all of them report that gambling is a huge, troubling and growing problem. Last week I was able to attend an important roundtable on gambling harm. The roundtable demonstrated once again the importance of this issue, especially worrying connection between sport and gambling. It breaks my heart, Mr Deputy Speaker, you're about the same vintage as me. When we were kids and we'd exchange football cards, we'd had our favourite players, we'd know who won, we'd know who was the good, the great and the not so great. But kids these days seem to be incapable of differentiating gambling from sport. And that really upsets me, because it demonstrates to me and so many other people that these gambling companies have infiltrated the lives of our children such that they cannot differentiate sport from gambling. and I think that that is a travesty. According to polling conducted by the Alliance for Gambling Reform, and I want to send a shout out to Tim Costello, Reverend Tim Costello, you are an absolute legend. More than 70% of Australians believe there is too much gambling advertising in sport and want it to be banned. Almost after every NRL or AFL grand final, I get emails from parents saying, when are you guys going to ban gambling ads? Mr Speaker, online gambling ads are relentless. Whether you're watching your favourite team play on TV or mindlessly scrolling through social media or even trying to scan an important document, what you thought was a credible app, up comes flashy, high-octane, almost impossible to skip gambling ads. You bet big, you win big, yada yada. Mr Speaker, we have to do more to protect particularly young children with gambling. I did a report in this place in 2020 protecting the age of innocence. We've got to stop kids from gambling before they turn 18.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Chipley.
Thanks, Speaker. Let me state clearly, unambiguously at the start of this contribution, Hamas is a terrorist organisation and what it did on October 7, 2023, an abomination. Hamas should be held to account for its actions. All Israelis taken hostage by Hamas must be released immediately. I also want to state clearly and unambiguously that innocent Palestinians should be protected. They should not be targeted by actions in Gaza. I made comments like this in this House back in October 2023, and I've expressed similarly repeatedly since the horrific events of October 7. And since then, I've stressed we should be conscious of the humanity of others. My stance has been utterly consistent and steadfast, but it's gotten stronger and stronger when I've witnessed the suffering of the innocent and the starvation of kids. Starvation shouldn't be used as a weapon against civilians. Civilians, aid workers, journalists should be off limits. It's just wrong and we can't turn away from that. And this has remained the case even as the supporters of a foreign government here and abroad have consistently sought to deny, deflect or outright misrepresent my position and those who share my views about preserving and protecting innocent life. They do that because it's easier than confronting the morally challenging reality that 63,000 Palestinians have been killed as a result of the Netanyahu government's actions since October 2023. Nearly 70% of those killed are women and children, and there are more child amputees and orphans in Gaza per capita than anywhere else in the world. I think it's important for the Parliament to note that the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, believes it's plausible that the acts of the Netanyahu government could amount to genocide. The Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide requires countries, including ours, to take steps to prevent genocide, not just punish it. The Netanyahu government is planning to seize and control entirely Gaza City. It's also mobilising recruits to join the IDF, and that there's resistance to this from within Israel itself. And in these circumstances, it's not unrealistic to expect that dual nationals from our country may be called to serve in the IDF. We should be sending a clear message: please don't join. Some dual nationals have already left Australia to join the IDF, prompting concerns in civil society. For example, 3 months ago, the Australian Centre for International Justice wrote to the Ministers for Foreign Affairs and Home Affairs, plus the AFP, asking that we send unambiguous public warnings about the legal implications of joining IDF actions in Gaza. The ACIJ emphasised it was troubled by statements from Netanyahu government officials highlighting an intent to pursue the systemic and widespread transfer and deportation of Gazans from territory in which they lawfully live. Why is that an issue? Because it's a crime against humanity, specifically the deportation or forcible transfer of population, as defined in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, and it's an offence under our own Criminal Code Act. We don't need Australians placed in a position where they witness, abet or participate in what will likely be deemed a genocide. I'd be also concerned about the impact of trauma on those returning after witnessing what they would have seen in Gaza. I note in The Australian today, ANU Professor Donald Rothwell stated, because it's such a high-level political crime, I'd find it most unlikely individual soldiers who are members of the IDF could rarely be held responsible individually for genocide. However, a counterweight to this position is the ACIJ view that any Australian participating in action in Gaza risks being held liable via what they state are a number of modes of liability, including as direct perpetrators, as well as aiding and abetting through the provision of logistical, material or operational support. Indeed, they highlight that the International Criminal Court Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia previously considered even lower-ranking individual soldiers can potentially be held responsible for the crime against humanity of forcible transfer, notwithstanding any attempt at utilising superior orders defence. I'd urge our government to send a clear statement surrounding the risks of participating in IDF actions in Gaza. I'd also urge our government to consider reforming our laws to prevent dual nationals joining a foreign force in cases where a body with the weight of the ICJ believes plausible genocide could be occurring in a part of the world where a foreign force is operating. Speaker, both of these steps are actions we can take or begin to take right now. They're sensible, measured steps that will be welcomed by fair-minded people who believe we should do everything we possibly can to end the tragedy we've witnessed for far too long.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to Member for Grey.
Mr Speaker, September is the best month of the year. Finals time. For football and netball, to soccer, hockey and golf, this is the business end of the season and everyone wants the chocolates. For players, coaches, umpires, trainers, team managers, timekeepers and supporters, this is your month and we reward you after months of hard work and commitment. And behind every club stands an army of volunteers. Running a sports club takes commitment and countless hours from canteen helpers, bar operators, gateskeepers, committee members and sponsors. There is a role for everyone who wants to contribute. This season, I've enjoyed lending a hand at my local footy club, played a couple of games and not travelling, and even managed to burn the chips at the Port Pirie netball courts. I look forward to continue supporting these clubs now and into the future. To all teams heading into the finals, I wish you the very best of luck, and to every volunteer, thank you for everything you do to keep our clubs strong and our regional communities connected. Mr Speaker, next week marks the return of the YP Field Days, a cornerstone of agricultural excellence and innovation. This three-day event is the oldest field days in Australia, and it has grown to be the largest field days in the Southern Hemisphere, a remarkable achievement. And I'm honoured to officially open this year's event. I'll be hosting a stall alongside more than 600 exhibitors, and I look forward to hearing directly from constituents about the issues that matter most to you. Events of this scale are only possible thanks to volunteers. More than 400 local volunteers have worked tirelessly to bring the field days together. I especially want to thank President Greg Stevens, whose leadership and dedication have been outstanding, securing $680 grand for a new function centre. This year's Field Days is not just a celebration of agricultural excellence, but also of the resilience of our regional communities. Still battling drought conditions and now facing further pressure from Labor's superannuation tax on farmland and the ute tax. Mr Speaker, we recently held the Vietnam Veterans Day, marking 50 years since the end of the war. I was proud to join more than 700 locals and veterans in Edithburgh for the official opening of the Veterans War Memorial Walk. I was proud to join more than 700 locals and veterans in Edithburgh for the official opening of the Vietnam War Memorial Walk. It was a moving occasion. We even had Vietnam vet Huey helicopters there, landing on the grass. Mr Speaker, it's such an iconic noise. We're also joined by special guests, General the Honourable Sir Peter Cosgrave and Australian War Memorial Director Matt Anderson. The War Memorial itself is a remarkable community achievement. It was the idea of Vietnam vet and local Roger Hodgman, together with John Edwards, working tirelessly to make this a reality. Roger is a man you cannot say no to. Their passion and persistence has delivered something truly special for the Yorke Peninsula, something we can be proud of. The 3.7-kilometre long coastal trail between Kabowie and Edithburgh features 29 laser-cut signs, bench seats, and most importantly, it recognises every single unit that served in Vietnam. This is the first war memorial in Australia to do so, making it a project of national importance as well as local pride. Mr Speaker, I rise today for a matter... Excuse me. Mr Speaker, I rise as a matter that has been consistently pursued by the hard-working member for Frome, Penny Pratt. on the urgent need to upgrade regional helipads across South Australia. In 2022, Liberals committed to upgrading these helipads in their second term to meet CASA requirements. Let's be clear, this was not a Labor initiative. Once elected, Penny Pratt rightly called on the Labor government to match the commitment. Yet, for 2 years, nothing has happened. Only early last year did Labor finally announce $23 million to upgrade the helipads, promising completion by the end of this year. But the reality has been far from that promise. We've seen high fences installed, only to be lowered again because it makes takeoffs unsafe. How does that happen? A costly engineering blunder with a true expense still unknown. We've seen ongoing uncertainty with air ambulance contracts, with changes made but little real progress on the ground. And the consequences. A football game in Balaclava had to be stopped for an emergency helicopter landing because the local helicopter pad was not operational. And that was not the first time. Delays have become the norm. Communities left waiting for vital infrastructure that underpins timely emergency retrievals and life-saving medical care. In my electorate, only 3 helipads are currently in operation. Sites at Clare, Port Pirie, Port Broughton and others across the state remain idle. Every delay erodes the confidence of rural South Australians who depend on these services. They deserve better than promises unmet and timelines ignored.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. In a few weeks, I am due to welcome a new baby into this world. To be a mother is something I am deeply thankful for. Preparing for the birth of a baby brings a profound sense of both privilege and responsibility that a new life, a new human story is about to begin with you, for better or worse. And mothers desperately want to give their babies the very best start, the best foundation that they can for that life. As an expectant mother, I am thankful to have a supportive and loving partner and family around me, a secure roof over my head, and not to worry about where our next meal will come from or providing the things I need for this baby or my other children. But the reality is that for so many mothers in our community, this is not the case. Carina House is an inspiring Canberra organisation that believes no woman should be navigating parenting alone. For over 27 years, they have provided safety, accommodation, support and community to thousands of women impacted by violence, homelessness and disadvantage while pregnant or parenting. They are a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service and the only service of their kind specifically for pregnant women, their babies and young children in our region. And I want to begin by acknowledging the work of their CEO, Lavinia Tyrrell, and their whole team, including the volunteers who create this peaceful home, as Carina means, for the women there and their families. This September, they will hold a major new fundraising initiative, the Walk for Hope, with all funds raised going to Carina House to directly support pregnant and parenting women in crisis. I am proud to have signed up as a community champion for the Walk, and I encourage anyone who is able to do so to support this wonderful organisation. I want to acknowledge the other around 20 champions, too many to name, and their generous commitments, and it's an honour to join them. The walk will be held on the 14th of September and is open to our entire community. The aim of the Walk for Hope is not just to raise some much-needed money for Carina House's vital work, but also to walk alongside pregnant women and new mothers as a community. Many will be walking with weighted vests to represent the weight of a pregnancy. I won't be doing that. We often use the phrase these days, it takes a village, and this is about putting meaning to that. As Carina's CEO, Lavinia Tyrrell, has said, there's no place for disadvantage for children, pregnant women and women raising children in Canberra. And I hope this is a statement that we can all agree with, and not only for women here in Canberra, but all around our country. Carina House faces a waiting list of women needing support. It is important we focus not just on supporting incredibly important work like they do, but also helping preventing women from facing violence, poverty and disadvantage in the first place. I, like many in this place, are here in Parliament because we believe that government has a role in preventing poverty and disadvantage. The Albanese Labor government has focused on building an inclusive Australia where no one is left behind or held back. I am proud of our commitment to end violence against women and children in a generation, and the extensive and multifaceted policies we are pursuing to support that. I am particularly proud that we restored parenting payment single to sole parents up until their child is 14, and the substantial increases to rent assistance we have delivered. Currently, however, the key payment that a single woman who is unemployed and not yet a mother, including if she is pregnant, is the job seeker payment, currently around $390 per week, or if they're under 21, the lower youth allowance, currently around $332 per week. And I note that for a single person, if they're paying $75 per week in rent, they will be eligible for rent assistance up to a maximum of $106 per week, but only where their weekly rent is $216 or more. Finding or maintaining a job while pregnant can be challenging, especially when someone is also dealing with other complex circumstances like family and domestic violence. I think it is easy to see how homelessness becomes a real possibility for someone trying to survive on that income. I think if we as a society agree that there is no place for disadvantage for pregnant women and newborn babies, that there is more that we can do to make sure these women don't fall into poverty and homelessness. And I know many in my community would support this. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.